You are watching the Inside Edge Network. Double A Anthony Alford alongside the man they call Moon, Eli Moon. We are so excited each and every single weeknight to bring to you a continuous stream of programming right here on the Inside Edge Network.
Absolutely, Double A. We will start at 8 o'clock sharp with the Daily Spiral. Autumn Chisholm bringing you everything you need to know from pop culture and entertainment and, of course, sports. And Autumn gives a very, very interesting take on a lot of things. We may get into it from time to time, but we love her, and you're going to love it as well. From 8 to 9, that's Daily Spiral, right into Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell. Your favorite afternoon show is Join the Evening Stream, and you're getting all your late-night news talk. Of course, Kyle has some strong opinions on the sports world and other things as well. He'll usher it in right into Inside Edge Primetime Double A. Chad B and I, Chad Bryan, we're going to rock out. We're going to do our thing from 10 to 11:30 now. We get an extra half hour. We get to cut loose a little bit, and we can't wait to get just entertaining, fun, and have a lot of great moments with you for an extra half hour. And then, of course, we hand the keys off to you. I hope you're ready to drive the Benz. But from 11:30 to 1, midnight run with an extra half hour now.
And listen, we going to be running. We going to be sprinting. We're going to be getting after it. Listen, the key to this lineup and the key to these shows, you're getting everything. You're getting entertainment. You're getting local community news. You're getting music. You're getting your top sports headlines. And if you're a foodie, I'm talking to you. You like steak. You like eggs. You like whatever. We have it all covered for you here on the Inside Edge Network across our stream. Dude, let me tell you, Eli, this is incredible to have this digital space, to do this every single night. People at night, they're looking for something to tune in, something to just watch, just people to vibe with. Are we still allowed to say vibe?
I don't know.
Don't tell us we couldn't say vibing.
I don't know. And she'll answer this probably almost every night when we said that right now about vibes. But you know what? Like you said, music, sports, entertainment, mental health, community. That's what we're about. And we are going to bring that to each and every one of you every single night that's been with us since the start or is jumping on right now for the ride. We're excited. Double A, myself, Kyle, Autumn, Chad. We are so excited to rock with you for not just 3 hours this time around. We're rocking with you for 5 hours, 8 p.m. to 1 a.m. Where else could you be in the evening but with the Inside Edge Network?
Yeah, we hope you guys tune in again. This broadcast, thanks to all of our partners, thanks to you, and thanks again to the Brothers Lounge, of course, sponsoring us here at the Inside Edge Network. West 117th in Detroit, right on the Cleveland-Lakewood border. We have you covered. But guess what, folks? That's enough from us right now. You're going to see us. You're going to hear us a little bit later on. You got Eli at Primetime. You got me at Midnight Run. But coming up, we got the Daily Spiral. We got Unfiltered coming your way next. This is Cleveland's digital leader. This is the Inside Edge Network.
Welcome into the Daily Spiral, everyone. I know it seems a little different, and we look a little different here too. That's because tonight I am going solo. If you are seeing this, I am solo. You are watching the Daily Spiral here on Inside Edge Network, wherever you get your podcasts. Cleveland's digital leader. You can catch us on Twitch, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, Roku, anywhere you get your podcast. You can find us and follow the Daily Spiral at Daily Spiral Pod on both TikTok and Instagram. So let's get started. So this show is going to be a little bit action-packed. I'm going to do a little bit of a recap for you, and then I'm going to get into one of my favorite topics, my mini spiral. something that I genuinely believe in and care about. But first, let's break down all the news we got just a couple weeks ago from Marvel and Disney at D23. Now, the D23 Expo is something that Disney has every year. It's sort of their Disney showcase. And as we all know, I'm a big Marvel fan. So, first things first, we have the Avengers Endgame Encore. This trailer, of course, the trailer, of course, was released yesterday, and the poster was released earlier today. This encore will allegedly have new footage that has never been released and possibly can lead into Avengers Doomsday. This is the new poster of Avengers Doomsday. And what we found out about Avengers Doomsday is that once again it's coming out December 18th, and we got a special look. Also on stage was Robert Downey Jr., Chris Evans, and Haley Atwell, who both play Steve Rogers and Peggy Carter. Now, again, big deal. Biggest movie of the year, one of the biggest movies, also going to share a release date with Doom. Dune, not Doom, Dune. So honestly, I'm really excited. We see the X-Men, we see the Sentinels. There may or may not, over the last couple weeks, been a trailer leak of what possibly is going to happen. But honestly, I'm excited for it. It's going to pull from the Doomsday comics, and this is supposed to lead us into Secret Wars. Big surprise, though, for me, I apologize, was the release of the Vision Quest trailer. The WandaVision saga will be ending with Vision Quest coming out October 14th. WandaVision started off with Wanda and Vision in a sort of seemingly utopic paradise in TV with WandaVision. That introduced not only Wanda and Vision, but their two children, Billy and Tommy, also known as Wiccan and Speed. And then, of course, we got Agatha All Along, which was a sort of sequel series where we got to see Agatha and her witches coven and see how Agatha came to be. And we find out that Billy is now in the body of a young boy named Billy who died in a car accident. And Vision Quest is now Vision's Quest from the first movie. So I kind of have to first here. So I kind of have to explain what happens. So in WandaVision, Wanda creates a sort of idealized version of Vision from the Mind Stone that is inside of her from her magic. But the other organization that Wanda went to that had Vision's body, her magic gets imbued, and we sort of see White Vision. So White Vision is the character that's part in the poster, and White Vision flies off from WandaVision, and we haven't seen him since. And so Vision Quest will essentially show us White Vision. We also will get the realized versions of Tony Stark's sort of weird AI counterparts. That's Sunday, Jarvis, Dummy, and Eddie. They will be in Vision's consciousness, and then this is what each universe looks like. So again, we got Wanda's chaos magic, we got the Witch's Road, and then we got Vision's sort of weird, like, idealized version of what it wants to be in his head. So once again, Vision Quest will be coming out October 14th. Let me give you a little preview of what Vision's son, because we're gonna get Tommy in this show as well. So we got both Wiccan and Speed in the MCU, and this is what Tommy looks like. We see him in a police station talking about how he had a robot dad, and everybody's like, all right, bro, you got a robot dad? And he's like, no, I really had a robot dad. You guys don't understand. I had a robot dad. And so now we get both Wiccan and Speed in the MCU. I'm really excited about that because this kind of shores up the Young Avengers. And now we get to the most anticipated part of the D23 showcase, and that is the reveal of the new X-Men cast. So this is the the updated version. So we got Maya Boyd playing Storm, Kit Connor playing Cyclops, and of course Jean Grey is being played by Sadie Sink. Right. New X-Men movie coming out in 2028. Really excited because the only thing we've really seen from the X-Men is sort of the Fox X-Men, and now we get a whole new sort of breed. Also, Indy Nevertete, who played Nikki in Obsession, joins the cast. I will share a cast photo real quick. We also get Samira Weaving as Emma Frost, and if you think Cyclops, Jean, and Wolverine was a three-way. So this is the cast right here. Christopher Abbott will be playing Professor X. Sadie Sink will be playing Jean Grey. Maya Boyd will be playing Storm. Samira Weaving will be playing Emma Frost. Kit Connor will be playing Cyclops, and Indy Nevertete will be playing Rogue. I'm excited to see what they got going on. Honestly, this is a great cast. This is a great overall showing. A lot of people were nervous, but that movie will be coming out in 2028, so it's way sooner than what people thought. But we're gonna go to break real quick, and when we come back, I'm gonna tell you about my new obsession. I have been watching Lanterns, and I think they may have saved the Green Lantern legacy from whatever Ryan Reynolds said. But you're watching the Daily Spiral here on Inside Edge Network. We'll be right back. Oh, maybe not. We'll be not. Hold on.
Well, look no further than the Brothers Lounge. They offer a variety of live. Looking for an iconic Cleveland music venue that features premier entertainment, spirits, and food? Well, look no further than the Brothers Lounge. They offer a variety of live entertainment acts weekly, along with a diverse selection of beer, wine, and fine spirits, not to mention Chef Wynn's food menu, which has been crafted with traditional American fare with a modern twist. So come on out and enjoy the warm hospitality and make some new friends right here in your backyard. For more information, head over to brotherslounge.com and check them out for yourself at 11609 Detroit Road. That's right near the border of Cleveland and Lakewood. The Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Key On Sports is the leader in Ohio high school athletic coverage in written, print, and video streaming. From the latest news and results and written content to the high school football game of the week every Friday, Key On Sports has you covered. The vision of 15-time published author Vince McKee has become the most trusted site in Ohio high school athletic news. From podcasts to player profiles, Key On Sports is your one stop for all of it. Visit them today at keyonsports.com or on YouTube at Key On Sports. Check out their socials on Twitter and Facebook as well.
Please support the new Inside Edge Network by liking, subscribing, and following us on your favorite social media platforms. It's at Inside Edge Net across Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, X, and IG. And don't forget to download our new app over on Roku. And as always, thank you for supporting your favorite shows on the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health. Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans, dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including the NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to InsideEdgeNetwork.com under our Partners section to find our link to check out all of what Fanatics has to offer. Fanatics, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Clean energy, bold flavors, no jitters. See why people won't shut up about Dubby. Whether you're starting your workday or getting ready to exercise, Dubby Energy helps you lock in and focus. Over 15 different flavors to choose from. Order Dubby Energy right now and find out more information by checking out our partners page on InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Also, use that promo code InsideEdge10 to receive 10% off your order. Dubby Energy, your energy-focused sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted candles made with clean, minimal ingredients. Every product thoughtfully created in small batches free from harmful toxins for mindful everyday indulgence. Hand-poured in coconut soy wax with natural wood wicks to offer long-lasting burn and rich fragrance. Find out more about Alley Rose Fragrances by checking out their link on our partners page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. And if you're a first-time customer, use the promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Welcome back into the Daily Spiral, everyone. I'm sorry about that. Little technical difficulties. Sorry about that. But we are talking Lanterns here. Lanterns is the newest DC project. It is the newest chapter in Chapter 1, Gods and Monsters, from James Gunn. He is now, if you guys didn't know, he is now running DC. He's the president of the DC universe, and this is the latest chapter. So Lanterns, starring Aaron Pierre and Kyle Chandler. Kyle Chandler is Hal Jordan, Aaron Pierre is John Stewart, and this is sort of a interesting take on the Green Lantern story. If you guys don't know what the Green Lantern story is, I'm gonna brief rundown for you. So Hal Jordan, test pilot, is out one night. He sees a dying alien. The dying alien gives him this green glowing ring, and it's like, here, I want you to protect this thing with your life. And then he recites the Green Lantern omen. Hal Jordan then becomes one of the guardians of Earth for the Green Lantern Corps. The Green Lantern Corps is sort of an intergalactic police force. That's kind of how I can describe it. The intergalactic police force. They each have a sector that they protect. Earth was not one of them. Something brings this one Green Lantern to Earth and to Hal Jordan. Hal Jordan in this show has been Green Lantern for 30 years. So the show is across 3 decades: 1996, 2016, 2026. When we sort of see Hal Jordan first, he is a test pilot whose father also was a test pilot, dies in a tragic accident. This is from the first episode. And this picture, of course, is Aaron Pierre and Kyle Chandler. So first of all, y'all didn't know Kyle Chandler couldn't act? Kyle Chandler can act his ass off. Some of y'all have never seen Game Night and know that he has impeccable comedic timing. But in this show, Hal Jordan has been the Green Lantern for quite a long time, so it's time for him to give up the mantle, and he gives up the mantle to Aaron Pierre's John Stewart. And John Stewart in the comics and in Green Lantern lore is the greatest of all of them. Now we know Nathan Fillion's Guy Gardner eventually will make an appearance. He made his first appearance as one of the Justice Society of America members in Superman. So of course he will eventually make his appearance in this show as well. But in this show, I was nervous. I like Green Lantern. I've always liked the TV shows. I've always liked the comics, but I was forced in college to watch Ryan Reynolds' Green Lantern movie. And that movie from top to bottom is just abysmal. And it's not really abysmal because there's no story, there's no plot, there's no nothing. It's just abysmal in general. It's not a good movie. Graphics weren't good. Acting was terrible. From top to bottom, it's just a movie that didn't work. So trying to adapt the Green Lanterns almost, I'm going to say about 16 to 18 years later, was a little nervous. These first two episodes, the first episode was a little slow, but I'm going to say it picked up right at the end. It picked up right when we needed to. Left it on a cliffhanger. Spoiler alert if you have not watched the first episode of Lanterns. So we end up in a remote town in Nebraska. Hal sends himself a message through his consciousness. He gets to this town in Nebraska and he's like, hey, there are aliens here. Everybody's like, what are you talking about? He's like, there are aliens here. You need to listen to me. They don't listen to him. They instead are like, whatever, Hal. He goes to interrogate the guy who also commits a mass shooting, because there's a mass shooting, because it's 2016. And he goes to investigate this guy. And when he investigates him, he is talking to him and he notices that the guy is only telling him the basic bare bones things that you would learn if you just did a quick Google search on what happens in America or what happens in Nebraska. And eventually we find out he is an alien and that he has a self-detonating button to where he will blow himself up. So the alien blows himself up. Hal is like, see, I told you guys there were aliens. Jon Stewart's like, oh my God, I can't believe he was right. And then fast forward 10 years later, Jon Stewart comes back to Nebraska and we see him go back to the football field where this mass casualty happens. And we also find out that all the mass casualties are also aliens and none of them are human. And we see Hal Jordan dead on the bleachers. So now that, and not having a Green Lantern ring. So now that is going to be the through line for the entire season. How did we get here 10 years later after we are in this random Nebraska town? Now, episode 2 really hypes it up. So we get the aftermath of episode 1 of, an alien blowing himself up. Hal is like, see, I was right. Everybody's like, okay, you were right, Hal. And we sort of see Hal trying to train John in a way that's funny but endearing. And he makes John go to his house in Coast City. We find out that his house is a mansion. We also get I don't know if you guys watch Harley Quinn, the animated series. We get our first look at Earl. Earl is one of the funniest characters in that show. And we now know that Hal has him as his pet, essentially. And John gets attacked while he's in Coast City. We find out that the aliens are looking for a person which they call a manhunter. So in the comics, the manhunters are robotic android-like people that can take the form of humans. So they're actually based off of the Martian manhunters. So if you're thinking to yourself, oh, Martian Manhunter, yes, that's literally where they come from. They take the form of humans, but they are robots. So they were the Guardians of the Galaxy original sort of Green Lantern Corps. And then they rebelled against the Guardians because the Guardians were just trying to play them. And now there is allegedly a manhunter on Earth. So that is the whole point of this season. Can we find this manhunter? Who is the manhunter? And what is going on with, and how does this play into Hal Jordan dying 10 years later without his ring? We also get our first look at Sinestro. If you don't know who Sinestro is, he is Hal Jordan's mentor in the comics, and he is corrupted by the Yellow Lantern, and he turns evil, and it's a whole big thing. But so far, I'm really enjoying the show. I think that we have a cast that is playing well off each other. Aaron Pierre, great actor. Kyle Chandler, fantastic comedic timing. We also have some deep cuts. The sheriff, her name is Carrie Kane, and if you hear the name Kane, that's because her sister is Kate Kane, who eventually becomes Batwoman, not Batgirl, Batwoman. Batwoman is completely different than Batgirl. So we get some interesting decups. Again, the Manhunter is on Earth. We find out that that's why these aliens are hunting them. And I think it's been almost 20 years since Ryan Reynolds' terrible Green Lantern movie. I think this show in 2 episodes has completely rehabbed that image. I think this show has completely come out and been like, hey, like, this is not your mother's Green Lantern. This is not the TV. Like, this is what we want to see. We want to see something grounded. We want to see something realistic. And we know there's only 8 episodes of this show. And I'm excited to see what they're going to do. I'm excited to see how we get to Gal Gardner. I'm excited to see how we get to this point of how being dead 10 years in the future from when we see him in his Green Lantern form. I just think it's a great series overall. When we come back from the break, we're going to take another brief break. I'm going to do an extended mini spiral for you guys, and I'm going to tell you what's going on with the K-pop group NJZ and how they became K-pop's like breakout stars, potential to win a Grammy, to now fighting for their lives and having their shareholders tell the CEO of their corporation, you better get on your knees and beg somebody to come back. But you guys are watching me here on the Daily Spiral. We'll be back in just a few.
Dine, drink, and dance at the premier spot in town. It's time to check out all of what our friends over at the Brothers Lounge have to offer. Everything from weekly live entertainment, a wide variety of different beers, wines, and spirits, and an expertly crafted American fare menu with a twist courtesy of Chef Win that'll make your mouth water. So, what are you waiting for? Head over to the Brothers Lounge at 11609 Detroit Road or check out their website, brotherslounge.com, to learn more about what you've been missing out on. Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the InsideEdge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Whether searching for a baseball autograph by your favorite World Series slugger, a signed football by an iconic Hall of Famer, or the jersey of a world-famous soccer star, you've come to the right place. Here at sportsmemorabilia.com, the web's leading source for authentic sports memorabilia, you'll find more than 500,000 authentic products from nearly every professional sports league, team, and players. Not only will you find your next prized sports possession with ease, thanks to superb customer service and tremendous site experience, you'll have satisfaction and peace of mind that every product listed comes complete with a certificate of authenticity and is fully backed by the sportsmemorabilia.com lifetime authenticity guarantee. Check out sportsmemorabilia.com by heading over to the partners page on our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. SportsMemorabilia.com, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted body mists made with clean, minimal ingredients. They offer a natural alternative to synthetic fragrances, perfect for sensitive skin and those seeking clean, mindful self-care, and the perfect gift for you and your special someone. Learn more about all Ellie Rose Fragrances has to offer right now by clicking the link on our partner page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. First-time customers use that promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. EllieRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Maser Moments Photography is a husband and wife wedding photography team based in Cleveland, owned and operated by Inside Edge Network's very own Ryan Maser and his wife Hallie. For the past 10 years, they've captured more than 100 weddings across Northeast Ohio and beyond, always working together as a true two-person team. Their style centers on authentic, emotional storytelling, documenting the real moments between two people in love and creating images that feel natural, comfortable, and true to the couple. Rooted in Northeast Ohio, but inspired by their travels, Ryan and Hallie bring a warm, personal approach to every wedding day. Their work blends experience, consistency, and a genuine passion for helping couples relive their best day through timeless photography. Learn more by checking out Maser Moments Photography's link on our partners page at the InsideEdgeNetwork.com website. Maser Moments Photography, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Find us on InsideEdgeNetwork.com for the latest information on your favorite shows, personalities, and network partners. Plus, we have a merch shop. That's right, we have network polos, t-shirts, champion jackets, hats, and bottles. Rep the network. Every purchase supports independent sports and entertainment media. Thank you for your support from all of us here at the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health.
All right, welcome back, everyone, to the Daily Spiral. So I'm going to take you along a journey. Well, I'm calling it a mini spiral, where I take you down a rabbit hole of somewhere you never thought you would go down. And I'm going to spiral a little bit myself because I'm going to tell you about one of my favorite groups of all time, New Jeans, or NJC as you would like to call them, or whatever they would like to be called. New Jeans. Oh, New Jeans. So they are a South Korean girl group from the Hybe Corporation. So I have to sort of give you a little bit of backstory of the Hybe Corporation. The Hybe Corporation is actually a overall company. They have several branches. So they have Hybe America, they have Hybe, which is based in South Korea, they have Hybe Japan, and they have Hybe Latin America. So in 2019, they would hire this woman, Min Hee-jin. So Min Hee-jin was the creative director and creative minds behind some of K-pop's biggest groups. Those groups include Girls' Generation, SHINee, EXO, FX, and Red Velvet. If there was a major K-pop group in the early 2000s, mid 2010s, she had something to do with it. She was an innovator. She was at the forefront. She was the innovator. So in 2019, she would leave SM Entertainment and she would go over to what is now known as Hybe, but it was then a collaboration between Hybe, Sorp's Music, and Big Hit. And they had these auditions called the Plus auditions. And this was to look for a girl group, and Min Hee-jin would be the creative director. So this was the original poster, and this featured eventual New Jeans member Minji, but it was Big Hit, Source Music, and eventually, of course, would become Hybe, and it was a global audition. Through these auditions, they would find Hani. Hani and Minji essentially became the first two members of this group. They would get Danielle Marsh, the girl who's posing with her arms up, from YG Entertainment, and then they would get member Hein, who is the tallest member here on the left. She came from a girl group called the USOO girl group. It was a young girl group full of literal children, along with Rora from Baby Monster, and then Hain, who came from another company. So these 5 girls would eventually sign under Source Music. Now, this was allegedly a Source Music girl group. No one knew that Min Hee-jin would eventually leave Source Music and be able to start her own label, which she called Adore. Everybody thought this group was going to be Source Music's next big thing. Boy, were they wrong. So, 2021, Minji and Hani actually star in BTS's Permission to Dance video. This is where the still is from. And they would be background dancers. No one knew that they were going to be a part of New Jeans. No one knew what New Jeans was. All they knew is that this lady right here had a girl group coming in, right? So, in 2021, it was announced that the project moved from Hybe and Source Music to Adore. So they say. Because in 2022, a new girl group from Source Music would pop up, and it would be LE SSERAFIM. Now, that's a whole other story I can get into, but in July of 2022, these 5 women would make their debut. Adore had launched their accounts on July 1st, and they sort of released teaser videos, but not of the girls, just with the numbers 22 and 7. And the music video for the group's newest song, Attention, would be released. And boy, did K-pop fans like go crazy. Attention was literally everywhere. You couldn't go anywhere in K-pop without seeing Attention. Attention was literally everywhere. And eventually they would release their first extended play titled New Jeans, featuring their bunny character, and they would name their fans bunnies just a few days later, right? So they released Attention, and then a couple days later they would release a song called Hype Boy that went mega viral. Hype Boy was everywhere, and then they would release another song called Cookie, and Cookie, how do I say this? Cookie was incredibly controversial. So when they released Cookie, everybody was like, oh, Minhee Jin's back on her stuff, because Minhee Jin has long been criticized of giving groups sort of this infantilization, like we're infants and we want you to sexualize us. It's very strange. I could do a whole deep dive video, but Cookie, well received, but people didn't like it. But this was incredibly well received. By the end of the year, they would be performing at award shows in South Korea. They would be winning awards, and they would win their first Daesang, which is sort of like the Korean equivalent to the Grammy. But all things have to collapse. Now, the next year, they would release another EP, and in collaboration with Cartoon Network, they would release New Jeans. Now, this is different from this, I promise. This is titled literally New Jeans. And that would feature the song New Jeans, ETA, Super Shy, and just a plethora of other songs. Now, the same year that this is released, this album would be incredibly still well received, and one of the songs on the album, Ditto, would go mega viral, mega platinum in South Korea and become the song of the year. Now, the girls did not perform, and they did not accept their Song of the Year award at the Mama Awards that year. They ended up attending the Billboard Music Awards because that's how big they got. Now, when this was released, there was more than enough traction. The Grammys social media accounts were loving it. Rolling Stone came out and was like, hey, we could see them submitting this and actually having a very big shot of winning a Grammy for Best New Artist. And they just never submitted. So we thought. So after a couple years, these two albums come out. The girls are at an all-time high. They have they have their first fan meet called Bunnies Camp at the Olympic Handball Gymnasium Stadium. They they collaborate with Coca-Cola for 2 songs called Zero and Be With You You Are with John Batiste, Jid, and Camilo. They recorded Beautiful Resurrection and Our Night Is More Beautiful Than Your Day for a soundtrack to the TV show A Time Called You and My Demon. They collaborated with Riot Games for a song called Gods for their 2023 League of Legends World Championship. And then they came out with a remix of this album called NJW Mix. And again, just everywhere. And by the end of the year, they were performing on Dick Clark's New Year's Rockin' Eve. Literally, you could not tell me that these girls were not going anywhere, right? They eventually would get a brand deal with Calvin Klein, but all of that would come to a screeching halt in 2024. In 2024, it was alleged that Min Hee-jin, earlier that year, had been trying to stage a coup at Hybe. So Hybe, again, is the overall big company, and there were alleged people saying, hey, she's alienating these girls from their parents. They're not talking to anyone. Like, it was full blown, she was the problem. Right? Now Min Hee-jin herself came out and said, hey, this is not true. I'm in no way, shape, or form involved in any of that. In fact, she was going to find where these reports came from and see who is sort of spreading false information. But eventually, things happened to where Min Hee-jin would get dismissed. Now, the girls would release their first Japanese single, Supernatural, and they would also come out with another song called How Sweet, and they would have their second annual fan meet called Bunny's Camp, and it would be at the Tokyo Dome. At the Tokyo Dome, they became the first Korean girl group to sell it out in a matter of minutes, and it was the biggest show at the Tokyo Dome to date. And again, you would think all of that, and these girls couldn't, like nothing bad was going to happen to them. Unfortunately, we were wrong, because just 2 months after their Tokyo Dome concert, a live would pop up with all 4 girls, and the live alleged so many things. So, in this YouTube live on a private channel that no one had ever seen, they would allege that Hybe, their overall parent company, was purposely sabotaging them and not actually listening to their wishes. So, first of all, they said that Hybe is the one that planted the stories about Min Hee-jin. Min Hee-jin never did any things that they said in the stories, but that Hybe planted the stories about her. They also said that there was an incident with a junior group where they were walking past this group, and in South Korea, if you are the senior most person, you are to bow to your juniors, or to bow to you. So member Hani said, hey, I bowed to this group, they bowed to me, but as they were doing it, their manager stopped them and said, hey, we can't talk to them, you're not allowed to talk to them. Hani was like, that's weird. And she texted Min Hee-jin, was like, hey, it's super weird. They just told these girls that they're not allowed to bow to us. And essentially she revealed that the company was sort of isolating them. They were supposed to have an album. The album was shelved. They were supposed to go on a tour. The tour was shelved. They got lack of promotion. Anything that they could have that they wanted, they weren't. They were being overworked, they were being underpaid, and they also revealed that behind the scenes, it was just not all what it cracked up to be. So they decided that if Adore would not reinstate Min Hee-jin to her position as CEO, because she was also dismissed in this time, they would be terminating their exclusive contracts. Now, I know certain people are going to be like, they couldn't do that. They can't do that. Of course, they knew they couldn't do that. They came up with a deadline. They said, hey, we have some demands. If you meet them by this deadline, we'll absolutely drop this case. We won't go further. We won't contact lawyers, anything like that. Adore waited till the literal last day and said, hey, we're trying to work with the members, but it's not that simple. And the members decided on November 12th that they would be terminating their exclusive contract. So what does that mean? So when you terminate your exclusive contract, that means you come to the conclusion, say, hey, I know I'm going to be in debt to you. I'll finish out my contractual obligations. I'll do what I need to, but I do not want to be under contract of this company anymore, right? Now, mind you, these girls are not asking for any sort of monetary gain. They're not asking for anything. They're just asking to be let out of their contracts because they are alleging unfair workplace environments, bullying, isolation, you name it, they're saying it. The entire industry is backing them. Their partners are backing them. They still do everything they're supposed to do. They, in fact, do all of their end of the year award show commitments. They're still promoting music. And they, in fact, win their 12th Daysang, which tied Girls' Generation, another Manheejin group, for the most of all time. Right? So the group decides, okay, we're contractual obligations are over. We're going to go ghost for a while. And then we start to see this. This new logo starts to pop up, and this logo is of NJZ. Now, they could not use the name New Jeans because technically Adore owned the name New Jeans. So they were like, you know what? Let's go with something else. And NJZ is what they came up with. And then it was announced that in 2025, they would be forming as a group called NJZ at Complex Con that March. This would be their final appearance as a group for the next 2 years. NJZ, right? So they go to Complex Con, they perform at NJZ, like they preview their new song, Pit Stop, they sell merch. They're just previewing everything. They're giving fans some excitement. And then Hybe goes to a judge, gets an injunction and says, hey, they can't perform as NJZ because technically their contracts are not exclusively terminated, even though the girls terminated their contracts, right? So a judge grants Hybe and Adore this injunction, and the girls listen and they say, hey, you know what? You're correct. We can no longer be NJZ. We're just going to fight you in court. So for the next 8 months, they fight in court, and the judge rules that this group will have to return to Hybe and Adore under contract, and that I'm not going to say there was no evidence, but I'm just going to say that in South Korea, the courts are very much willing to rule against the corporations than they are against the singers. There's a long history of this behavior. So they come out with a statement and say, hey, we're the members of New Jeans. We're going to return to NJZ. We're going to return to Adore. And within a couple months, they start announcing member contracts, member extensions, and then they announced early this year that Danielle Marsh, one of the oldest members of the group, will no longer be in the group. And fans are up in arms because they said, what happened? Danielle's like an important part of the group. She's one of the integral parts of them having this aesthetic and everything, her voice. And they just announced, they say, hey, she's no longer in the group. Not only is she no longer in the group, we're going to be suing her for $40 million. 20 million American, 40 million Korean. And everybody's like, huh? They're like, yeah, we're going to sue her. We're going to sue her. And allegedly the members didn't know. Now, Manheejin is also going through her separate court battles, which she wins almost all of them. Now, she does lose a workplace harassment suit. She is appealing, but she loses a workplace harassment suit that alleged that she made an environment not so friendly to one person, but against Hybe, against B-Lift Lab, and against Adore, she won every single lawsuit. Now, her lawsuit alleged that B-Lift Lab was given access to her exclusive plans for New Jeans next 7 years and used for another group. And they ruled in favor that B-Lift Labs did, in fact, have access to these plans from this other group, right? They also confirmed that Manheejin was well within her right to sue for this, and they say that Manheejin was also unfairly dismissed as Adore CEO because of collusion. But Danielle is kicked out, and Manheejin is like, this is not right. So Danielle does come out with a YouTube video and essentially is like, yeah, I will always love New Jeans. New Jeans will always be 5. This is not what we wanted. Essentially trying to move on with her life. Now, the entire internet is like, look, this group cannot function as 4 members. This group is 5 members. And Adore is just like, we don't care. We don't care. Because on New Jeans' anniversary, they released these photos and videos of the girls, and everybody's like, okay, so they're coming back. Are we getting new music? Are we getting something? And they decide, we don't know. We don't really care. We're not really saying anything. And it's just like frustrating. It is frustrating for fans of the group. Now, again, New Jeans is 5. They've always maintained they are 5. But till this day, this group, with all the potential in the world, has over 8 billion streams on Spotify and counting. Now, if you say to yourself, well, is there any new news coming about them? Absolutely. Because shareholders earlier this week came out and said, hey, Bang PD, CEO of Hybe, you need to get on your knees and crawl and beg Min Jin to come back, because Adore, which was originally valued at just $20 million, that stock has gone down exponential. It is no longer valued at $20 million. It's probably not even valued at $10 million. So shareholders are not only saying, hey, you need to apologize to Min Jin, you also need to apologize to Danielle, put her back in this group. And you need to make New Jeans 5 again and just like get rid of this weird animosity towards them, which people are like, finally, we're seeing what's going on. Now, there is another wrinkle to this story. And I didn't mention any of the things we have found out in internal documents from Hybe, because not only is it super long, but I'm just going to really sum it up. So in internal documents from Min Jin's lawsuits, we found out this group actually had a strong case to win a Grammy. So Min Jin, this lady right here, alleged that the group's first year, they had a chance to win the Mama Award for Rookie of the Year, and Bang PD, the CEO and chairman of Hybe, stepped in and said they will not be winning that award, which is weird because they were the most popular group of the year. So he is essentially mad that the group is starting to become bigger than his other groups. One of those groups was BTS. BTS is the most popular group in the world. There's no arguing with that. We can't really just say like, oh, maybe. No, there's no arguing with that. They're the biggest group in the world. But Min Jin alleges that she went to Hybe and said, hey, can we start promoting New Jeans on a higher level? Can we start like campaigning for awards? And she found out that Bang PD stepped in and cut the Mama Award for Rookie of the Year. He couldn't go to MMA, but he did go to Mama. So next year, they didn't attend Mama. They didn't do anything at Mama, but Mama ended up awarding them an award anyway. She also alleges that New Jeans had a really strong chance of getting into that Grammy conversation and submitting themselves for a Grammy campaign, and that Hybe essentially was like, no, we're not going to do this. We're not going to submit for a Grammy campaign. Yeah, and she's like, why not? And they're just like, we don't think that can happen. Essentially, Bang PD wanted BTS to win a Grammy before New Jeans, because again, BTS is his group, and New Jeans is the only group, I will say this, under Hybe where Bang PD does not produce his music. He produces music for every other group except for New Jeans. We also find out in internal documents that the group has been talked about like dogs, that they essentially were stolen from as well, because Hybe and Bang PD stole $20 million from a game collab from them and put it back into the company without letting New Jeans know. So that's one of the reasons that Bang PD is actually under investigation for fraud. Yeah, no, this story is still developing, and this group is literally, to this day, one of the most listened to groups in K-pop around. And that is my mini spiral on New Jeans. When I come back from the break, I'm going to give you my final thoughts. I'm going to give you some news that I've seen, and we're going to talk a little bit more about what's coming up on the network in the next couple days. But you are watching me here on InsideEdge Network. I'll be back in just a few.
Looking for an iconic Cleveland music venue that features premier entertainment, spirits, and food? Well, look no further than the Brothers Lounge. They offer a variety of live entertainment acts weekly, along with a diverse selection of beer, wine, and fine spirits, not to mention Chef Wynn's food menu, which has been crafted with traditional American fare with a modern twist. So come on out and enjoy the warm hospitality and make some new friends right here in your backyard. For more information, head over to brotherslounge.com and check them out for yourself at 11609 Detroit Road. That's right near the border of Cleveland and Lakewood. The Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Key On Sports is the leader in Ohio high school athletic coverage in written, print, and video streaming. From the latest news and results and written content to the high school football game of the week every Friday, Key On Sports has you covered. The vision of 15-time published author Vince McKee has become the most trusted site in Ohio high school athletic news. From podcasts to player profiles, Key On Sports is your one-stop for all of it. Visit them today at keyonsports.com or on YouTube at Key On Sports. Check out their socials on Twitter and Facebook as well.
Please support the new Inside Edge Network by liking, subscribing, and following us on your favorite social media platforms. That's at Inside Edge Net across Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, X, and IG. And don't forget to download our new app over on Roku. And as always, thank you for supporting your favorite shows on the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health. Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans, dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including the NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to InsideEdgeNetwork.com under our Partners section to find our link to check out all of what Fanatics has to offer. Fanatics, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Clean energy, bold flavors, no jitters. See why people won't shut up about Dubby. Whether you're starting your workday or getting ready to exercise, Dubby Energy helps you lock in and focus. Over 15 different flavors to choose from. Order Dubby Energy right now and find out more information by checking out our partners page on InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Also, use that promo code InsideEdge10 to receive 10% off your order. Dubby Energy, your energy-focused sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted candles made with clean, minimal ingredients. Every product thoughtfully created in small batches free from harmful toxins for mindful everyday indulgence. Hand-poured in coconut soy wax with natural wood wicks to offer long-lasting burn and rich fragrance. Find out more about Alley Rose Fragrances by checking out their link on our partners page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. And if you're a first-time customer, use the promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
All right, welcome back here, people, to the Daily Spiral. What is going on? Just every day something's happening. So, last night I told you about Dolly Parton Double A, and I told you about our weird, traumatic finding out of how we found out. Today we lose Debbie Storm Clark from American Gladiators and Tim Curry, the man who originated the role of Frankenfurter in Rocky Horror Picture Show. He was a detective in Clue. He was, of course, in Home Alone 2. And he, of course, was It the Clown in the original miniseries. He passes away also at 80 years old. Just too much is happening. Too many people are gone. Too many things are happening. He joins a plethora of people that have passed away this year, from Dolly Parton to Hayden Panettiere to Sam Neill. Just too many people. Too many people are gone. But here are some other news. Today we have gotten a lot of content from our Love Islanders. Kata and Trinity are doing an interview with GQ talking about their GOAT. So they talk about their GOAT Love Islanders, which they named PPG, the worst challenges, which is the food challenge, which we all hated the food challenge. Overall, just fun interview. Go watch it. Anaya did an interview with Ebony Magazine on the day of her getting ready for the reunion. Just a class act. She revealed that she's talked to Carl every single day since they left the villa. Go watch that interview. But the biggest news of today, of course, will be Lane Kiffin and him may or may not interfering with college athletics once again. He came out and he's not too happy about these rules that have been put in place. Both the SEC, the Sun Belt, and the Big 12, I'm pretty sure, will be coming out within the next couple of days about rules banning NFL players from coming back to college. But it is being alleged, multiple reports, that Lane Kiffin worked with several former college players and now NFL players, now trying to go back to college, on lawsuits that would allow them to come back to college and play for him. So, biggest story, Lane Kiffin may be colluding and committing acts of collusion. But hey, what can I tell you? Good spiral and bad spiral today. Good spiral is tonight I'm going to see a lovely concert, which is why I'm solo. So I will tell you about the concert tomorrow. Bad spiral is I thought I was off today and I really was off tomorrow for work. So now I am freaking out. But tomorrow night you will see me back here with Eli. Up next will be Kyle Cornell, and Unfiltered, he'll give you all the latest news from today. I think he will still talk about that Target costume. That Target costume will haunt me for the rest of my days. But you guys, thank you for tuning in tonight. I love you. I'll see you tomorrow, and good night.
And welcome in, everybody. All right, here's a switch over here. You saw Autumn. She had a busy day. You're going to see me for about 2 seconds here, okay? Just 2 seconds. I'm going to do a little switcherooski, little housekeeping. Let's see if he comes on the screen. Sometimes he comes on the screen. He didn't. All right. I'm going to have him join the show right now because this is his show. It's his hour. It's one and only Kyle Cornell. Kyle, it's your time to shine, buddy. It's Unfiltered.
Yeah, I'm not going to talk about the Target costume anymore, but I appreciate the sentiment.
yeah. I know you got a lot on the docket, man, and you know what? It's time. You know, we're already a minute past the hour. We'll give you the minute back into prime time. And
how dare you take up any of my show? Like, I've never done that to you before at all during prime time, right?
Well, you know, we try to keep it professional. You know,
I think Chad's still mad at me, honestly.
No. You know what? We're all one big happy family here on the Inside Edge Network.
The important thing was AA was entertained. That's all that.
And that's all
that
matters.
The boss is happy. We feel pretty good about it.
Hey, you know, we'll keep doing our job, bud. We'll keep doing our job. All right, the one, the only Kyle Cornell. The floor is yours, bud.
Thank you, Eli. I appreciate you, brother. Welcome in, everyone, Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell. We are here on your Wednesday, August 26, 2026, halfway to your weekend. So happy you're with us, as always, here on the program. We have a lot to get into tonight. You heard Autumn mention this at the end of her program, and we're going to start, unfortunately, Unfiltered the same way we started yesterday, honoring someone that has passed away far too soon. Tim Curry dying today at the age of 80, same age as Dolly Parton. Obviously known from the Rocky Horror Picture Show. Frankenfurter obviously was his character there. Home Alone 2 is where I first actually saw him. I didn't see Rocky Horror Picture Show, believe it or not, until last year. But always knew him as the concierge from Home Alone 2, Lost in New York. Heard Autumn obviously go down the different things he did, obviously known in the theater world, in the entertainment world. Just sad, and it's piling up, as Autumn mentioned. Didn't know the people personally, but when they affect you, when they're obviously part of the entertainment, part of you growing up, watching things, taking things in, it's never fun. It's never good. And he was a really talented actor, a talented person. He actually had a stroke back in 2012 that put him in a wheelchair. So for the past number of years, he was in a wheelchair, just working through that. But a truly special career ahead of his time, and a tough way, as always, to start our program. But nevertheless, want to thank Tim for what he meant and what he still means to everyone in the entertainment field, and he will be missed. So, Tim Curry again dying today at the age of 80. Um, Same birth year, same year passing as Dolly Parton just a day ago as well. But with that, we'll pause for a moment of silence. We'll come back. We'll do our station ID. We'll get the intro into Unfiltered, and we'll get you all the latest news, talk sports, and everything in between after this.
Let's go.
Welcome to Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell, Cleveland's digital leader for all things news, talk, and sports. Don't forget, follow the show on Facebook Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell and on X at Unfiltered216.
And with that, welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell again here on your Wednesday, August 26th, 2026, halfway to your weekend, halfway through your week. So happy you're with us here on the program. As always, do not forget, like, subscribe, punch that notification bell at InsideEdge Net across all the different social media platforms. You see right there, bottom of your screen, YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and all the socials. Don't forget to check out our website, by the way, as well, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Personality profiles, you can find out more about the people that you see nightly, weekly. Full show schedule rundown, so you know when we go live, who goes live, where they go, all that good stuff. No GPS trackers, but we're working on that. Check out the partners page as well. Get those discounts, whether it's a discount code or the link to sites like Fanatics, sportsmemorabilia.com, whatever it is. Got you hooked up there. And of course, the merchandise store too. Support local grassroots media just like us, and check out the merchandise tab. Shirts, polos, hats, coffee cups, everything you can think of right there at your fingertips at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. And also a special thanks to Roku, because we have an app courtesy of them. That's right. All you have to do is open the Roku app either on your phone, laptop, tablet, TV. Does not matter where you are. Just search Inside Edge Network. You can take us wherever you go. Again, a big thank you to Roku for their continued partnership with us here at the Inside Edge Network. As always, I say this every night because it's true. A lot to get into. We're going to talk about the Meta settlement. It's a multi-billion-dollar deal involving the addiction qualities of social media. That's always a fun topic for me because I hate social media, so that's great. We're going to talk about Lorraine High and safety in schools again. There was a gun found today during a vape search. We'll get into details a little bit later, but again, just kind of harkens to like what the hell's going on. There's some simple solutions. We'll talk about those later in the program. Crazy day out in Northwest Ohio. Officer getting stabbed. There was a huge blue alert that was put out. We'll talk about that too. That means an officer down and someone on the loose, in case you're wondering what a blue alert means. But we'll talk about that. They have made the arrest. The officer is in stable condition, but we'll get into details later in the program. Remember that church fire we talked about too last week? Well, an arrest made and the suspect was arraigned today. So we'll give you the details, the latest on an update to a story we first brought you last week. Crazy story in Parma involving a woman, a wheelchair, and a school bus. And the picture speaks volumes. We'll talk about that too. And a special thing that a Barberton tattoo shop is doing to honor Dolly Parton. That and the viral video of the night. As always, we close it on usually a funny note, and tonight is no exception. If you're a cat person, you're going to enjoy it. So all that coming up here on the program. But first, because school has started for many people, attendance law in the state of Ohio has shifted, and there is some things you need to know because it matters. Now the kids are going back to school. Thousands of students heading back to the classroom this week. Parents, like me, like some of you out there watching, being warned to clean up their morning and bedtime routines under a much stricter new state attendance law. That's right. Under updated Ohio state law, both unexcused and excused absences will now count towards classifying a student as, quote, chronically absent. So even if it's excused, it might not be good. A student is officially designated as chronically absent if they miss 10% or more of their total class time. This threshold includes not only full days missed, but also any class time lost due to late arrivals or early dismissals. Even for excused reasons like doctor's visits. Yeah, we're getting a little extreme here. Local parents talking to 19 News. Charbet Desjardins, she has a child in kindergarten and in second grade over at Boulevard Elementary in Shaker Heights. She kind of said, hey, it just means tighter schedules. Got to make sure we know what we're doing. She said it's going to be a hustle because my kids, they're not morning birds at all. You got to go to sleep extremely early. I'm trying to put them to bed by 9. For the record, 9 is not early. Just want to throw it out there at this point. Every house is different. Everyone has their own rules. It's 8 o'clock in mine. He's in bed by 8, my son is. And usually if we're reading a little bit, we may go a little past 8, and that'll shift. I got a third grader now, but obviously when he gets older, maybe it will get a little later. But especially if he's going to be into sports, athletics, whatever, he's going to need sleep. I'm not going to have him make the same mistakes I did because that's the whole point of having kids, right? Is to not make the same mistakes you did. So I always stayed up late. I never got enough sleep. I want to make sure he's well rested. He's good to go. He's ready to attack the day, to seize the moment, other inspirational quotes, all that stuff. The law also dictates when school districts must communicate with families regarding missed class time. So the good news is if you are starting to have a pattern in the trend, schools have to let you know what's up. They're now required to notify parents as soon as a student misses 5% of eligible class time, which equates to roughly 8 total school days. So, and again, if you're late 3-4 times in the year by, 10, 15 minutes, whatever it is, this probably won't affect you. But if it's like a constant thing where every single day you're late 20 minutes, whatever it is, it's going to add up. Because you got to think, in my situation, he's only there for about 6 hours. So if you're 20 minutes late here or there or whatever it is, I mean, the days start to add up pretty quick. Quote, they'll call your house and ask why your kid isn't arriving to school. Yeah. Sometimes they'll put it in their folders. It's a whole lot, but it's motherhood. That's obviously from Desjardins, again, who was interviewed by 19 News about her situation with her 2 kids. I think the gist of this is, again, I've tied this into a lot of things when it comes to school readiness, whatever it is, about just our responsibility as parents. And the good news is, it's not like I have this giant, we know that, 17% of Ohio students are considered chronically absent. We don't know that stat yet because this is the first year it's doing. So the good news is I don't have to lambast any parents or whatever it is for not doing what they do. But it's a reminder, hey, you got to get schedules down. Some people only have 1, some people have 4, and everyone in between. It's tough. Especially if there's age differences, whatever it is. Some are in school, some aren't, whatever. I mean, there's people going through a bunch of different stuff. I mean, but having something that's, uniform helps. The thing we always say is, again, the going to college thing's a little overrated at this point now. There's trade schools, there's other stuff where honestly, at this point, I wasted time. Going to the University of Toledo, I had a great time, played some sports, and as Chad likes to point out, You played college basketball, right? Now it's just a joke at this point. But I mean, like, as far as actual credit hours there, because of a tuition issue and all that stuff, like I only got, I think, 14 or 15 credit hours for a full year. It was rough. Like, yeah, you don't really need that, but getting through high school is important. Having that baseline, that high school degree, that still matters. For I'd say most jobs. There is obviously still some exceptions, and it's never going to be 100% thing, but like still, most situations you want at least a high school degree, if not more. And in this case, again, if kids are, and I feel like high school is where probably you're going to see a lot of this because sometimes parents let the kids do their own thing, whatever it is too. I know sometimes it was my responsibility to get myself to school. My mom had to work, whatever it was, like I had to figure it out. Ride my bike, do whatever. I had to let them know. It was more of my responsibility getting home later, but then you bum a ride off someone from study hall, that good stuff. You just miss eighth period English, even though you're already getting a B, so who cares? That kind of. But it's a good wake up call for people, especially. And this is the time of year to do it because we're just starting out. Everyone's just getting back into school. Things are just starting to get a little hectic again. Summer was free flowing. Everyone's excited. Everyone's happy. We're camping out. We're doing all the stuff. We're going on vacation. The weekends are like mini vacations because you're off work. Kids are not dealing with school, whatever it is. But now it's kind of a reset to reality where we live for 9 months out of the year, which is the fact that these guys and girls are heading to class. So getting there on time. And listen, I was not a perfect attendance kid by any means. My mom has an internal clock like me, fucked, to say the least. Like our sense of time is usually off pretty bad. It's gotten better as I've gotten older. And I will say working from home is kind of nice because walking 20 feet to my desk is better than having to drive 25 minutes to my job. It's really hard to be late when you just go to a different room in your house and you're at work. But with schooling and stuff too, it matters. The good thing is, I think with all this too, because where we are in Ohio and all that, I don't think this applies to like snow days or anything like that. Any off day, holiday, whatever it is, that's not obviously going to jumble in. But I bring that up because again, doctor's visits, dentist visits, stuff like that, it's going to add up. So that means also, hey, like scheduling those appointments as late in the day as you can or as early as you can so the kiddos aren't missing as much time. It's just something we as parents, listen, we decided to have sex. We decided to have kids. We did the whoop and the so we're here. So, I mean, you kind of have to deal with the consequences. Just saying. I'll talk about reproductive rights on a different episode of Filter. I'll give you a hint. It's around the same boat, but nevertheless, a good reminder for everybody as they work through. Howdy to you too. We got a comment. Someone said howdy. So, I don't know we had Cowboys in the chat, but apparently we do. It's time for our first break here on Unfiltered. When we come back, I'm going to get into this Meta lawsuit. Holy crap. There is a lot about this that just tickles me pink. Like the steak I used to be able to eat, but not anymore because of the acid reflux. But nevertheless, we will return here on Unfiltered with that story because it is a doozy. And it's a lot of money, even for Meta, to have to pay out. They're simple. That's okay. If you're not a millennial, you won't get that. But you will get this. We're back after these messages. Looking for an iconic Cleveland music venue that features premier entertainment, spirits, and food? Well, look no further than the Brothers Lounge. They offer a variety of live entertainment acts weekly, along with a diverse selection of beer, wine, and fine spirits, not to mention Chef Wynn's food menu, which has been crafted with traditional American fare with a modern twist. So come on out and enjoy the warm hospitality and make some new friends right here in your backyard. For more information, head over to brotherslounge.com and check them out for yourself at 11609 Detroit Road. That's right near the border of Cleveland and Lakewood. The Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Key On Sports is the leader in Ohio high school athletic coverage in written, print, and video streaming. From the latest news and results and written content to the high school football game of the week every Friday, Key On Sports has you covered. The vision of 15-time published author Vince McKee has become the most trusted site in Ohio high school athletic news. From podcasts to player profiles, Key On Sports is your one-stop for all of it. Visit them today at keyonsports.com or on YouTube at Key On Sports. Check out their socials on Twitter and Facebook as well.
Please support the new Inside Edge Network by liking, subscribing, and following us on your favorite social media platforms. That's at Inside Edge Net across Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, X, and IG. And don't forget to download our new app over on Roku. And as always, thank you for supporting your favorite shows on the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health. Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans, dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including the NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to InsideEdgeNetwork.com under our Partners section to find our link to check out all of what Fanatics has to offer. Fanatics, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Clean energy, bold flavors, no jitters. See why people won't shut up about Dubby. Whether you're starting your workday or getting ready to exercise, Dubby Energy helps you lock in and focus. Over 15 different flavors to choose from. Order Dubby Energy right now and find out more information by checking out our partners page on InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Also, use that promo code InsideEdge10 to receive 10% off your order. Dubby Energy, your energy-focused sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted candles made with clean, minimal ingredients. Every product thoughtfully created in small batches free from harmful toxins for mindful everyday indulgence. Imported coconut soy wax with natural wood wicks to offer long-lasting burn and rich fragrance. Find out more about Alley Rose Fragrances by checking out their link on our partners page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. And if you're a first-time customer, use the promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Welcome back to Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell, exclusively on the Inside Edge Network. Make sure to like, subscribe, and punch that notification bell at Inside Edge Net across all our social media platforms.
Welcome back, everybody. Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell here on your Wednesday, halfway to your weekend, August 26th, 2026. So excited to be with you guys again here on the program. Plenty to work through, get through in the show, and nothing makes me happier than seeing sometimes. Maybe it's because I watched the Social Network, the movie with Jesse Eisenberg when he played Mark Zuckerberg. But every time someone sticks it to Mark Zuckerberg, for some reason I get a little excited. I don't know why, because he played the role so well. But Meta's in the news, and not for a good reason, at least as far as they're considered. My goodness, what a lawsuit. Meta is set to enforce a 2-hour daily limit on Instagram and Facebook for children as part of the record $17.1 billion settlement across 29 states over social media addiction claims. Would you like to know more? I'm sure you would. Okay. The productive pauses, quote unquote, for children include mandatory pauses after 15 minutes of continuous use and again at 60 and 90 minutes to interrupt endless scrolling. So there's that. Nighttime blocks being introduced, restricting children's access from 12 a.m. to 6 a.m. So it's a 6-hour block where you just can't even go on if you're a kid. Limited school time access for children, eliminating push notifications on weekdays from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. during the school year. So, no, Johnny's not going to be in fourth period history and get a bing notification that someone liked his vacation from the summer on Facebook. That's not going to happen. You can go get that. Robust age assurance measures to more effectively verify the age of young users. I'm just going to speak in turn here. This is to keep the pedophiles out. Let's be honest. Safer, age appropriate content controls, including stronger safeguards against bullying, content promoting eating disorders, and content related to suicide and self harm. Remember when I had the story a couple weeks ago? I think we were still in the 5 o'clock spot about the AI that actually helped someone commit suicide, told them they were in the right, a 16-year-old, like encouraged it, told them to keep it quiet, not to tell anyone. Yeah. With AI getting as crazy and as big as it is now, kind of almost have to plan for something like this. Stronger, more user-friendly parental controls because we're all dummies and don't know how to work social media like the youngins do. So please, yes, dumb it down for us so we know what the hell we're doing. Honestly. I say Facebook and people are like, oh my God, you're so old. Okay. Sure. Limits on social comparison features, including beauty filters and visible like counts that have been linked to poor mental health outcomes in kids and teens. Yeah, the filter thing's kind of bullshit. If you can like physically just and it like there's like goofy ones that Snapchat used to have. I don't know. I haven't had Snapchat in a while, but like you could do it. Oh, I got a like a glasses and mustache or whatever it is. Or look at me, I'm climbing a mountain. That's funny. That's fine. But the beauty side of things, making yourself appear more or less than you're not, according to your own viewpoint, or whoever doesn't matter online that says things like not really needed. Don't need those. And then the visible like counts. The only people that's really going to affect is obviously content creators to a big standpoint as far as like their actual business. And I'm sure there's going to be ways to mitigate that. And again, this is obviously going to be for kids and teens. So if you are 18 and older, I'd imagine the like counts will remain, that kind of stuff. But again, if you've decided to join and you're of age to do so on these social media platforms as a teenager, a kid, whatever, you'll see some of this. Both the implementation and effectiveness of the features will be regularly assessed by an independent auditor and the settling states. So it's not going to be Facebook and Instagram and Meta as a whole that goes through and decides what's good and what's not, what's fair and what's not. They're going to have to delegate that too. And then, of course, the top comment on this is, okay, now do adults. The ones that are voting based on the misinformation that they've received on it. Okay. I mean, again, I'm not going to get political with this, but you can, again, let's call a spade a spade. People say some crazy ass shit on both sides, which is just insane. But I will say it's about damn time when it comes to this. And again, I'm not saying all technology is bad. Of course not. There's a reason why my son's not getting a phone until high school. He doesn't need that shit. Touch grass, please. If I didn't work from home and I was still out and about, I would enjoy going outside. But a lot of these kids don't want to do that because they're stuck on their damn phones, scrolling, the tablets, all that stuff. I am not perfect as a parent either, especially because I do work from home and my son is here. Like, I don't have a choice. He is watching YouTube or he's, playing on his Switch or whatever it is, that kind of stuff. But we're taking measures to work with that to where it's not all day, every day. And that way it doesn't bleed into class time and into stuff like that at schools. Now, I do give a lot of school districts credit because they are either banning phones or doing away or, obviously trying to enforce some level of, you know, not being able to get on technology. But a lot of these school districts and stuff like that, they have laptops. They have things where maybe there isn't blockers because the kids take it home and they're able to go on social media and they're able to talk and, see all the stuff and not actually do what's important, which is one, being present at school, and then two, learning. Three, also being around other kids and other people and having that social aspect of it. How many people that even over the past like maybe 5 or so years of me like just going to like Strongsville Rec Center playing basketball, and sometimes obviously there's some teens, there's some kids there. They don't know how to talk to people. Like it's bad because all they're doing is this. And when it's time to have a conversation or something doesn't go their way, they freak out and they lose it. And it's like, do you have any social skills? But I saw this YouTuber do this, so that means that I can do that now and it's fine. And I can talk like this and I can do that or whatever it is. It's not how it works in the actual real world. Take it from someone who is currently streaming on YouTube. I know. I'll be the one that actually tells you how it is. And if that means the viewer count drops, then so be it. Fuck it. But I'm here for a reason. And the viewer count's going up. So what does that tell you? It's about time. Now, the big question is, with the money that these states are getting, what the fuck are they doing with it? I'm not an investigative journalist like I once was, but still, that'd be a question I'd want to know. 29 states, $17.1 billion. And I know, grand scheme of things, state budgets, whatever, 17 billion across 29 is not too much because apparently that's not too much. But I want to put it into the calculator on my laptop here and see if I can actually do the math. How much? I wonder if the calculator can actually put in 2 billion. We're going to find it. The best part is it's going to go slow because I'm running the program. We're going to see. That's 17. It's a lot. I don't care what it says. It's still Lord. Just looking at this and thinking about all the money I'm never going to make. Divide that by 29. Each state's getting around $590 million on average. Also more money than I probably will make in my lifetime. Probably. You never know. Shit could blow up. We'll see. But I think it's a safe bet. I'm never going to make that kind of money. Son might see how he does with this if he ends up being a pro athlete or that. But 590 million per state. I don't know if it's balanced, if everyone's getting the same amount, if it's equal, or if it's more for certain states that are maybe more affected that led the lawsuit, whatever. But still, if we're doing our math here, it's a lot of money. So where's that money going? Is what I want to know. That's the next thing to ask. But again, I'm telling you, got to put a kibosh on this now because it is an addictive thing. Take it from someone who was addicted to social media for some time and felt so relieved. I deleted Facebook, I think, for about 6 to 7 months. So good. So good. Felt so good about it. Didn't have any social media besides the TikTok for the wrestling podcast, which you can see Friday mornings, 8 o'clock here on the Inside Edge Network. Like, that was it. And let me tell you, helped out the mental health a lot. Didn't have to see a bunch of shit. Didn't see a bunch of my friends arguing. Didn't see a bunch of people posting a bunch of nonsense political stuff, left or right. Doesn't matter. They're crazy on both sides. Like, it's refreshing, and you're going to notice a difference in your kids too. So I'm excited for this. See, maybe we can find a way to say fuck social altogether. Go back to like getting payphones and shit. Just calling people. The circle phones that were in the wall. I miss Lamb. Is what I'm saying. What happened to pagers? Isn't like what old is new again? So let's just bring that shit back. No, don't worry. Fucking Apple's going to have a foldable iPhone now. So that's what we're going to talk about in the second week of September. Can't wait. When I had the newest iPhone for 5 minutes. That was fun. Next. It's like Madden at this point. Like the video games and stuff. They make new ones every year, but it's the same shit. You're essentially paying $70 for an updated roster. That's all you pay. I digress. Second break here on Unfiltered. When we come back, a lot more to get into, including safety in schools. Lorraine had an incident again. We're going to talk about that. And if you haven't heard my take on what the fuck needs to change, you're about to. So we'll talk about that coming up here on the program. As always, along the Inside Edge Network, we are back after this. Dine, drink, and dance at the premier spot in town. It's time to check out all of what our friends over at the Brothers Lounge have to offer. Everything from weekly live entertainment, a wide variety of different beers, wines, and spirits, and an expertly crafted American fare menu with a twist courtesy of Chef Wynn that'll make your mouth water. So, what are you waiting for? Head over to the Brothers Lounge at 11609 Detroit Road or check out their website, brotherslounge.com, to learn more about what you've been missing out on. Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Whether searching for a baseball autograph by your favorite World Series slugger, a signed football by an iconic Hall of Famer, or the jersey of a world-famous soccer star, you've come to the right place. Here at sportsmemorabilia.com, the web's leading source for authentic sports memorabilia, you'll find more than 500,000 authentic products from nearly every professional sports league, team, and players. Not only will you find your next prized sports possession with ease, thanks to superb customer service and tremendous site experience, you'll have satisfaction and peace of mind that every product listed comes complete with a certificate of authenticity and is fully backed by the sportsmemorabilia.com lifetime authenticity guarantee. Check out sportsmemorabilia.com by heading over to the partners page on our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. SportsMemorabilia.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted body mists made with clean, minimal ingredients. They offer a natural alternative to synthetic fragrances, perfect for sensitive skin and those seeking clean, mindful self-care, and the perfect gift for you and your special someone. Learn more about all Ellie Rose Fragrances has to offer right now by clicking the link on our partner page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. First-time customers use that promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. EllieRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Monster Moments Photography is a husband and wife wedding photography team based in Cleveland, owned and operated by Inside Edge Network's very own Ryan Mosser and his wife Hallie. For the past 10 years, they've captured more than 100 weddings across Northeast Ohio and beyond, always working together as a true two-person team. Their style centers on authentic, emotional storytelling, documenting the real moments between two people in love and creating images that feel natural, comfortable, and true to the couple. Rooted in Northeast Ohio, but inspired by their travels, Ryan and Hallie bring a warm, personal approach to every wedding day. Their work blends experience, consistency, and a genuine passion for helping couples relive their best day through timeless photography. Learn more by checking out Monster Moments Photography's link on our partners page at the InsideEdgeNetwork.com website. Monster Moments Photography, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Find us on InsideEdgeNetwork.com for the latest information on your favorite shows, personalities, and network partners. Plus, we have a merch shop. That's right, we have network polos, t-shirts, champion jackets, hats, and bottles. Rep the network. Every purchase supports independent sports and entertainment media. Thank you for your support from all of us here at the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health.
Let's go.
Welcome back to Unfiltered. your destination for all things news, talk, and sports. Don't forget to check out our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com, to learn more about all of our shows, personalities, and buy some merch too while you're at it.
Welcome back, everybody. Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell again here on your Wednesday, halfway to your weekend. Hump day, August 26th, 2026. I haven't said hump day in a while, so I felt the need to do so. Camels. All right, so let's get into the next story here at Unfiltered. Again, I appreciate you guys as always tuning in to the program. It's a subject that I've broached on before, but another story right out the bat. Lorraine Schools hasn't even been in school for a week, the high school, and they are in the news, and not for a good reason. Yep, you're reading it right there at the bottom of your screen. An investigation underway after a loaded gun was found at Lorraine High School. Actually, it was on Tuesday, rather. Again, according to Lorraine City Schools officials, members of the district's safety team were searching a student for vapes. That's the safer way to smoke. Bullshit. When they found a loaded gun inside the student's backpack. Both the safety of our students and staff remains our highest priority. We take all safety concerns seriously and will continue to investigate and respond appropriately to any situation that may impact our school community. That from Lorraine City Schools in a Facebook post. Officials saying the school safety team, as well as the Lorraine Police Department, responded to the situation. Lorraine PD is still waiting to release more information. Quote, we also want to remind our students, if you see something, say something. Reporting concerns to a trusted adult, school staff member, or safety officer can help us respond quickly and keep our schools safe. The news comes just a week after 9th grade students returned to the classroom back on August 19th, followed by 10th through 12th grade students returning to the classroom 6 days ago on August 20th. We had this discussion back at the very beginning of Unfiltered, back in May, because in Parma schools, there was a gun brought in and a student took their own life at Valley Forge High School in the cafeteria. And I said then that there just needs to be an investment in safety at this point. Who was I to say what should or shouldn't? I'm not part of a school board. I'm not a superintendent. But I have a brain. And if this kid wasn't searched for vapes, it wasn't even a regular search for just, kids coming into the school, whatever it is. If they decided to let this kid go, he probably doesn't have anything. A loaded gun in a school. Do you see the problem with this? Some people have thrown out, we need to arm teachers. I don't think that's necessarily the case. More police in schools? Sure, that could help. The one thing, and I've talked about this before, clear backpacks or whatever it is in certain schools or whatever. Like, sure, but there's still a way to hide it. You can put it in between books, whatever it is. Either you've got to funnel people into one entrance and have someone there when they come in and everyone's getting checked over, or it's time to really consider metal detectors in all schools. Sorry. Cost too much? I don't give a shit. You know what doesn't cost too much? The life of one of the kids. Who knows what happens in the situation? And you guys you see me throughout this show. If you know me personally, I don't like to live in the worlds of what ifs. I like to take information that I know and make informed decisions. But at the same point, common sense says loaded gun in school with kid who's already getting searched for a different reason, probably not the best thing if that goes unchecked and unnoticed. So yes, of course, if you see something, say something. Yes, of course, report it to someone who can do something about it. But do we have to get to that point where now we're relying on kids telling on kids? Some will do it, but some, I don't want to be a snitch. I don't want to go down. I don't want to, I don't want people to know that I turned this guy in or whatever it is, but I don't want to have a problem. Let's kill it at the door. Let's take care of the issue as soon as they walk in. Because last time I checked, most guns are made of metal, and that shit will go off. Plain and simple. There are a multitude of different ways you can go about safety in schools and different avenues you can go down and different things different stones you can turn over, different people you can talk to. Having one bona fide, dignified entrance and staggering the arrival of kids in your school. So having ninth graders come in at 7:35, having 10th graders, they have to be in by 7:45, whatever. Staggering that keeps it from being like a giant flood of people all at once. You can do that at every level. And I'm sorry, I don't want to hear it costs too much. Again, one kid's life is priceless. One kid walking through that door should not have to feel unsafe. They should not have to worry. And obviously, it balloons to parents, at least the parents that give a shit. They shouldn't have to worry, can I send my kid to school today? This is not the first time this has happened at Lorraine or any of these schools that are considered higher risk or that have had issues with violence. We have to have that conversation, and that does mean spending money, sure. But is paying an extra couple $100 a year on your taxes overall worth making sure that we don't have any kids getting shot in school? We can't do anything about on the street. Obviously, law enforcement, that's a big part of that too, having sure we have proper numbers for police, which we don't, which we need to work on. But that's a different avenue. School is supposed to be a safe place. It's supposed to be a place you can go, you can learn, you can socialize, you can develop some of those social skills I was talking about earlier that a lot of kids don't have because of social media now. And for parents, you're supposed to know that my kid is getting better. They're getting smarter. They're learning more when they're not with me and they're in a safe environment and a safe space. And right now, we can't say that. You can't. It's not. Ironically enough, these bigger metropolitan school districts, it's Lorraine. It's a suburb of Cleveland, 40 minutes west of Cleveland. It's Parma, 20 minutes south of Cleveland. It's these quote unquote smaller school districts, so to speak. It's not these major, it's not Cleveland schools, Columbus schools, whatever, Cincinnati. They have their own issues, of course. But we have to decide at some point. I don't know, maybe we should take some of that money from that Meta lawsuit and let's do something about it. Put your resource officers at the front where the people come in and have metal detectors there. It's nice and easy. If it beeps, your ass is getting checked and everyone else can wait. Or you're getting pulled off to the side or whatever it is. Have two there if you need it, whatever. It's time to invest in the safety of our kids. Plain and simple. As heartwarming as what some of the students, some of the teachers did for Valley Forge, as far as different things, redecorating certain parts and painting certain things and trying to lift spirits inside the school. It's about time all of us stepped the fuck up and said we need to do something different because this keeps happening. And we're lucky this wasn't a shooting because that's the difference between this being a lead story and in the middle of the show. Quite frankly, I'd rather not talk about it at all. But here we are. So who's going to say the first thing? Who's going to make the first move? This is me putting it out into the universe. It needs to change. And it's not as simple as see something, say something. It's a part, but it's not as simple as that. It's as simple as something else that we're too cheap to do. Just saying. Final break here on the program. When we come back, we're into news and notes and the viral video of the night. That coming up here on Unfiltered all along the Inside Edge Network. Check into these messages.
Hey everybody, how's it going? Eli Moon here, one half of Inside Edge Primetime, and that's right, tonight, Chad Bryan and myself, we're back at 10 p.m. and we have so much to talk about, including, of course, Way Back Wednesday. You'll get that at the end of the show, so stay tuned for that in the 11 o'clock hour. We're with you, of course, for an hour and a half, 10 to 11:30. So Chad Bryan, he'll go back in the time machine and figure out what happened on today's date, August 26th. So much to break down. I don't even know what Chad found because we haven't sent him back yet. So we'll find out together, of course, in that time machine, what he brings back to us here today in the present. And so much to get into when it comes to the NCAA, the Big Ten, the SEC. They have stood their ground and told college players that went to the NFL, you can't really come back to college. We'll talk about all that, what that means for the guys that are in limbo, the players that are in limbo, and what that means for the overall state of college football and the pros, too, at the NFL. We'll talk about that. And I sat down with ClutchPoints Spencer Davies. Spencer does a lot of work at a lot of great places, ClutchPoints being one of them. We talked about the Cleveland Cavaliers, their offseason, the Peyton Watson trade, James Harden. What can we expect as Cleveland Cavaliers fans going into the 2026-2027 NBA season? And we even talked about the upcoming rookie class. You have the NBA draft that just happened a few months ago. How are they going to look going into this season? We talked about all that and so much more. Gotta stay tuned tonight at 10 p.m. right after Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell. I'll see you guys with Chad Bryan tonight.
So let me get this straight. Cleveland Guardians go on the West Coast. They're dead in the water. They looked at this fork that I stuck in their season. Season's done. It's toast. That's it. They go on the West Coast, and they put belts to you-know-what. They looked at Los Angeles and said, nah, not today. Season's not done. Forget about it. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. 7-game win streak for the Cleveland Guardians. They are right back at it. And listen, they're beating up on bad people or bad teams. Do I look like a guy that's going to complain about W's? I don't care if you got a leg drop, a little child. If they are on your record, on your schedule, you go up there and you with everybody saying, yeah. See you tonight at 11:30. Also, check out Eli's interview with Spencer Davies during Inside Edge Primetime. We're going to react to that interview talking about the Cavaliers. So we got that coming up. And we're going to talk Luke Floria tonight. Hometown, Minner, Kent State could make the Cleveland Browns roster. Very exciting stuff. You take this fork. Cleveland Guardians, they're saying, get this fork out of here. Oh, crap. I actually need that fork. We'll see you at 11:30.
Small business owners are superheroes, but nowadays running your business means doing so inside your shop and on social media. That's why you should make Omega Video Marketing your sidekick. With a decade of content creation experience, I create dynamic, informative, and fun videos for your specific social needs that will increase brand awareness, get you more followers, and keep your social pages and websites current and fresh. I offer flexible pricing and turn times and will work with you to understand your brand and your story. All of that comes from the heart. My award-winning expertise is just the cherry on top. So let's get connected. After all, your brand is the alpha and my expertise is the omega.
Welcome back to Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell, right here on Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health, the Inside Edge Network.
Welcome back, everybody. Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell again here on your Wednesday, halfway to your weekend, August 26th, 2026. Time for some news and some notes as we work through. You see the blue alert that went out today over in Northwest Ohio, Sandusky area as well. Just a crazy scene that led to this guy being put behind bars. That's right. Authorities arresting a man they have believed stabbed a police officer in the neck this morning near a bank in downtown Gibsonburg. 25-year-old Scott Dodd was taken into custody in the northwest corner of the village by Weststone and Sanders Streets, about a half mile from the bank where this all took place. The female officer, who has not yet been identified, underwent surgery at a Toledo area hospital this morning. In a press conference this afternoon, Gibsonburg Police Chief Don Carr saying that she is in stable condition, but further information about her condition is not currently known. Carr said the Ohio BCI is leading the investigation into the incident since it is considered an officer-involved shooting. Carr also said the officer originally responded to a call to assist someone before the stabbing, but did not clarify if that person was Dodd. He also said Dodd has injuries consistent with being shot and that he is being taken to the hospital. He did not give further information about Dodd's condition either. Crazy scene in Northwest Ohio this morning. Good news, the officer is recovering, obviously not in custody. And more details, I'm assuming, to come fairly soon. It's an update to a story we first brought to you guys last week involving that massive church fire on the east side of Cleveland. Well, there's been an arrest in that as well. And $10,000 bond has been issued for this man. Yeah. Lovely. Again, happened Wednesday morning. This morning, the arraignment, crazy scene. I'm sure I talked to you guys about that crazy fire, man. You saw this and you knew it didn't feel like it was an accident. The entire church was like in flames very quickly. John Patrick McManaman, 19 years old, facing a judge this morning and arraigned on felony arson. His bond again set at $10,000, according to the arrest warrant. August 20th at around nearly midnight, cameras caught a car driven by McManaman traveling to 5600 Central Avenue, the location of the abandoned Friendship Baptist Church. McManaman and two friends parked on East 57th behind the church and entered to engage in a social media trend, urban mining. Again, this is what I talk about with these kids that grew up on social media now. Just the social awareness and dumbness is phenomenal. Police said that a photo taken from inside the church and posted on social media showed the incident, or they showed the stage of a fire with multiple points of origin. Again, just a shocking, sad thing involving the church here in Northeast Ohio. It's a little different when you're talking about God, even if it was something that was, off the beaten path per se and not active still. The story out of Parma. The picture, again, kind of crazy. You're seeing it there at the bottom of your screen. I'm going to move the banner so you can see the full thing. Yeah, that's a wheelchair underneath a school bus. Crazy scene. Maybe 10 minutes from my apartment. How about that? Parma police investigating after that school bus hit a 69-year-old woman in a motorized wheelchair. This happened yesterday afternoon. According to a department spokesperson, the woman became partially trapped under the front bumper of the school bus before traveling approximately 100 feet. So she was dragged with this too. The crash occurred on Broadview Road in the area of Grovewood and Brookside Avenue around 4:30 late yesterday afternoon. No word yet on the condition of the woman, and the Parma City Schools have been reached out to, but no comment from them yet either on this situation. Yeah, not good. And we had the whole talk about school bus drivers yesterday too. It's crazy. And I'll tell you what, this is pretty cool, and I give them a lot of credit. Out in Barberton, they're doing something special for Dolly Parton, for fans of her. Tattoo shop out there offering Dolly Parton tattoos with the proceeds going to her charity. It will be tomorrow from 9 to 5. Get it? But they're doing this. It's her signature. You can get it in any color besides black because Dolly Parton loved to be colorful, and we all appreciate that too. Cutoffs, walk-ins are available. Cutoffs are at 4:45. Again, we have shared this story on our social media platforms, Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell on Facebook, Unfiltered 216. As well, the shop is Magic City Tattoo and Body Piercing, located in Barberton. So make sure you guys check them out. Again, 9 to 5 tomorrow. Walk-ins are welcome to do this. Well, it's that time of the program, which means we have to welcome in to the show once I eventually get things moving. I swear the computer gets slower and slower every day. Here's Eli. Here's Chad into the show. Gentlemen,
Hello.
how we doing?
Oh, we are doing great. I don't know if you saw the end of Primetime yesterday, Kyle, but Chad was a potato yesterday, so to see him back in human form, we are doing okay.
I gotta say something too, really quick before we do viral video of the night, guys. Double A's promo is like peak. They need to play that like in broadcasting school, like at OMS, whatever. Like to see how to correctly do a promo for a show. Eli, you do a great job always as well, man. And Chad, when you're in them too, obviously great. You guys are a 1-2 punch. I love it. But like Double A. Yeah. He nailed that shit. Like that was so good. I'm sitting here laughing. I'm engaged. Like, oh my god! Like that's the best minute 30 that I saw.
It was funny.
Oh,
the fork throw got me. I was like, you don't throw a fork. And then he immediately regretted it.
Wait a minute. Yeah. I need that fork. Hold on.
Yeah.
And if you know Double A, you know he does need that fucking fork.
Myself as the potato last night when that fork flew, I said, "Whew, okay, don't poke
almost
me."
Put it in there, man. I'll tell you what. Yeah. It's time for the viral video of the night. Hope you guys are cat fans because this is one that that rings true. For a lot of us, and I also have an orange cat, so I get this 100%. Take a look.
The uneligible purchases. So go ahead and order the chef special. For a life like no other, you need a card like no other. It's nothing like platinum.
It's the meow at the end too, because if you have an orange cat again, you know they don't shut the hell up. But like, yeah, that was.
Dude,
you just want to go outside, man. You just want to go outside.
Yeah.
Dude,
I don't blame him.
I don't know. So growing up, we had like outdoor cats, like, an indoor cat. So I don't, and here's the thing. An indoor cat thinks they want to be an outdoor cat till you really show them the outside. And then they're like, no, I have it pretty good in the house. I'm cool. Like
Simba's taking 2 steps out the door and he legit just rolls on the ground. He doesn't even know what he's doing. Like he's just happy. This is all new and just like loves it. Just rolls all over the place. Like, okay, get back inside.
Yeah, come on, man. Like, dude, it's we got your food and your water in here. You got TV. I mean, come on, they ain't got TV out in the wild. Come on, man.
Well,
he's living the life like most cats do. But yeah, that's our viral video of the night, and it hit home. It close to home.
Yeah, dude.
That's the screenplay right there.
Yes. You know what? Good job, human Chad tonight.
Yeah,
Chad.
I feel better. I feel less starchy and not so salty.
Potato Chad needs to be studied as well.
I mean, dude, I didn't know if we had ever get him back.
It was a 15-minute tour de force, I think.
Can I pay to get baked Potato Chad where you're wrapped up in aluminum foil too, so you stay warm when you?
Hey, I don't see why not. We can work it out. Yeah.
Sick.
We can work it out.
That's awesome.
There's always a price for everything.
Yeah, everybody's got a price, $1 million man. All right, $1 million
Chad. Put on this tinfoil and do a little dance.
Yeah, that's right.
It's gonna sound crinkly.
I was talking to Chad after the show, Kyle, and then we'll pivot to Primetime. I was talking to Chad after the show, and I said, "Dude, you knew you were a female potato? Like, did you have the idea that you were not going to be a male potato?" And he's like, "Yeah, sometimes we don't get to decide things, so I understand."
Hey, you know what? In honor of Tim Curry, great job, Chad.
Great job.
Thanks, I appreciate it. I pulled it off.
Heck yeah.
It was the purse, honestly. It matched the skirt, matched my hair. I mean, I look good.
It could be worse. You could be Antoinette Elson.
That's. I love that you just have that ready. I mean, at a moment's notice, that's
some photos you have to keep.
You're damn right.
You just have to keep them in the queue, man. You never know when you're gonna need them.
Double A, man, and the fact that his maroon shirt matched, like, I mean, the wig and the maroon. He
color coordinated that day to the highest.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he looked real depressed. I don't know what he could have been watching at this point, but
I don't think it was about what he was watching. I think it was a situation at the time. He's so much more happy now. You just saw he was throwing forks. So
yeah,
he's very happy.
Heck yeah, man. Hey, you know what? We'll take it. Hey, Kyle Cornell, of course, always a great job by you. We appreciate you. And, of course, everybody out there, appreciate you. 9 p.m. to 10 p.m., of course, Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell, weeknights here on the Inside Edge Network. Kyle, go get some sleep, man. We'll see you tomorrow.
Boys, have a great show.
Appreciate you. All right, Kyle Cornell, the one and only, everybody. Chad, here's some things, man. I got some things to tell you.
Okay.
All right.
Can it wait? I have to do a show.
Yeah, all right. I'll tell you after the show.
I got Primetime. Yeah.
All right. Chad,
Just
be
tell me
I.
now. It's fine.
No. You insisted. I'll tell you after the break. Inside Edge Primetime with Chad B and myself coming up right after this.
Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all the leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to fanatics.com by using the QR code on your screen right now to celebrate your teams.
And welcome in, everybody, to another episode of Inside Edge Primetime here on the Inside Edge Network. Chad Bryant to my right, your right, everybody's right. I'm Eli Moon. We're back in the saddle, on the saddle at Jason here for you for a Wednesday edition of Inside Edge Primetime. So happy you are with all of us, or with the two. We're happy with all. Let's try that again. Two of us are happy.
Run the station ID again.
Run it back. Chad and I are happy to be with all of you, of course, as you've been rocking with us. You saw the Daily Spiral earlier tonight. Autumn Chisholm running solo. She had some things she had to take care of, but she was rocking and rolling nonetheless. On Filter with Kyle Cornell. You just saw her, bro. Kyle Cornell rocking with us. We have a lot of fun transitioning over to prime time, and he keeps us entertained with the videos. And another great job by Kyle. 9 o'clock every weeknight. And Chad and I, we're in the saddle, on the saddle adjacent, from 10 to 11:30 with Inside Edge Primetime, and Midnight Run with Anthony Alford, 11:30 p.m. start time, 2 until 1 a.m. A lot of great stuff for you. And make sure, if it's your first time, hello. If you've been here before, hey, welcome back. Make sure you like, subscribe, follow Inside Edge Net on all the socials. Smash that notification bell so you know when we're going live across YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitch, all the great stuff. We mentioned the 4 daily shows, a 5-hour, 4-show, 1-stream phenomenon. A great opportunity to get all of your fix from sports, entertainment, music, news, mental health, everything. Right here from Monday through Friday. Of course, great weekly shows for you as well. Real Talk with Pop Moon Saturdays at 5 p.m. He has a really, really cool one coming up, Chad, because he has Jake from Sorry for Interrupting coming on Saturday.
Am I not supposed to be here? Should I?
No, listen, buddy. Here's what happens. When you have caffeine for the first time at 8:30 at night and you haven't had caffeine all day, we'll see how it goes. But yes, Chad is to my right. Jake will be to Papa Moon's left on Saturday as they sit down. Sorry for interrupting. Jake here, he'll rock out.
No, that's not what you meant. Sorry.
He'll rock out with Papa Moon. And that's Saturday at 5, of course. And then main event, Sunday. Robert Zicki, AA, and myself, Sunday night. A lot of great stuff for you. And you can read about all your favorite personalities like Chad Bryan, your favorite co-host of Primetime, and everybody who did a great job here on the Inside Edge Network at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Go check out our partners page. Could not do it without our title sponsor, the Brothers Lounge. That is on 11609 Detroit Avenue on the border of Cleveland and Lakewood. Great live music, great food from Chef Win and Winning Bites. Get burgers, wings, fries, nachos, chicken and waffles, voodoo pasta. I've seen so many great things on that menu, and we are going to get after it at the Brothers Lounge. You should too. So much great live music, of course, this weekend coming up. So many things to look forward to, but all week long. We mentioned yesterday, Tuesday is open mic night in the front stage, the wine bar with Poor Duncan. And then, of course, in the concert hall, you have Bill Squire in the comedy night. So great stuff. Bill is actually back this Friday at Brothers Lounge doing another comedy night. So it's great. And it is free to get in at Brothers Lounge. So check it out. Get in there, get some food, and check out the hospitality. They really make you feel like family when you walk in there. Hospitality is incredible. Billy, the owner of Brothers Lounge, and everybody who does a great job there. We appreciate them so much. Of course, Brothers Lounge, the home of Moonbash, which will be back July 31st, 2027 for the 3rd annual, and so much more. Quite a few more shows at Brothers Lounge this year. So come out, rock out with me, rock out with Chad, rock out with the Inside Edge Network at the Brothers Lounge, and of course all of our other fantastic partners as well. Monster Moments, sportsmemorabilia.com, W Energy, Fanatics.com, Omega Video Marketing. We appreciate all of them so much. Could not do without them, of course. And Alley Rose Fragrances. How about that? All of our partners, we appreciate them so much. And we appreciate you at home. So go grab a shirt, a hat, a mug, a polo, a windbreaker. Rep Cleveland's digital leader, your source for sports, entertainment, mental health conversations, news, and everything in between. And near or far, here we are. Inside Edge Network app. Download it on Roku. Take us with you. We want the reward points. We want to travel with you. We want to hear the family gossip. We want to get all the details. We want it on Roku. Inside Edge Network app. Take it. Download it. Take us with you. All right. How about that?
There you go.
All right. Let's
be the fly on the wall, right? The proverbial fly on the wall.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. I don't know if you saw the end of Double A show. It was 2 nights ago where he smashed a fly live on camera.
With the fork? Is that why he threw the no fork?
No,
he that would have been impressive, though.
No, $5 discount.
Okay.
Boom. Like
Got
that.
it.
Like, yeah.
All right.
Sorry to scare everybody at home, but that's literally what I heard at about
I ducked a little bit.
12:45 at night. Double A got done talking about the Cleveland Browns quarterback situation. And
now I know why the fly was there.
Yeah, he saw the
because
fly.
of that. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, let's not talk about that though tonight. We got a lot on the docket, and we're gonna pivot to a few of the other Cleveland sports teams here tonight. Of course, coming up in the next segment, we have ClutchPoints Spencer Davies. He sat down with me earlier today, and we had a great conversation about what the Cavs offseason has looked like now that they've made some moves. What should we expect heading into the season? Can we count on maybe June playoff basketball, a finals appearance for the Cavaliers again? They were very close last year, 4 games away. I know they didn't win any, but they were 4 games away.
Stayed 4 games away.
Yes. And, of course, we talked about just a little bit about the rookie draft class as well. Spencer obviously goes to the Summer League there in Vegas. So I wanted to get his opinion on some of the rookies and who to look out for. So that's coming up next segment. But we have a few things we want to cover here in this opening segment. And Chad texted me and said, listen, bro, we might actually throw hands tonight if you don't talk about the Guardians. I said, dude, it was already in my mind, man. All right, easy.
Virtual hands. Over the distance.
Well, I'm glad to see you have hands again, considering you're not a potato.
Yeah, that was weird. I don't know what happened. I went to bed a potato, woke up, I was fine. So I don't know.
How did the Bryant household take that? I mean, I know
no one saw. By the time I got to bed, everybody was asleep. Yeah, I skated right through. I just covered myself in some foil and went to sleep, and I was fine.
My goodness gracious, you are something else. You are something else. All right, let's get into it.
Real quick. I love the end of the last few nights. The end of Unfiltered, like coming into us. When Kyle's done, he signs out, and then I think he must have like a. I don't know. He's got like a cord on his webcam. He just pull the cord across the room. It looks like a body camera video of someone like tussling with police, right? Like you see like Kyle's face, and then a hand flies over, and it's like that's my favorite. I look down at the bottom of my screen. I get distracted by that every night at the end of the show. So that's all I wanted to say.
I love it. And we appreciate Kyle. I'll tell you this. Speaking of body cam footage, and we won't get into it tonight. TMZ released the Jed York body cam of them catching him. Yeah, that's wasn't good.
Just tell me he had pants on, right?
He had pants on, but
okay, good. I just didn't know.
I'll get into the first. Look, I'll get into the first 15 seconds. They open the car, they say, "Don't move," and he's like, okay, and hands his phone over to them immediately, and they're like, "Unbuckle," and he's like, "Do it for me." Like
he said, "Don't move."
Still at the billionaire mindset. Do it for me. I mean,
I'm gonna need my assistant. I don't know how to get out of this thing. I don't know.
Yeah, they pull them out and they go, "Are you? He goes, "Can I ask what you guys are doing?" He said it the second time, and they go, "Are you here to see any? What are you doing?" "Well, I'm driving." "Are you here to see anybody?" "No." Dude,
stopping through.
Come on, man.
just stopping through.
Stopping through is.
Wheat Hill or whatever, no big deal.
Oh my goodness, yeah.
The poor people of Wheat Hill, man. Like they're innocent people, and they're the battleground. It's terrible.
So a billionaire walks into a trailer park, huh? Man. All right, that's a different show and not probably our show ever. So we'll talk
That's
about...
a handy joke, though. Okay.
All right. The Guardians, they are on fire right now. They are on a heater, and they are going absolutely bonkers on this West Coast trip. They are on their first winning streak in quite some time, Chad B. After a rough, we talked about a rough, after trade deadline run, the Mets, took care of us, and the White Sox, the Tigers. I mean, everybody's taking care of us. Well, now it's our time here in Cleveland to kind of dish out some losses to other teams. Yeah. And they have done so far. They're winners tonight over the Los Angeles Angels, 4-3, after a comeback victory yesterday in extra innings. It's crazy. We started talking about the Guardians, Chad, when they were down 5-0 early in that game, analyzed a little bit of what was going on in that game, just overall with the Guardians. And we said, who knows, and then they turned to 5-3. By the time we got off the air, I think they just tied it up, and then the Angels took it to a 6-5. Well, the Guardians tied it back up, and then they ultimately get that win. Jose Ramirez had one of his best games of the season. I mean, that is not an understatement. He had one of his best games of the season. Steven Kwan is starting to look like 2 years ago Steven Kwan, even maybe a little bit of last year Steven Kwan. And the Guardians now winners of 2 against the Angels. And if I'm not mistaken, that's 7 in a row, I believe now. 7 for the Guardians. 7 in a row. It just sometimes feels crazy to say that based off how they were playing just a few weeks ago. Yeah. But, Chad, let's talk about it, man. Guardians, 4-3 over the Angels. They get, I believe, 1 more against the Angels, and then they are back home against the Kansas City Royals. So it's going to be is it Royals? Am I mistaken?
No, they got the Royals. I think they're all done with the Angels, though. I think that's
yes, they are done with you. This was the third game.
It. Yeah,
I was hoping.
I know it doesn't. Well, my days are off this week, and I was like, well, wait, is it Tuesday? I don't know what day it is.
Fair enough.
I was like, did I do the wrong thing? Did I set up the wrong show for the wrong day? I don't know what's going on.
Dude, I understand. I completely understand. But
yeah, we talked about this road trip, right? Yes. I mean, these were all winnable games, and we said, well, if they can, win most, I mean, they're all winnable. These teams have, the Angels have given up. I mean, I hate to say that, but it's true, right? They're looking to the future. Which, isn't even really next season anymore. Now we're talking about probably 2028, 29. It's always like the perpetual, like looking to the future for the Angels. So, we talked about how this road trip was. I mean, I guess it's tough in a sense that, they had to go out west. It's always, it messes with your sleep cycle or whatever. You're playing at a different time. But 7 in a row on the road trip. I mean, a perfect road trip. You can't complain about that. They did have to come back a couple of times, but who cares? They get the win. Doesn't matter, right? Doesn't matter how you get the win. You just got to get the W. 7 in a row. Quan, I think, is 7 for his last 10.
Yeah.
He was on base 6 times yesterday. I mean, with the 5 for 5 and a walk. I mean, it's funny. I told you, like, things like this can be kind of contagious in baseball, and I can't really explain why. It's one of those things you can't put your finger on. It's like sometimes no one hits for weeks, and then everybody starts hitting, and it doesn't even matter who you're playing against. You could be, I was going to say Paul Skeens, but he's struggling. You could face the Miz 3 days in a row, right? And put up, 10 runs in 3 innings, all 3, and then face somebody's, like a AAA guy the next 5 days and not put up any runs. Baseball's weird like that. But they're playing really well right now. They're finally, I think they're maybe starting to get a little bit healthier, right?
Yes.
And maybe it's just sort of they perform well under pressure. Let's be honest. When the Guardians have had their backs against the wall the last couple of seasons, they've done pretty well. I mean, last year, a literal record-breaking comeback in the division, right? Like, not just a great comeback, it's a record-breaking comeback. So, I'm not that surprised that they're playing well. I don't really know why they were playing so poorly, to be honest with you. It's just it defies explanation because they're a good team. And as bad as the American League is, I'm watching some of the scores right now. The White Sox are up, I believe it's 10-2 on the Rangers, kind of a catch-22. You don't really want either one of those teams to win that game. The Rangers are right there in the wild card, and then obviously the White Sox are right ahead of them in the Central. So they're going to lose ground and gain ground in one of those places tonight. But looks like the White Sox are probably going to hold on for that win. It's 10-2.
My question to you, though, not to interrupt you, my apologies, but my
question
to
that's
you
okay. I was saying something really important. It was you're good, man.
You're good. I wanted to ask you about Rangers and White Sox, though, because you actually caught my attention there with that, because you talk about the Rangers and the White Sox, 2 teams, a wild card team and a division leader right now, the AL Central division leader with the White Sox. Who do you feel is less likely to be there in October? Because with that being said, like you said, you don't want either team to win. Yeah. But what do you believe is the easier route for the Guardians right now? They're 2 games back of the Central, and they're in that wild card jockeying for that 3rd spot. What's an easier route for the Guardians right now? Who would you prefer to lose in this game?
I mean, right now, I think you want the White Sox to lose. I just don't know. I mean, maybe for now the Rangers, because I don't think the White Sox. I still think the White Sox could fall apart. There's so much baseball left, and I keep talking about their pitching staff. Mike Soroka's having some injury trouble now. They're slowly kind of getting picked apart, right? Not that you want to see that. I don't want to see injuries ever. But I told you, I don't know. I can't remember exactly what show it was or how long ago they run together now. I'm kind of old. But no, we talked about the White Sox pitching, and I said I don't know how long it can really hold up. To be honest with you, it just seems like any day now is like their day, and the more they keep this thing going, the more likely it is to collapse. And it may not. Maybe it won't. Maybe they're for real. Maybe they're here right now, but it just feels like the pitching staff just doesn't have the steam. They don't have the depth. That's what I've been talking about all year. They just don't really have the depth. Whether it's down into the minors to bring a guy up, if something goes wrong, they could be in big trouble. So I don't know. Maybe you want the White Sox to win for now, because as long as you're keeping pace with them, and winning 7 in a row is certainly keeping pace. As long as you're keeping pace, I think the Guardians can eventually catch them. There's enough baseball left. I mean, they're only they're 2 games back now. They're probably going to be 2.5 after tonight. So 2.5 games back. They've still got a series with them. They've still got plenty of AL Central. You've got the Royals coming up this weekend at home. So yeah, I don't know. I just feel like the White Sox are probably more prone to, I'm not saying the Rangers couldn't fall apart, but it just, that wild card, that could be a mess. That whole wild card race. You get a couple of teams in front of you, and it's like all of a sudden it's really murky. But right now, I mean, you've got the White Sox in front of you, and that's it. I mean, the Twins are hanging in, but the Twins don't really feel like a team that's going to hang around very long either. They could, they could drop by the wayside here soon. But I mean, look at the run differential. They're minus 53. The Twins just don't, they don't look like a team that gives you the indication that they're going to be there in October. So, I think the Guardians can catch the White Sox. I think that's probably the easiest path for them.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just curious, and you had me thinking there, so I didn't mean to interrupt you on your thought there, but my thoughts started moving.
I was turning it off. It's all good.
yeah, I feel it. Hey, Guardians, winners of 7 in a row. They are going now against the Kansas City Royals. They're back in the discussion for some postseason baseball. We'll see what they look like. And, of course, we're excited to see kind of what they look like when they get back home, right? That's going to be – can they bring this West Coast magic from, of course, Los Angeles and San Francisco and all that? Can they bring it to Cleveland against Kansas City, and then against Toronto, and then a series against Detroit? 3 big series. I know Toronto's kind of out of it, but they've been playing teams very tough, including the Rays. Recently, like about a week ago now, they played the Rays, and they did very well there. They're a tough team still. I think Vladdy Guerrero Jr. has been having a tough year, but the team overall is still a little feisty team, and the representative for the AL last year. So you definitely want to get past them. The Orioles are fighting like hell to still try to be in this wild card discussion, so they're going to be feisty. And then you get the Tigers. This is a team. The Tigers were basically out of it. Like this, if you asked us in May or June, they were out of it. Then they traded Skubal. All right, they are completely out of it. Enjoy the rest of your season. And now they're not out of it. I know they have some work to do there in Detroit to try to get back into the discussion all the way. But, 7.5 back of the Central. And they could find, again, to your point, all of these teams just need to go on a Guardians-like winning streak, and the whole landscape of the American League shapes differently. And I think that's what's been so interesting is like this year feels different than previous years where it's like, okay, you got your division winners. The Central's going to maybe win 88 to 91 wins. The East may win over 100. The West, they're going to get at least 2, maybe 3 teams in. The East will get a couple in, and you'll get the Central. So it just feels a little bit different this year where everybody's pretty much fighting for the positioning, right? And the one thing to keep in mind, too, the Yankees are going to be probably the top spot for the wild card. I mean, them and the Red Sox are still figuring it out there. Yeah. I'm curious what the Yankees look like. Maybe I'm wrong. I think the Yankees are fool's gold, man. They have been looking. I know they're still hanging around without Aaron Judge, but the pitching has struggled a bit at times. I'm not going to say they've struggled, but you've seen a few shakier starts out of their starting rotation. You've seen the offense at times struggle to really have that Bronx Bombers offense. I just don't believe in a deep playoff run for the Yankees, and I think that's why it's so imperative that the Guardians, and they already bought in at the trade deadline, but they take advantage this year. And we talked about Ralphie Velasquez, one of the top prospects for the Guardians, bringing him up. And just going full send with it. Just absolutely try to go win this thing. I think there's a little bit more opportunity.
Yeah, I think his only disadvantage is that he's left-handed. I think if he were right-handed, he'd already be here. You know what I mean? But I will say this about the Yankees, too. They've only given up 488 runs. That's least in the American League. So the pitching's been pretty good. As of late, maybe it's a little bit different, but it started out really, really well.
Right.
And I think that there's no guarantee when they get Judge back, they're just going to take off and, go nuclear with it. It takes a long time when you haven't had at bats. And I know he's going to be swinging. He's not just going to come back and be like, what's this? Oh, it's a bat. He's going to have some swings. He's going to see like live pitching. He'll go on a rehab assignment most likely.
Right.
But when you haven't seen live major league pitching in months like this, like it's hard to get going. I mean, ask Jose Ramirez. He was out for a while and he hasn't, quite found his timing yet. Seems like he might be, starting to turn that over now. But there's no guarantee that Aaron Judge comes out and starts going 4 for 5 with 3 home runs a night, right? Like that's not going to happen. So I don't think that instantly makes them like a juggernaut. But they're pretty good. I mean, as far as the American League goes right now, like I said, they're the top wild card team. Red Sox could catch them, but I don't know. It's unlikely they'll catch the Rays. I think the Rays will win that division. The American League's weird this year. I mean, you're going to have somebody's going to be in here with the losing record, possibly. I mean, a lot of teams hovering right around 500 that could either end up in the third wild card slot, maybe not the wild card, but with the West, that whoever wins the West could have a sub 500 record. So,
right.
We talk about the Central being bad, and the West is nobody wants to run away with that thing. Like nobody ever you keep seeing the lead getting given away like every other day. It's like, hey, do you want it? You want it?
They're playing hot potato.
Hey, hot potato, right? They don't have a matching purse though.
They sure don't. And they didn't. Yeah, they didn't. Yeah, exactly. They got
that's all I got to say about that.
You got him. Hey, your Braves, real quick before we go to break. Real quick programming note. We were going to talk about 2 stories, and then we started getting all ready and amped for the Guardians. We're going to talk NCAA tomorrow. It's still an ongoing thing. We'll probably have more news on it tomorrow. But, the Big Ten, the SEC, the Big 12 have all made rulings. The NCAA's come out and said things as well about college players going to the pros, now trying to come back to college. Now they're in limbo, including Daquan Wright, who was a Cleveland Brown as of last Saturday. So we'll talk about that tomorrow because I want to give that ample time. So we'll move that to tomorrow, Thursday. We'll actually discuss the NCAA, see if there's more news coming out of that. Because truly, we don't have enough time to unpack all of that right now in the limited amount of time we have before break. So
it kind of shows you a little bit of just how much of a mess our court system can be. Not necessarily even the justice system, right? Just the appellate courts and all the state and federal, local, regional stuff, like whatever's going on. It's wild. It's like I'm shocked to see that the courts in Louisiana are lobbying for this to be a thing for these guys to come back. And it's, well, of course, I mean, these guys are going to LSU, right? Meanwhile, it's just whatever. You get the point. We'll talk about it tomorrow. What a mess.
We will. Because if we talk about it now, what are we won't have much to talk about tomorrow. All right. Yeah. Last question I got before we go to break here. I got to ask you, your Braves, man. Yeah. They are in a battle against the Dodgers, not only tonight. I mean, they're 5-5 right now.
Yeah.
But they've been in a battle all like the last couple of days here, right? They won 4-3 in a jockeying type of game. Dodgers tried like hell to get them, and the Braves won, and they're in Atlanta. They try to get another one tonight. This is a big series for the Braves, and I just wanted to mention them because we talk Guardians. Obviously, we're Cleveland's digital leader, but I know you're a Braves guy. Yeah. So I wanted to, ask you just like temperature check on the Braves right now, and not in terms of making the playoffs, but in terms of, do you think they could catch the Dodgers and get that 1 seed?
I don't know. I mean, you gotta get the Brewers too if you do, right? The Brewers are right there ahead of the Dodgers. I think the Brewers look unbelievable. I mean, you saw the Brewers kind of shut the Braves down in that weekend series. The Braves did win Sunday night or whatever, the Little League Classic, but so they saved a game in the series. But yeah, the Brewers pretty much dominated the first 2. And the last time they played, the Braves hit the Miz pretty hard, right? Like Mizrowski got hit, they got knocked around a little bit. They did not get him on Saturday. He shut them down. So I don't know. I think the NL is pretty strong. It kind of feels like one of those years where if this were the NBA, somebody says, people say, explain this in NBA terms, right? It's like the National League is the West. I mean, right? Like the likely winner of the World Series is probably coming out of the National League. I'm sorry. I know. I mean, we want the Guardians. I know.
Yeah, we're going to break. Yeah, we're going to break.
Yeah, we got to leave.
I'm just kidding. Oh, no, I'm just joking. One last thing, because you keep saying Miz, and Double A is probably like twitching wherever he's at, because we're wrestling fans. Mike the Miz Mizanin is the Miz.
Yeah.
He's the Miz.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair, though. He did have the nickname first. That's fair.
He's Arowski or whatever. We just give him the last.
It's the rest of it. Yeah, it's like Nathlo. It's fine. We can do that.
Nathlo.
Well,
at least he didn't say Ned York. All right, let's go
I
to
can't
break.
wait. I can't wait until he. Oh my gosh, I can't wait until he hits like a walk-off 3-run homer. He's gonna be Nathy Nath. I can't wait. I can't wait. You gotta get the lisp in there. I love it, man. Nathy Nath.
Nasty Nath.
No, not nasty Nath. It's gotta be an alliteration. Nathy Nath, right?
I leave those to you.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
All right. We're going to take a quick pause here. Inside Edge Prime Time. Chad and I are off, and we're cooking. We are cooking, and we're rocking and rolling with all of you. We're going to take a quick pause. You're going to hear a word from a few of our partners. So go ahead take the phone and take the laptop, take the TV with you. Grab your drink, grab your dinner, whatever you need to grab. When we come back, you'll see.
Moving picture box.
Yes. When we come back, you will see my conversation earlier. I had a chance to sit down with Spencer Davies from ClutchPoints and a whole lot of other places too. Does a lot of great work, not only throughout the season with the Cavaliers and nationally, but also breaks down the NBA draft. Does a lot of rookie analysis, prospect analysis before they even get to the draft. So I had a lot of things to talk to him about when it comes to the Cavaliers, their offseason, what we can expect this season, kind of get our expectation level correct, at least based off what we, conversation with Spencer. And then also talked about the rookies, who I'm a big fan of seeing a strong rookie class. I can't lie to you, Chad. So I had to ask him about AJ DeBansa and Darren Peterson, and maybe a sleeper, a guy we're not thinking of as much that could really shock some people this upcoming season. So we will talk about all that. I sat down with Spencer Davies earlier today. So we'll hear a few words from our partners. You'll hear my interview with Spencer Davies when we come back here on Inside Edge Primetime on the Inside Edge Network. Chad Bryant, am I right? You're right. Everybody's right. And he's in human form tonight. I'm Eli Moon. We're back in the saddle, on the saddle adjacent after this.
Looking for an iconic Cleveland music venue that features premier entertainment, spirits, and food? Well, look no further than the Brothers Lounge. They offer a variety of live entertainment acts weekly, along with a diverse selection of beer, wine, and fine spirits, not to mention Chef Wynn's food menu, which has been crafted with traditional American fare with a modern twist. So come on out and enjoy the warm hospitality and make some new friends right here in your backyard. For more information, head over to brotherslounge.com and check them out for yourself at 11609 Detroit Road. That's right near the border of Cleveland and Lakewood. The Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Key On Sports is the leader in Ohio high school athletic coverage in written, print, and video streaming. From the latest news and results and written content to the high school football game of the week every Friday, Key On Sports has you covered. The vision of 15-time published author Vince McKee has become the most trusted site in Ohio high school athletic news. From podcasts to player profiles, Key On Sports is your one-stop for all of it. Visit them today at keyonsports.com or on YouTube at Key On Sports. Check out their socials on Twitter and Facebook as well.
Please support the new Inside Edge Network by liking, subscribing, and following us on your favorite social media platforms. It's at Inside Edge Net across Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, X, and IG. And don't forget to download our new app over on Roku. And as always, thank you for supporting your favorite shows on the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health. Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans, dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including the NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to InsideEdgeNetwork.com under our Partners section to find our link to check out all of what Fanatics has to offer. Fanatics, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Clean energy, bold flavors, no jitters. See why people won't shut up about Dubby. Whether you're starting your workday or getting ready to exercise, Dubby Energy helps you lock in and focus. Over 15 different flavors to choose from. Order Dubby Energy right now and find out more information by checking out our partners page on InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Also, Use that promo code InsideEdge10 to receive 10% off your order. W Energy, your energy-focused sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted candles made with clean, minimal ingredients. Every product thoughtfully created in small batches, free from harmful toxins for mindful everyday indulgence. Imported coconut soy wax with natural wood wicks to offer long-lasting burn and rich fragrance. Find out more about Alley Rose Fragrances by checking out their link on our partners page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. And if you're a first-time customer, use the promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
And welcome in, everybody, to Inside Edge Primetime and the Inside Edge Network. I am Eli Moon, and I am so happy because we have the man to my right, Spencer Davies, back with us. You saw him here about a month or so ago talking some Cavaliers, and they were in the playoffs. Oh, my goodness, a few months ago, Spencer. But time flies when we're having fun, I suppose. We are back with the man, Spencer Davies. Of course, you can see him at Hoop Industry, Babcock Hoops, Close Up 360, ClutchPoints. Does a lot of work, and, of course, with the PBWA as well. Spencer, you're a busy guy. I appreciate the time. First off, how are you doing?
I'm great, man. I just finished up 18 and played my best round of the summer, so I feel pretty good.
Hey, heck yeah. You know what? And there's a lot of movement now with LeBron and the PGA and all that. Maybe we can get Spencer Davies out there swinging eventually.
Oh, man. You know what? If you got me to go play Firestone at a LeBron James event, that'd be insanely awesome. But I don't think I'm quite up to par with the professionals that do that stuff.
Understood. Now, what you are a professional in is breaking down, obviously, basketball, not only Cavaliers, but national as well. And we're going to dive into the national here at the end of things. But want to start with the Cavaliers. They were very stagnant. I'm not going to lie, we were freaking out a little bit here on the network about the lack of moves. Now, they made a few, Peyton Watson, the trade, it turned into a 5-team trade, getting Peyton Watson, and then ultimately re-signing James Harden to a pretty lengthy deal and a lot of money involved as well. Want to start with Watson, a guy that the Cavs kind of shifted their focus to after not being able to land LeBron James. It was kind of him or Kuminga, it appeared. What do you like about Peyton Watson? What does he bring to the Cavaliers now as far as like youthfulness and just overall play on the court?
Well, you said it. I think the youth stands out. I think the athleticism stands out, and the defense. I think those three things were exactly what they needed to do to address losing Dean Wade. That was a huge, huge loss for them, for him to go over to Philly. And it took a while, but they got to the deal that they wanted to make. They made it a long-term thing with Peyton Watson, 4 years, $88 million contract, and player option in that final season. And now I think that you have a little bit of youth. You have a guy that can grow next to Evan Mobley and Jarrett Allen, but you also have more balance, I think, with this group now. And that is what they needed to search for. Unfortunately, it took Max Strus to get that kind of guy. And it also took some maneuvering, Dennis Schroeder going to Charlotte, of course, rerouting Trey Mann to Washington in that deal, that large 5-team deal. But I think you have more balance. I think the redundancies are now out of the window because obviously with Sam Merrill breaking out the last couple of years, it made Max Strus a little bit kind of redundant because Sam does a lot of similar things to Max. Now Max has more of championship/playoff pedigree, the amount of games he's appeared in, obviously a louder voice and a more serious kind of approach in terms of being a veteran than Sam has yet to reach. But in terms of on-court play, I think very similar. And you had guys, around that 6'4", 6'5", playing the 3. Now you have somebody, in addition to Jalen Tyson, in addition to Mario Hezonja and Sam Merrill, to play that 3. And now that you have that guy in Peyton Watson, I feel like it's just so much better off for them because they have options. And they have not had options in the past. They've been way too reliant on Dean Wade to provide not only the defense and the rebounding, but to take shots. Peyton Watson ain't afraid to take shots. I'll tell you that right now. Yeah. And he has, I think, a lot more room to grow, too, with this Cavs team. Something I've been telling people that have asked me about Peyton Watson is I feel like yes, he can play a role, and he's probably going to play more of a low usage role with the Cavs too. However, he was playing with a ball dominant center in Denver, and he was playing with a 1-2 combination between Jamal Murray and Nikola Jokic, where I think the construction of this team that's 2 ball dominant guards and guys that can set you up, I feel like that's a little bit more in his wheelhouse than just only sticking him in the corner. Now, you want him in the corner because he shot 51% from both corners last year. So you want him to take those shots, but you can be a little bit more imaginative if you're Kenny Atkinson, having him take some of those pull-up mid-rangers that he did so well when Jokic was hurt. Averaged 22, by the way, when Jokic was hurt. But getting to the free throw line, defensively putting him next to Evan Mobley and Jared Allen is going to look awesome because not only is he good in help, but he's good defensively in one-on-one, and he's able to kind of be in the right place at the right time. He doesn't create too many turnovers, but he's really good at knowing where the guys are going and knowing that he can help and play rim protector in some instances. And by the numbers, the Cavs, when Jared Allen and Evan Mobley have had a guy 6'7" or above next to him, they've been very good and fruitful numbers. Yeah. So I think that's the first thing I think about with Peyton Watson coming to this team. Oh, yeah, and the transition game, too. Peyton Watson in the open floor, look the heck out because he can jump out of the building. He's also very ferocious in his attack mode. So very similar in terms of the role that they're probably going to ask that Dean Wade played. But in terms of makeup and maybe just aggressiveness, Peyton Watson definitely a leg above.
Okay. And a lot of us are excited about Peyton Watson. You know, the Cavs obviously very excited. You mentioned, inking him to a 4-year extension or, contract extension, that is, right after they brought him in. So that's exciting. And it feels like there's a little bit of a youth movement going on with Watson, Malik Thomas, who the Cavs brought into the draft, obviously Evan Mobley, Jalen Tyson. Want to pivot because Thomas may play into this point guard depth position because they lost Keon Ellis to Cavaliers. Obviously, Dennis Schroeder as well moved him. So I'm curious. Let's talk about James Harden and then work our way throughout this point guard position because I'm curious after Harden who's going to run the point. James Harden first, though. Signs his 3-year deal. Obviously, $97 million, a lot guaranteed. I believe $90 million of it guaranteed. How should Cavs fans feel about bringing James Harden back, Spencer? Because there feels like there's a love-hate relationship with James Harden throughout his NBA career. We know he's good 1 through 82. It's that postseason that he just hasn't been able to get over the hump recently, getting back to the finals since 2012. What can we expect as Cavaliers fans from a full season of James Harden with this unit?
Well, naturally, I think he's going to have more chemistry with the guys. Had 2.5 months to build that before you get to the playoffs. And then obviously he had some issues with turnovers because he had more turnovers than field goals in some games.
Yeah.
I also think the thumb definitely played a factor in that. His right thumb was broken in mid-February, only a couple games in with the Cavs. So I feel like that was something that affected his ball handling a little bit. That did not affect the shot selection. That did not affect his defense. Let me be clear on that. But I do think there were some limitations to him in the postseason. For the offseason, giving him A+, because he played ball with the Cavs front office. He was very patient. He was allowing them to make moves while they were flexible and under both aprons to allow them to sign and trade for Peyton Watson and then get your number on the back end. And boy, did he get that number. Three years, $97 million, all of it guaranteed, actually. And the thing is, though, we didn't mention with the Peyton Watson trade, Cam Whitmore came over in that too. And that situation is being handled. I think until that situation gets handled, whether it's a wave and stretch, whether it's trading him out and getting somebody that's a lower salary so they can give Harden that number, that 97, it's not going to be official. So before Harden actually officially signs that dotted line, the agreement's good to go, all of that's fine. The number either is to come down a little bit or it has to see what happens with Cam Whitmore first before that can happen because currently they cannot offer him that full, 97. But in terms of on-court play, I think he's just going to develop chemistry more with Evan Mobley and Jared Allen, the way that we saw last year. Both of them, they I thought they did pretty well. It's about getting them the ball in the playoffs. I'm not worried about the regular season one bit. Jarrett and Evan are going to eat with that guy on the floor. No questions asked. In the playoffs, are James Harden and Donovan Mitchell both going to get them the ball? That's the ultimate question to me. It's not about regular season. I think they're going to be a heck of a regular season team. I think they're going to play very well. I think a lot of the Eastern Conference is going to have similar records, to be honest with you. More of that upper 40s to low 50s in terms of wins than maybe some people may anticipate, because it is a stacked conference. Lots of moves all over the place. Kawhi going to Toronto, Giannis going to Miami. You have all of this stuff. You have the defending champs, the New York Knicks. You have the defending East top seed, Detroit Pistons. You have Indiana coming back with Tyrese Halliburton. There is a lot. Boston is reimagined, still good. Philly, we're forgetting, that got LeBron James and Jaylen Brown. So just naming them off, it's hard. It's going to be difficult. I think a lot of teams are going to be bunched up there. But back to the initial conversation, I think regular season James is going to be fine with those bigs. I think sharpening his chemistry with Donovan Mitchell definitely can help. Having them in training camp together, having them play next to each other, play in their staggered lineups, all of that. I think that's going to be fine in the regular season. Ultimately, it's the postseason. If they don't give the ball up to the bigs, then none of this is going to matter. So they got to look inward and make sure that they're involving Evan Mobley and that they're involving Jarrett Allen, and obviously kicking out to Peyton Watson so he can make plays. So that's how I look at the James Harden stuff. And I know it's a sour taste. Getting swept in the East Finals ain't nothing to be happy about, but you got to give it a little bit, at least a year or two, to kind of come together, and that's what they've done with these two moves.
Okay, and I'm curious because, yes, we here on the network are trying to give the grace to James Harden. A few of us are a little iffier than others. I want to see how it plays out, but I have a follow-up real quick on terms of the point guard depth of the Cavaliers. Are we going to see a lot of Malik Thomas this year, rookie, or who is going to basically fill that point guard position when James needs some breaks? When Donovan, I know Donovan can slide up and play point, but ideally you want him in that 2 role, I'd imagine, that 2 hole. So who's going to play point guard when James Harden needs a break?
Yeah, no, it's a great question. I think Craig Porter's going to get the first stab at it for sure. Let's not forget about Tyrese Proctor. Tyrese Proctor was overseas, not playing in the summer league with the Cavs because he was with the Australian national team over at FIBA World Cup. So he's probably looking to play backup point guard more, and he's going to be competing with Malik Thomas because Malik had a heck of a showing in Las Vegas. Let me tell you, I was there to witness it up close and personal. That dude was dropping 30 bombs left and right. He was playing defense, which really got the attention of Andrew Olson, the assistant coach for the Cavs and the summer league head coach. And he got a ton of praise from Naquan Tomlin. He was getting praise from everywhere for not only just the scoring, but even the playmaking. And it's not just threes. It's like this running floater he has from 15 feet. I love that shot. Yeah. It's very hard to guard because he just puts it up over all those outstretched arms. He's a heck of a player, man. And the maturity for a 19-year-old to be that way is certainly something to keep an eye on. But this is a good thing for the Cavs. This is a good problem between Craig Porter Jr. and Tyrese Proctor and Malik Thomas because they're going to be fighting it out. They're going to be looking to scrap for those minutes. And it's going to be tough to crack this rotation for all three of them. So only probably one and a half of them are going to be actually everyday players. So look out for that battle in training camp. I'm sure it's going to be a fun one to watch. But don't forget about Tyrese Proctor because he can fill it up. He played some decent defense last year, and he's a very confident shooter in his own right. So it should be a fun battle.
I love it. I'm very high on Malik Thomas, too. I'm right there with you, Spencer. I was excited when the Cavs got him, and getting to see him all throughout Summer League was very exciting. Now, I got to address this. And, I was talking with Double A last night on Midnight Run, and we were having a conversation about the ESPN article that came out, the summer forecast for the new season, 26, 27. And there were some votes going on, and the Cavaliers got 0 votes to win the finals, 6 votes to win the Eastern Conference. I know you've already mentioned it's going to be a Eastern Conference that is battle tested because they're all going to be jockeying for position all season.
What do you think, like, of the national perception of the Cavaliers, a team that was in the Eastern Conference Finals? I know they got swept, but a team that has essentially retained their starting unit and added a little bit of replacements with the depth. What are your thoughts on the Cavaliers going into this season? I know you said regular season, you're not too worried. Can they make another deep playoff run, and potentially could we celebrate June playoff basketball here in Cleveland again?
So I think that now that they made that Peyton Watson move, I think until a couple weeks ago or last week, whenever the deal was made, then yeah, you had reservations. You were like, okay, everyone else around you getting better, and you've stood pat, and you've also lost one of your most important players in Dean Wade. Like that would have hurt. That'd have been tough to replace. But now again, you have wings. You have Peyton Watson. You have Jalen Tyson, who we haven't spoke on, that they're extremely excited about his future. Broke out last year, shot dang near 45% from deep. Really showed an attitude out there that was actually kind of too much attitude in the postseason. Ended up getting him out of the rotation because of how he reacted in Detroit in second round or third round. But his growth is also going to be a part of this, and him developing and continuing to develop that relationship with James Harden, capitalizing on what he already built with Donovan Mitchell. You know, like Jalen Tyson's going to be a big part of this. You know, I thought it was funny when Watson got acquired, everyone's like, oh, they don't believe in Jalen Tyson. I think that's the opposite. I think that they're supplementing him. I think that they're really giving him a chance to play with Peyton Watson this year for sure. So Jalen's somebody I'm keeping my eye on as well. So you have options at the 3 now. You have Peyton Watson, who's obviously going to start, Jalen Tyson, Mario Hezonja, who's a 6'8", and he's an ox. And then you have even Sam Merrill, who's played up at the position if they want to play small. So you have those possibilities now, which is good because you before you only had 1.5, 2 of those guys. I consider Naquan Tomlin more of a 4 than I do a 3, even though he's 6'7". But I feel like that's good to have those options. You know, like it's hard to win in this league when you only have like one wing. Like Max Strus, give him all the credit in the world. That dude played his butt off. They're going to miss the heck out of him. But it's just hard when you have him as your everyday starting 3, and he's got to defend someone that's 6'8" or 6'9" and has length. It's just going to be tough. It's going to be really tough. And in turn, I mean, I don't think we even touched on this, like, you're making it harder not only on your backcourt to defend, you're making it hard on your front court and your rim protectors to have to come out there and cover for you, too, because it's just too darn hard. Peyton Watson, Mobley, Allen, you're going to take a whole lot off of both Harden and Mitchell's plate because they're going to have coverage. And then also, you're not going to have to force Evan and Jarrett to help. And thirdly, I don't think they're going to have to be as switch heavy as they've been in the last couple of years. I think they can actually keep guys on now. Lock and trail. Have them get over a screen. Fight through. They've got some dudes now. And that's what's going to keep them in this race, I think.
Okay. And we're hoping for some June playoff basketball, Spencer. It's been so long. I mean, I think my beard has been growing out for the last 10 years since then. But, you know, all jokes aside, a lot of good stuff with the Cavaliers. I have one question. We're up against it. I appreciate the time. Again, Spencer Davies here. He's busy, and he's going to let you know everywhere you can check him out once again. I have one question when it comes to the rookies. I love this rookie class. And I know you were there in Vegas. I absolutely love this rookie class. I guess the floor is yours. I know what you know about A.J. DeBanza. I think he's going to be a star in this league. Darren Peterson, I'm interested to see how he mixes in Utah. So you can talk about those guys, or the option's yours. Give me a sleeper that maybe people aren't thinking about from this NBA draft class.
You know what? I don't think he's a sleeper, but Caleb Wilson's got my eye, man. He was nasty out there in Vegas, and I think that there's an innate confidence in that kid. I don't think that he feels he was not a top 3 pick, and he fell past that, and there is a huge confidence in him. Really like Yaxel Lendeborg over for Golden State. Think he's going to have a heck of a career. Just a steady career. Maybe not like star, but like steady, good contributor in this class. I do like LeBaron Philon, but I don't know how much he's going to play because the Sixers are stacked. Yeah. But yeah, I would say those guys would be the ones that stood out to me. I'm sure. I mean, obviously Malik Thomas is one of those guys as well that just lit up the scoreboard, and and really opened some eyes to that summer league crowd. It was awesome to watch him just kind of go to work, as I was mentioning earlier. But I would say those guys pretty much stood out to me.
I love it. I'm excited. Basketball is just about, a few months, a month and a half, 2 months. I round down,
Crazy
Spencer.
enough, man.
I
Crazy
round
enough.
down. Yeah. if we get to October, it's basically basketball month. So I'm excited, man. I know the Cavaliers are excited to show fans their new look. And I know you're excited to get after. You're everywhere, man. Let people know one more time where they can check out all of your work, where they can stay locked in with you.
Yeah, no problem. I do a podcast called Courtside with Cavs on Roundtable. You can find us over on YouTube. Our written content's at CavsRoundtable.com. So myself, Spencer German, we've got you covered there. Also, I'm over at ClutchPoints doing my written content, more of my long-form stuff over there, so you can check that out. I'm also, like he said, doing draft stuff for Babcock Hoops. On the court, I do stuff for Run the Show. It's an awesome, awesome facility over in Twinsburg. If you're looking for youth development, that's the spot to go, guys. It's on its way up, and we take clients not from pretty much all ages, but we also train high school, college, and even pro and NBA guys. I was in the gym with a couple of them yesterday, so make sure to go check that out over in Twinsburg, Ohio. And then also on our YouTube page over at Hoop Industry, my other podcast for the NBA, did a sit down with Naquan Tomlin after his summer camp, which was awesome. Great turnout again through Run the Show. Awesome, awesome people over at the Northeast Ohio Sports Plant in Euclid. So make sure to go check that out too. It was a fun interview.
Absolutely. You see the handle there at Spin Davies. Go check him out. One of the best people I've met in the industry. And I said it last time, I'll say it again. Spencer Davies, one of a kind, a great person, somebody you should definitely invest into and check out what he's doing in the basketball world and everything else. Hey, you know what? We're going to have to learn some golf. I'm going to have to learn some golf. You know golf. I'm going to have to learn golf. Maybe go elevate from mini golf to like the real golf. But, we may need a few extra golf balls. That's all I'll say.
Yeah, I finally found my shot today. Let's just say that. It's been a tough summer. Haven't been able to get out as much as I wanted to, but today finished birdie for the first time in my life. That was an awesome feeling. I was smiling from ear to ear on the car drive home, I'll tell you that.
Heck yeah. Spencer Davies, of course, we appreciate the time as always. We look forward to talking to you throughout the season, kind of seeing what these Cavaliers are doing. But until then, we'll keep a lookout for what you mentioned. Spencer Davies, everybody, here on the Inside Edge Network. We appreciate you.
Dine, drink, and dance at the premier spot in town. It's time to check out all of what our friends over at the Brothers Lounge have to offer. Everything from weekly live entertainment, a wide variety of different beers, wines, and spirits, and a nice, really crafted American fare menu with a twist courtesy of Chef Wynn that'll make your mouth water. So, what are you waiting for? Head over to the Brothers Lounge at 11609 Detroit Road or check out their website, brotherslounge.com, to learn more about what you've been missing out on. Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Whether searching for a baseball autograph by your favorite World Series slugger, a signed football by an iconic Hall of Famer, or the jersey of a world-famous soccer star, you've come to the right place. Here at sportsmemorabilia.com, the web's leading source for authentic sports memorabilia, you'll find more than 500,000 authentic products from nearly every professional sports league, team, and players. Not only will you find your next prized sports possession with ease, thanks to superb customer service and tremendous site experience, you'll have satisfaction and peace of mind that every product listed comes complete with a certificate of authenticity and is fully backed by the sportsmemorabilia.com lifetime authenticity guarantee. Check out sportsmemorabilia.com by heading over to the partners page on our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. SportsMemorabilia.com, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted body mists made with clean, minimal ingredients. They offer a natural alternative to synthetic fragrances, perfect for sensitive skin and those seeking clean, mindful self-care, and the perfect gift for you and your special someone. Learn more about all Ellie Rose Fragrances has to offer right now by clicking the link on our partner page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. First-time customers use that promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. EllieRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Monster Moments Photography is a husband and wife wedding photography team based in Cleveland, owned and operated by InsideEdge Network's very own Ryan Monster and his wife Hallie. For the past 10 years, they've captured more than 100 weddings across Northeast Ohio and beyond, always working together as a true two-person team. Their style centers on authentic, emotional storytelling, documenting the real moments between two people in love and creating images that feel natural, comfortable, and true to the couple. Rooted in Northeast Ohio, but inspired by their travels, Ryan and Hallie bring a warm, personal approach to every wedding day. Their work blends experience, consistency, and a genuine passion for helping couples relive their best day through timeless photography. Learn more by checking out Monster Moments Photography's link on our partners page at the InsideEdgeNetwork.com website. Monster Moments Photography, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Find us on InsideEdgeNetwork.com for the latest information on your favorite shows, personalities, and network partners. Plus, we have a merch shop. That's right, we have network polos, t-shirts, champion jackets, hats, and bottles. Rep the network. Every purchase supports independent sports and entertainment media. Thank you for your support from all of us here at the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health. Hey guys, Awesome Unfiltered today got into a bunch of different things. We honored Tim Curry. We also talked about attendance laws, a lot of school-related topics, honestly, too, including Meta, that giant $17.1 billion settlement for social media being addictive. Like, we needed them to fucking tell us that. Obviously it is. But nevertheless, got into a bunch more, included all that good stuff. Hey, tomorrow we have even more to dive into. More details about the NFL owner, Jed York, that was arrested in the Youngstown area for alleged prostitution. Being a part of that, we have more details, and it's something else. That, plus the Cleveland Public Library ratifying their new contract. Any update on Fairview Schools? Remember, the teachers have been working without a contract since June 30th. I mean, we'll see if we have any updates on that. And all the latest news, talk, sports, and everything in between right here, Unfiltered, 9 p.m. tomorrow, your Thursday, and the one and only Jake Underwood. He'll join the program as well after 9:30. Talk about just whatever is on the docket that day for him, for us, for you, for me, for everybody. It's a special conversation. So we'll have all that for you guys tomorrow again, 9 p.m. right here, Unfiltered, all along the Inside Edge Network. I will see you Thursday night.
So let me get this straight. Cleveland Guardians go on the West Coast. They're dead in the water. They looked at this fork that I stuck in their season. Season's done. It's toast. That's it. They go on the West Coast and they put belts to you know what. They looked at Los Angeles and said, nah, not today. Season's not done. Forget about it. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. 7-game win streak for the Cleveland Guardians. They are right back at it. And listen, they're beating up on bad people or bad teams. Do I look like a guy that's going to complain about W's? I don't care if you got a leg drop, a little child. If they are on your record, on your schedule, you go up there and you with everybody saying, yeah. See you tonight at 11:30. Also, check out Eli's interview with Spencer Davies during Inside Edge Primetime. We're going to react to that interview talking about the Cavaliers. So we got that coming up. And we're going to talk Luke Floria tonight. Hometown, Minner, Kent State could make the Cleveland Browns roster. Very exciting stuff. You take this fork. Cleveland Guardians, they're saying, get this fork out of here. Oh, crap. I actually need that fork. We'll see you at 11:30.
And welcome back to Inside Edge Primetime here on the Inside Edge Network. Chad Bryant to my right, your right, everybody's right. I'm Eli Moon. We're back in the saddle on the saddle at Jason here for just another half hour. I know time flies when you're having fun, Chad Bryan. I know you hate to see us go, but good news is we're back tomorrow, 10 p.m. as well. You know, sometimes the expression is they hate to see us go, but you know what they do love to watch us leave. All right.
That's the shoulder turn right there.
That sure is, buddy. All right. Oh my goodness. All right, we're back in the saddle. It's Wednesday. We're just a little wacky right now. All right. All jokes aside,
maybe I'll just be cake next time instead of a potato. Huh?
Reset. Hold on.
Okay, let's play the station ID again. Actually, let's just start all over.
Reset. Hold on.
IT department, help.
My goodness, my hair was.
How do we erase 40 seconds? Okay, never mind. We're good.
We don't.
Fine.
All right,
it's out there.
Let's reset. Ready on 3. We're gonna reset with everybody out there. We're gonna reset. 1, 2, 3.
Butts down. Here we go.
Okay. Of course, big thank you though. You just heard the interview with Spencer Davies,
Yes.
ClutchPoints Spencer Davies. With ClutchPoints, you mentioned hoops industry. You know, Babcock Hoops. He does a lot of great stuff, not only with the Cavaliers but national. And, of course, with the rookie draft, you know, the NBA draft, they're in Summer League. We really appreciate Spencer for taking the time. Go check him out at Spencer Davies. He'll be back, ideally, here for the Cavs season. We'll talk a little bit with him, rather, about the Cavaliers as the season moves along. So, again, big thank you to ClutchPoints Spencer Davies for a lot of great insight on the Cavaliers. And we appreciate him. Can't wait to have him back on. So, all right, Chad Bryan, here's the deal.
Yes.
We have about 26 minutes.
Okay.
You know what time it is? It's Wednesday.
Yeah.
You had some time? You literally had some time. Did you go back in the time machine?
Not yet. Did you want me to do it?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. I got to do some things. I wasn't sure. I didn't know if we were talking about Cavs, if we are going to push way back Wednesday into a throwback Thursday.
Well, you know what? I'll give you a big thumbs up for that one. Great job.
That's fair. I appreciate that. Give me 1 second here. Hold on. Let me just...
This is what happens, folks. You work with a guy that's 35 years old. He's a little older than you. You just don't understand.
Happens. Hang on.
Yeah. Okay.
I got to go to the... Hang on.
I don't get it,
Okay, I'll
folks.
be right back. This won't take long. I'll be right back.
Okay. All right. He'll be right back. Let's see. All right. Well, let me, I guess I'll bring myself back on. Don't know what happened with Chad. Really, truly do not know what happened with him. As you know, we do Way Back Wednesday every Wednesday, folks. And this guy doesn't even know what he's doing, man. He's Chad, you're muted. You got to unmute yourself. Look, I know we do this every Wednesday. Did
I go anywhere?
No, you're here?
Anything. I don't have anything. It's weird.
Okay.
Maybe it takes a second to...
Oh, you did go back. Oh, okay.
This is a weird one. I'm not a potato, am I? I don't want to look at the screen.
No, dude.
All right.
No, but...
All right.
Okay. I'm going to hand it over to you.
All right, let's just do Way Back Wednesday. This feels weird. I don't like this.
Yeah.
Some of the screens in color up there, I'm not. This is weird. Whatever.
Like
August 26th.
Okay.
That's the date today. It's 2026.
Yeah.
But this isn't from 2026. This is from a long time ago.
Okay.
Ready for the first one? This is fun. I went way back. Way back. Seems like just a moment ago. But here we are. In one of the greatest coincidences of all time, in 1682, English astronomer Edmund Halley first observes the comet that just happened to be named after him. I mean, what an amazing coincidence that was, that Edmund Halley would actually first observe Halley's comet. I don't know how it got named Halley's comet, but it's just an amazing coincidence in time, Eli.
Just odd.
Amazing coincidence. Yeah, but
just odd. No, just odd.
Yeah,
I mean,
I think
so. I know you went back. This happened before the Shinedown song, but in Shinedown song, they said, I just saw Halley's comet. She waved. Are those different comets?
Well, maybe. I don't know. I'm not going to, I don't want to get into a battle with Shinedown. I don't think that's important right now. They believe what they believe. Some people have different beliefs about space. I guess, I don't know if it's okay. But
have we been saying the wrong lyric the whole time? Is it Halley's comet? Have they been?
Yeah, maybe it's pronounced comet. Maybe they should have.
I just saw Halley's comet. Halley's
comet. Anyway, this is one of the greatest coincidences of all time.
Sure.
Obviously, it's named after him for a reason. I'm kidding, but I'm a little bit closer to present time. We're going to go to 1846 next, Eli. I think you'll appreciate this one. I really do. Ready for this one? Check this out.
Oh.
In 1846, Felix Mendelssohn's Oratorio, which is like a concert or a production, it's like think of like a musical or like like an orchestra playing, right? But it's a little more dramatic. It's like scripted, it's almost like a play, whatever. It was named Elijah, of all things.
Yeah.
That premiered at the Birmingham Festival in England, because it's not Birmingham, it's Birmingham, right, in England. Didn't happen in Alabama. That'd be weird. But so the Elijah premiered on this day in 1846. Eli,
I gotta be honest with you, Chad.
Yeah,
it's so funny you mentioned this, because earlier today I was talking with a bro, and I was just talking about hey, I go by Eli, or people call me Moon, because Instagram handles the man they call Moon, so people may just call me Moon, and I respond to that. Sometimes they're looking for Papa Moon, so then I'm like, sorry, he's over there. But usually that's what they refer to me to, and I said, but I'll tell you, when it comes to Elijah, I don't really get called Elijah very often anymore. I love my name. Let me be clear, I love my name, but I know if Papa Moon or Mama Moon, still at 29 years old, I get the Elijah, or my sister, shout out my sister Maddie, but she goes Elijah. I'm like, oh, everything just got serious. Like, this is like the most serious thing probably going on right now. And I'll be honest, I just, it kind of makes me a little nervous when I hear the full name. But I love my name, and I love this. I thank you for thinking of me while you travel back in time tonight.
Yeah, well, I saw it and I was like, oh, you know what? Pick it up. Why not? Bring it back. I mean, sure, it's pretty cool.
Yes.
So then I headed a little bit forward to 1873, and there was some. This is a crazy one.
Okay.
There is some just a little bit of debate on this next one, and I think it's weird, right? So here we go, and I think I can settle the debate for you. 1873, the first free kindergarten in the United States is started by Susan Blow, and that was in St. Louis, Missouri. You see the suburb there. It looks like Carondelet, maybe Carondelet. I'm not really sure.
Yeah.
But I think so. Now I'm also getting reports that in 1870, not on this date, but just there's a conflicting report that a gentleman named Conrad Poppenhusen, that's a real name.
Okay.
Actually started the first free kindergarten. I think the difference is the Blow kindergarten. Well, no. The Susan Blow kindergarten, it's not financed by, that's not what I'm saying. Susan Blow here. I think she started a kindergarten that was fully state funded, 100% state funded. You didn't have to pay to have your kids go there. And I think Conrad Poppenhusen, which sounds like a freaking great toy, by the way. You know what I mean? The Poppenhusen, doesn't matter. I think he paid. He just was like, hey, here's a kindergarten. I'll supply I'll fund it. Don't worry about it. Right. So I think that's the difference. I think there's some debate on whether or not, like, which one of these is the actual first free kindergarten in the U.S.
Yeah, I mean, and this sounds like the beginning of, like, we talk all the time. I mean, not all the time, but when we do have discussions about, like, the school system and stuff, and I've talked about, like, me going to school, even in high school, all the way up. I paid, we did private schooling. You had to pay the tuition, all that jazz, and then I switched to public schools, which we still had to pay like a small fee to get in and whatever, take care of what the school needed.
Yeah.
But I gotta be honest, man, I would like to see more free schooling. We preach, and I'm not trying to get up on my high horse on the saddle, saddle adjacent with everybody here. But what I will say is, I just believe we preach all the time about schooling and teaching the next generations about how to do anything you want to do, and I just don't think it should cost an arm and a leg from kindergarten all the way up to 12th grade, and then you're hoping you have enough scholarships to get into college. I mean, and that's that's what frustrates me. This is a cool fact. First off, shout out to both of them that you mentioned, but it frustrates me that there's not enough affordable schooling. You hear a lot of times where somebody would have went to this school, but it was just cost too much. You're basically paying college money for high school tuition at this point. It's wild. I want to see more change with that. Again, the teachers and everybody do a great job. This is not towards the educators. The educators are doing a fantastic job.
No, they do the best they can with what they've got. Yeah, for sure.
It's
in most places,
Yeah, it's up to the system, Chad, to really look into like the next generation, especially in the world now. You heard Kyle talk about on Unfiltered earlier about the meta ruling, about limiting social media and things like that. Especially now, teaching the next generations about things and what they're passionate about besides scrolling on a phone is super, super important.
Yeah, I think it's important too. And this is a discussion for another time, of course. But I just think it's important to when I went through high school and we barely it was the end of like the era of like home ec, right? So we didn't really have a whole lot of that going on. But there were no, like, I think at some point during high school, maybe some schools do this. A lot of schools don't, that I am aware of. And I've tried to look into this a little bit, but I think you should know how to balance a checkbook. Like, that's a thing that you should, that's a basic skill. I think you should understand credit cards and credit card debt and interest and just a lot of things. And, you shouldn't be in your mid 20s to early 30s out in the world finding some of these things out for the first time. I just think, schools would probably do a little bit better to maybe prepare young people for the real world. Because I tell you, you get to college and you're by yourself and you haven't learned some of these things. I mean, it can be a harsh reality check really, really quickly.
Yes.
And it's happened. You've seen it happen to people. So I just wish maybe there was a more universal kind of a program to just help young people learn how to manage a household, how to whatever. I mean, you could take shop classes. You can learn, you can go to a trade school and learn how to be a plumber, how to be an electrician. Those things are fun. Those are great. But I think you should basic skills, basic financing and just some things that would help you maybe get a better start as a young person coming out of college and having your first job or whatever it is, coming out of high school, trade school, whatever it is.
Yeah. And I'm with you. And my final point on this before we move on to see what else you found in the time machine is, look, my senior year, they convinced me to do trigonometry.
Okay.
Or no, I take it back. Pre-calc.
Okay. All right.
And they were like, look, this is going to help you so much on your college resume, when you go to submit. And the other option was financial math, where you learn about some of those things you mentioned.
Yeah.
How to file taxes, how to balance a checkbook, how to budget, things like that.
Yeah.
And no, I took the class where imaginary numbers somehow were being involved. And look, it was a rough class. I'm not going to lie. I really look back on it. I'm like, damn, I figured out stuff now, but it's like, what I would have rather done was do that financial math class. So just any advice to anybody out there, I'm not telling you what to do, listen to your parents first and foremost, but if you have an option between imaginary numbers and learning how to balance a checkbook, take the class that gives you the latter. So
yeah, for sure. I real quick on this too. In college, I took a course. I took it was a pre-calc course. Wow. I just flashed out there for a second. I don't know what happened. Anyway, my camera's still not back up, but whatever, I'm here. You can hear me. That's fine. I took a pre-calc course in college and I showed up and day one, you walk in and you get the syllabus. And, I realized that the professor of this class spoke primarily Russian. And I was like, okay, well now this is two languages I don't speak, right? Math and Russian. Like, I'm in trouble. I got to drop this class. Like, no offense. I just couldn't, there was no way I was going to follow along. Yeah. I had zero chance in that class. So I dropped that class immediately. Again, not their fault, more mine. But that was a tough situation. So going to move ahead to the 1900s, which is an era, a century that my kids like to ask me about because they think it's fun to say that I lived in the 1900s. It's not fun, by the way. In 1940, Eli, I hope you weren't, hoping that, you were maybe thinking you were going to be the only one to have a spot in tonight's Way Back Wednesday. Well, I'm sorry, because in 1940, Chad is the first French colony to join the Allies under the administration of Félix Éboué. That's France's first black colonial governor. Just a guy from French Guiana. And honestly, pretty famously, if you look into him, listen, there are multiple songs written about Félix Éboué. I found a lot of songs that I can't play any of them because, licensing stuff. But it's got a ton of songs written about him. He's a legend. He stood up to the Nazis. When he was one of the first people in the region to do so. And he's legendary. I just, like I said, stood up to the Nazis, stood his ground, and celebrating the French colony of Chad, right?
Yeah, and we love to see the good guys win. So
yeah,
shout
absolutely.
Out to, Felix doing his thing, and shout out to Chad. Shout out to Chad. I mean, my goodness.
Thank you. No.
Not
Yeah,
you.
Obviously.
We also shout out to you, but you went back in time and found all this. But no, shout out to Chad, the first French colony to join the Allies.
Yeah, good job out of Félix Éboué. He like I said, he is an absolute legend.
Yes.
Multiple songs. I didn't even have time to listen to them all. It's amazing. Did listen to two of them, and they're not bad. How about 1947? You want to go there?
Yeah. I'm a little concerned. You said we lost you. You're already coming back.
I don't know what's going on. Yeah, my camera's down. I don't know what happened. I'm not going to come back a potato. I really don't know what's happening. I'm not really sure. So
okay,
we're going
to
rock.
We talk too much math. That's what happens.
That's it. But that checked out. It dropped the class. My whole computer, but my camera dropped the class on me.
Yeah.
But in 1947, I'm really not there. Okay, Dodgers Dan Bankhead was Major League Baseball's first African-American pitcher. He hits a home run in his first Major League at bat. The rest of the game didn't go great. They lost 16-3 to Pittsburgh at Ebbets Field in Brooklyn. But, yeah, I thought that was pretty cool, man. As a pitcher, comes out his first Major League at bat, hits a home run, right? It's got to feel pretty good. So
Heck yeah, man. Heck yeah. And it's cool, like the Dodgers, how much of an impact that franchise has in terms of like where baseball's at now, where everybody's accepted. It's now a global game where you see, of course, the World Baseball Classic, so many people from, and players from different states, different countries, all parts of the world. So cool, man. And again, the Dodgers have had, a hand in that, right? You think of, Jackie Robinson, you think of now Dan Bankhead, right? 1947, the first African-American pitcher. That's incredible, man. That's absolutely incredible. And shout out the Dodgers, I know they're not in the limelight for good reasons right now with everything going on current day, but back in 1947 and during that time, which was a very, very, very disappointing time in America, that we had to argue over people being treated the same. Just a sad time, but shout out to the Dodgers and everybody that made the stand to push towards where we're at now. What? I mean, this is 80-something years later now, if my math is correct. About 80 years ago.
Just about, almost 80. Yeah, almost 80 years.
So, yeah.
Like you said, unfortunate time. It's crazy how much time we've spent, and not even in just this country, but in the world, arguing over something as stupid as skin color. We still, the argument still rages on. It's amazing.
Yeah, disgusting.
Yeah, it really is. It's unfortunate. I mean, we're all a part of the same race. We're humans, right? That's the same race. But whatever. 1968. We're gonna move on. In these things, I always find every time I go back in the time machine, the Beatles are always very, very active. So in 1968, on this date, "Hey Jude" was the single was released by the Beatles in the U.S. And you can see the accolades there. Billboard Song of the Year in 1968, the 10th biggest song of all time. It was named by Billboard in 2013. "Hey Jude," just a legendary track, was released on this day in 1968 by the Beatles.
It's so incredible, man. It's so incredible because the Beatles, I've talked about this before, just their lyricism and their songwriting ability. I mean, "Hey Jude" is one of those songs where you can listen. You don't have to really learn a ton of lyrics. You just gotta follow the rhythm and feel it in your soul. And I think that's such a beautiful thing with the Beatles. It's weird. They're like polarizing, I'd say, especially when you talk to other artists and people in the music world where, some people are like, yeah, they were basic or whatever. But sometimes there's simplicity with, certain songs and certain brands and it worked for them. And they were such an influential, rather, that's the word I'm looking for, influential part in music, and I've said this before, but for those that are tuning in for the first time tonight, I'll repeat the statement where we have from every genre influence from the Beatles, every genre, and I rock with the Beatles heavy, man. Just incredible. Now I'll ask you this before we move on. We have a little bit of time, more than we usually do. So I want to ask you, is this your favorite Beatles song?
I don't know. I mean, there are so many. I think it's the way I am with music. It's like it depends on. I mean, what's my mood? What's going on around me? What's my current situation? Whatever. Sometimes different songs hit differently. It's a really good one though. I mean, I can as long as I can remember singing songs. I feel like this song's been like an earworm for me. You know what I mean? So I mean, maybe by default, yeah. I mean, it could be. I just the thing that, like I said, they were so central, and it's funny because as simple as they were, I mean, a lot of their music still holds up. It's still, it's relevant to this day in some way or another, whether it's, metaphorically speaking or, literal, whatever. You can listen to a lot of their music and it still really holds up for as simple as it was back in the 60s. I mean, it's still here. It's still around. People still love the Beatles. So,
yeah. And people, and my final point before we move on is people talk all the time, about, bands that break up and who's a star, after, One Direction, has Harry Styles, and I know people are gonna be like, what do you know about One Direction? I don't know much about One Direction.
Right.
I listened to a few of their songs, but I do know Harry Styles, the front man, like the lead guy from One Direction, is now one of the biggest pop stars in the world.
Yeah.
And, and even the other guys like Niall Horan, he's on The Voice, he still has a career going on in music.
Yeah.
They've had some very strong success stories. And, yeah. I don't know. My mouth wasn't using words. But you think of John Lennon and you think of Paul McCartney. I don't know if there's a stronger 1-2 punch that had a career together and then had individual careers that are stronger. You take any part of it. You take their individual or just the Beatles work, and it's stronger than damn near a lot of legacies.
Yeah, it's wild. So much musical talent, in one figurative room there. Yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing.
Yes.
So, and like I said, they're very, very active. They were all over the music landscape. I mean, every time we do these Way Back Wednesdays, they're there. You know what I mean? Like, they're present. They're releasing something. They're doing something. They're playing a concert somewhere. Maybe saying something controversial, but they were always in the mix.
Yes.
Let's go way ahead to the 2000s. How about that? You want to go there?
Okay. Yeah, for sure.
Let's go 2004. 2004, the U.S. women win gold. Women, right? The U.S. women's footballers, right? The soccer team.
Yeah.
Brazil beat Brazil 2-1 to win Olympic gold in the Athens Olympics on this day in 2004.
That's really cool. Abby Wambach, she was so much fun. And I was younger. I mean, full transparency, I was about 7 years old or maybe a month away from turning 7. So I think the one I remember is I believe she was in the 2008, I believe as well, Olympics. But you get to see a little bit of Abby Wambach. and here's the thing. U.S. women's soccer or football has been so incredible for decades now. We're talking decades. I mean, think of all the names and all the stars. And, yeah, that's awesome, man. But Abby Wambach, that's like it's a blast from the past. That's why we do it. But that's a blast from the past. She was one of the first stars of the 2000s for U.S. women's soccer.
For sure. Yeah, they've had a really, really nice run.
Yes.
I know there's a lot about their run that the men's team, hopes to be able to emulate. One day. Maybe we're getting there. Who knows?
Yeah,
maybe not. Yeah. Well, at least they still play.
They have fun.
Sometimes. I just hope both teams have a good time.
Yeah. Did everybody eat their lunch before the game?
Right. Oatmeal cream pies and Capri Suns. We're fine.
Oh my goodness. Hey, Papa Moon got pumpkin spice rolls.
What? Is it that time already?
Dude, he got pumpkin spice rolls for little snacks for after. That's what we'll be having after the shows tonight.
All right. Well, hey, you know what? I think starting in October, every Way Back Wednesday that I can find will be related to pumpkins. No, that's not true. We can't do that.
Okay.
Let's move on. We talked about bands, really legendary bands, and solo artists coming from those bands or coming to those bands at some point. Whatever the needle, it goes both ways, right?
Yes.
So how about in 2006 on this date? David Gilmour performs with his band in the Polish Baltic Philharmonic Orchestra before a crowd of 50,000 at Dansk Shipyard in Poland. Wow. And David Gilmour, of course, of Pink Floyd fame. That's where a lot of people would probably think of him from. Just an amazing, pretty amazing solo career, and then also the time with Pink Floyd. I mean, just groundbreaking. Is probably really even short of what they were able to accomplish together. But yeah, Pink Floyd was an amazing band. David Gilmour, clearly very, very talented. So, but that was a cool one.
It's so cool, man. I always love it. As obviously a music man as I am, I always appreciate when you have a ton of music stuff in here in terms of historical facts and notes, and that's incredible, man. David Gilmour, a legend, a guy, like you said, one of the most notable bands in history of music, in my opinion, at least.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going down again. That's okay.
Yeah. You're crashing. Dude, they must have had some crazy static in this time machine this time.
It's been all day, to be honest with you. But who knows? I mean, the way time works, maybe it's still a side effect. I've had technological problems all day. I mean, all day. I can't even begin to describe. Doesn't matter. How about 2013? We're getting really close to current times. We're moving forward.
Yeah. Wow,
this is a crazy one. We talked about the education system and sometimes how it can lack in certain places because of any basic reason. It could be lack of funding. It could be just whatever, right? It could be a lot of different reasons. How about this one? In 2013, University of Liberia, all 25,000 applicants failed their university entrance exam. All 25,000. There just was you needed to be able to have a basic grasp of the English language to get in, and all 25,000 applicants had failed to even get to the point where they were able to read or write at a proficient level in English to be accepted into the University of Liberia. And I thought, it's just it's crazy. It's like when you look at it, it's like, oh my gosh, that's like almost funny at first, but then just beyond the surface level, that's actually really sad. That's incredibly sad that some places, some areas, whatever, for whatever reason, there are different challenges and different whatever. It's a different conversation again for a different show. But yeah, all 25,000 applicants failing their university entrance exam is a crazy thing to think about, Eli.
It's crazy, and it goes back to earlier what we talked about the education system and making knowledge and in these resources more available to everybody. We don't have this. Now, on a lighter note, did the University of Liberia look into the transfer portal then? Because if they don't have any applicants getting in, do they look at a transfer portal, bring somebody in? I mean,
let me get Daquan on the phone because he can't go to LSU. We'll see what happens. I mean, they probably don't have a great tight end at Liberia.
I mean, do they? No. Does Liberia have a football team?
I don't think they're in they're not in the Power 4 conference, but they're out there. Yeah.
All right. So. Moving on.
Let's go. And then we're gonna go really recent. About a year ago, on August 26th, 2025. You know what happened?
What happened?
Speaking of tight ends, you didn't think I was gonna be able to segue that one, did you?
Yeah.
Look at this. And where'd the picture go? There was a picture of them on here. I don't know where it went. I told you I've been having text a lot. Okay, well, so they're gone. They've left the building. Probably they bust out the security exit. But that's fine. They weren't going to stick around for the show. I'm disappointed, but I understand. Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce announced their official engagement on this day in 2025. I can't believe the picture's gone. It was here when I loaded these in, Eli. I don't know what's happening today. It's been a weird day. But yeah, there you see. There you go. They officially announced their engagement this day.
Crazy, man. And look, they're happily married, or right now they're happily married. We'll see, and we wish them happy success in marriage. But had a big wedding, obviously, this past, a few months ago. I mean, this year. So it was just crazy how time flies, man. Crazy how time flies. Now, I'm happy for Travis Kelce, obviously Cleveland Heights guy, and Cleveland guy out through and through. And look, man, I know Taylor Swift may get on some people's nerves. I don't think she's that bad as people try to make her out to be.
No, not at all. She's a great person.
Does a lot of great work. I mean, maybe you don't like her music, sure, but
whatever. Yeah, you can move on from that. Yeah, she does a lot of good for a lot of people.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's other people to be mad at. I don't.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. I actually did a graphic of my own.
Okay.
Yeah. So you've been having difficulty with some of the pictures, so I did this one.
Oh, there you go. Technical difficulties, of course. And I do want to say this before we kick it over to Double A, before we bring them on.
Yes.
I didn't have a slide for this one, but I did want to mention this. Let me. I'm sorry. I'm gonna bring us back here. I'm still. Hold on. Let's pull back the curtain. Hold on.
Oh no. Hold on. Hold on.
I feel
it.
something.
Fix it. I don't know what you just did. Fix it.
Oh, there we go. Okay. All right. It's like Bruce Banner becoming the Hulk. Whatever. It's painful.
Thank goodness, dude. You can't let the people see that. Oh, we're gonna let you see. Yeah. Okay. We already let them see you as a potato yesterday.
Yeah. Well, my whole system's falling down over here. I don't know what's happening. My camera's going out. Before anything else happens, I do want to say that on this day in 1948, Joan Catherine DeLong was born. That's my mom. She would become Joan Catherine Bryan. She passed away back in February of 2023. She would have been 78 today. So today is her birthday, August 26th, 1948. My mom was born. So that's the last item for Way Back Wednesday.
Yeah, man. Well, hey, you did a great job as always, and I know she's proud of you. So, we love you, brother. We appreciate you for all the hard work you do here on Inside Edge Primetime and on the Inside Edge Network. So,
appreciate that.
You're gonna get me crying now.
No, I don't want to do that to you, man.
No,
let's celebrate. Let's celebrate. Yeah, we don't.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely. All right, well, that's gonna do it for us, man. Yes, happy birthday to Chad's mom. Yeah. I know she is so proud of him. We're so proud of him. We're proud of all of you out there for watching us here on Inside Edge Primetime. You've watched Chad turn from a potato back to human form, go back in time and back with us. I don't know how this man does it. He's incredible. Like I said,
I've been through it all in 24 hours, man. Potato. I've been black and white. Back to I don't know what's going on.
Yeah. So maybe tomorrow you'll be a fork. Double A.
Don't give me any ideas.
Okay. Oh, hey, that's going to do it here. We're going to switch the studio around here. He may pop up, but if not, we'll let him be incognito for a moment. Yep, it's just us. No, false alarm. All right, that's going to do it for Inside Edge Primetime. That's Chad Bryan to my right, your right. Everybody's right. My brother, man, we are rocking and rolling. We are back tomorrow, Thursday, for another episode at 10 p.m. Of course, tune into the stream early because 8 p.m. the Daily Spiral, Autumn, and I'll be with Autumn tomorrow. Autumn Chisholm will talk about a lot of great stuff, and then 9 p.m. on Filter with Kyle Cornell. 10 p.m. Chad and I back with you. So much to talk about. We'll talk about the NCAA, what's going on there, and so much more. But that's our time. We don't have the rent. We certainly don't have the rent. This economy's tough. We're working on it. But for Chad Bryan, to my right, your right, everybody's right. I'm Eli Moon. This has been Inside Edge Primetime here on the Inside Edge Network. Station identification, then the one, the only, our program director and bro, Anthony Alford. Midnight Run with Anthony Alford next.
This is Midnight Run on the Inside Edge Network. Here's your host, Anthony Alford.
You see this right here, folks? You see this right here? This is me not knowing what the hell I'm talking about. Stick a fork in them. Are you kidding me? Welcome to Midnight Run, ladies and gentlemen. Unofficially sponsored by this fork. The only place you should be using the fork is at Brothers Lounge. Just want to let you know that. Brothers Lounge, that's where you use a fork. But do not stick a fork in the Cleveland Guardians. Let's do our housekeeping stuff real quick. At InsideEdge Network, at InsideEdge Net, across our social media platforms. That's where you can find us. We're live every single weeknight, beginning at 8 p.m. 8 a.m. Friday is where you can see the Side Hustle Wrestling podcast. But 8 p.m. every single weeknight, we have our evening stream on Twitter and YouTube. Also, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. That's where you can find us online. Ton of information, programming schedule, show profiles, and our merchandise store. And you get the info on our partners. And if you own a Roku, you got to get that Inside Edge Network app. Just search Inside Edge Network, and you'll be perfectly fine. Folks, come on now. We all did it. Most of us did it. And I'll come out here the first thing you have to do when you're wrong is apologize. Not just take responsibility, but apologize and say that you were wrong, and it's okay. I stuck this fork in the Guardian season about 2 weeks ago. They kept losing. They kept losing to good teams. Now, I'm not saying they beat any good teams now, but that doesn't matter. We don't judge. We do not judge here on Midnight Run. I am not going to sit here and talk about strength of schedule and quality of opponent because none of that crap matters. This is baseball. You play what's in front of you on the schedule. You get the job done. That's why the Guardians won today, 4-3, and they've won 7 straight. They have won 8 of the last 10 games. Folks, it's okay. Be excited. This is good stuff. This is phenomenal stuff. And I'm going to talk about Stephen Kwan in just a second here because he's been unbelievable. I'll show you where he has been and where he's at now in just a moment. But 2 straight days now come from behind victories. It was crazy. I was listening to the game a little bit on the radio, and, well, the winning streak might come to an end. It was, we were down, 3-1. We were down 3-0. And then we got Nathaniel Lowe getting going, and, of course, Stephen Kwan. And Travis Bazana as well to the go-ahead sack fly to bring Rokia home. Like little things is happening. And here's the thing. And it was talked about on the radio broadcast, but it's so true. As crazy as this sounds. Because of that third wild card spot. The third wild card spot, let me check real quick here internally. The third wild card spot right now. Okay, now we have a little bit of separation. Thanks, Chicago. Somebody had to win that match, Chicago White Sox and Texas Rangers. But for a while, that third wild card spot, a team that was under 500 held that spot for a while. And now we sit here 2 games ahead of Texas for that third wild card slot at 68 and 66. And we have surpassed Texas and Baltimore, the Toronto Blue Jays, Seattle Mariners, Minnesota Twins, even Detroit. By the way, don't look now. The Detroit Tigers have dropped 8 of the last 10. So their little miracle run is coming to a close. But don't look. I mean, it was just amazing. Not that long ago, a week and a half ago, we were behind all of those teams. And, August 14th, we couldn't beat any solid teams. We couldn't. But it's like, hey, don't worry. you got teams that are under 500 on your schedule. All you got to do is play the schedule. Get back on track. Baseball, a lot of the baseball folks who know baseball, they know this, is more mental than anything else. And now, as some may say, Stella got their groove back. Okay, Stella got their groove back. Everyone's going and everyone's locked in, and the Guardians are on the move. And I'm not going to sit here and say, all right, now on to the Central and win the Central, but it is within striking distance. But right now, your goal at this point is to rebuild your confidence, get back on track, which they have done, and come from behind fashion. Finally, the offense consistently coming through. Now, let's talk about Stephen Kwan. Actually, let me show you something real quick here. Look at that. That's what they have done. This graphic was going into today's game, but plus 21 run differential. Look at that team ERA. Pretty good stuff there. A lot of good stuff. So, Stephen Kwan. We were talking about what's going on with Stephen Kwan. What's happening? What are we doing here? So let me give you these numbers here. And I want to shout out Fuzzy on Twitter for the research. Boy, that sounds credible. I'm sorry. People are going back to school and stuff and everything. And it's like, well, I got these stats from credible source. Where'd you get it from? Some dude on Twitter named Fuzzy. I promise, though, these are real stats. If they're not real stats, I haven't slept in like 5 days. I'm not going to fact check you, but just tell me if these stats sound right to you, okay? I have it here on the side computer, so my apologies for looking away from the camera for 2 seconds. From June 1st of 2025 through June 30th of 2026, Stephen Kwan had a .234 batting average, 312 OBP, and 617 OPS. The only stat I know there's high-level baseball. Maybe I'm just old school, okay? All I care about is the batting average. If your batting average is trash, then yeah, don't give me no like, oh, well, if you combine slugging and this stat and this stat, if you combine sucking with sucking, you still suck. So like that I mean, what are we doing? What are we doing? I'm not calling Stephen Kwan that. I'm just saying, ain't no that's like, well, if you combine eating grapes with chocolate chip cookies, somehow, some way you're still eating healthy. No, you're not. That ain't healthy. You're still that's still fattening. Like, what are we doing? Like, oh, I eat fruits and vegetables. Well, what do you eat? I ate a grape and lettuce, but I snacked on cream pies and Fruit Loops and honey buns. Well, then you ain't eating healthy. To me, that's how I view OPS. That's how I view OPS. I'm old school. I need that batting average to be on point. Okay, we watched the game. We know other things that's going on. What are you doing at the plate? Batting average only. That's what I go by. So through that theory, Stephen Kwan, 234 batting average between June 1st of last year and June 30th of this year. Since July 1st of 2026, Stephen Kwan, 377 batting average. Stephen Kwan has been unbelievable. Unbelievable. Go back even further. Shout out to Sleeper Guardians. Could I use that as a source? Sleeper Guardians. That sound a little bit more credible. Okay. Since June 23rd, going into today's game, Stephen Kwan, 362 batting average, 68 hits, 33 runs, 13 RBIs. I saw a headline on local news earlier today that Stephen Kwan is one of the best players in baseball since the month of July. I'm not going to fact check you on whether or not he has been the best player in baseball since the beginning of July and fact check the other 29 teams, but I will tell you, these last couple of games, he's won some games for us. Feeling pretty good. Again, it's the confidence thing, right? He switched up his swing a little bit, kind of got things back to a working order, and I'm so happy for Stephen Kwan to get back on track. He's no matter what numbers you follow or don't follow, Stephen Kwan has looked really good, and very happy for him to be back in working order. Jose Ramirez, don't look now. If you did one of these, you stuck a fork in the season. Jose Ramirez said, nah, not today. He's getting back on track. Don't look now. Jose Ramirez might be on track for a big-time September. And again, you play your schedule. That's just what it is. You play the schedule. So what? Strength of schedule. Oh, they're soft. Who cares? Who cares? Build some confidence, and then all of a sudden, when you get into September and you start facing winning teams again, if you have that confidence building up, then you're in good shape. Now, it's funny how baseball works. It's so funny. There is a second hot team in baseball. You want to take a guess who that second hot team in baseball is right now? Want to take a wild guess? I'm not saying best team in baseball. I'm saying second hottest team in baseball. I guess technically the hottest team in baseball at this current moment. Want to take a guess? The Kansas City Royals. I'm not even joking. I mean, again, look at what they have done lately. The Kansas City Royals, even though they lost their last game, they won their previous 9. Now, we're not going to point out that their run differential at this current moment is minus 92. We're not going to point out that their record is 59-75. We're not going to point out that Kansas City is 23-45 away from their home stadium, and they'll be here in Cleveland this weekend. I'm not going to point those things out. What do you want? Real analysis? Come on now. I'm not going to point that out. I'm just telling you that they're hot. I'm just saying a 9-game win it snapped today, but they've won 9 of the last 10. What do you want me to say? All joking aside, Cleveland, all they have to do right now is continue to play the schedule. You got this weekend series, off day tomorrow, and then a weekend series with the streaking Kansas City Royals. And then the Toronto Blue Jays, an actual wild card contending team, but they're under 500 right now. Detroit, you can put them out of their misery next weekend if you're looking ahead. You got a 4-game set with the Detroit Tigers. Like I've mentioned before, the Tigers, after their hot run, a little bit of a hot streak after trading Skubal, they've kind of fallen back down to earth, and now you can kind of put them away. You got a 4-game set with Detroit back here in Cleveland. You have then a 3-game set with Baltimore starting on Labor Day on the road. Again, another wild card team. Again, another team under 500 currently. Then you could put Minnesota out of their misery the following weekend in Minneapolis. And then you have Chicago, the Chicago White Sox. At this current moment, whether this is real or not, the Cleveland Guardians do not face a winning team. At this current moment, they do not face a winning team until Monday, September 14th, when they host the Chicago White Sox. So if you're talking about, hey, just feast off of a bad schedule and build confidence, absolutely. Take these next three weeks and feast off of that energy and be hot. Think about this real quick, and I know we're out of time for the segment. Think about this. Think about Monday, September 14th, how that's going to play out here in Cleveland, even here on the network. Monday, September 14th, we're going to be a day removed from the Cleveland Browns' first game, where some of you expect Deshaun Watson to have 3 or 4 touchdowns. The rest of us know better. And the Guardians, meanwhile, we're going to have a meltdown over the Cleveland Browns for being the Browns. Meanwhile, the Cleveland Guardians, if they can continue this streak here, Quan can keep things going. Jose Ramirez can get things going. I know Joe Adele went 0 for 4 today, but Joe Adele has been a major part of this streak. If he could keep things going and, of course, align that with our pitching, then don't look now, but you will be right back in the race for the AL Central. You're going to have some important games coming up, and you could be, believe it or not, you could be in the driver's seat to win the Central. It's funny what can happen in a span of a week and a half when you involve a fork. Also, my ex once told me that anytime I talk bad about the Guardians, they actually do well. You kidding me? Oh, by the way, after the White Sox series, you have the Oakland, Sacramento, Las Vegas A's before Boston. So, come on. This is, yeah. Feast off bad teams. Be bullies. That's okay. Somebody said F them kids. The Guardians should be like F them kids. But don't say that literally. But you should look at the other teams and be like, yeah, we're better than you. And you know it. Woo. All right, folks. When we come back from break, Eli had a great interview with Spencer Davies of, talking Cavs, everything like that. So we got a few cuts we're going to play for you coming back. A couple of things about Peyton Watson and the front court that I want to address when we come back. Also, ESPN, we'll talk about this as well. ESPN, they have the summer outlook for the NBA. And not a single person said that the Cavaliers was going to win a championship. And the Cavaliers were voted 6th to win the Eastern Conference. We'll show you the results of that coming up in just a little bit. Plus, later in the show, we bring back Around the Dial, some crazy stuff going on across the National Football League. We'll get local radio reaction out of San Francisco. They got a horny owner. And we got an update down in Atlanta. What's going on with the quarterback battle there, if it is a quarterback battle at all. We'll check in on Kevin Stefanski's guys and see how they're doing. Also, one of the guys that I want to talk about on the Cleveland Browns, not the quarterback, but a young man who's from here, a young man who competed in college in this area, and a young man who has a touchdown in preseason and has an opportunity to make the team. I'm talking about Luke Floria. We're going to talk about him when we come back from break. Lots to do here on Midnight Run. Glad to have you with us. We're off and running. Back in just a moment.
Looking for an iconic Cleveland music venue that features premier entertainment, spirits, and food? Well, look no further than the Brothers Lounge. They offer a variety of live entertainment acts weekly, along with a diverse selection of beer, wine, and fine spirits, not to mention Chef Wynn's food menu, which has been crafted with traditional American fare with a modern twist. So come on out and enjoy the warm hospitality and make some new friends right here in your backyard. For more information, head over to brotherslounge.com and check them out for yourself at 11609 Detroit Road. That's right near the border of Cleveland and Lakewood. The Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Key On Sports is the leader in Ohio high school athletic coverage in written, print, and video streaming. From the latest news and results and written content to the high school football game of the week every Friday, Key On Sports has you covered. The vision of 15-time published author Vince McKee has become the most trusted site in Ohio high school athletic news. From podcasts to player profiles, Key On Sports is your one-stop for all of it. Visit them today at keyonsports.com or on YouTube at Key On Sports. Check out their socials on Twitter and Facebook as well.
Please support the new Inside Edge Network by liking, subscribing, and following us on your favorite social media platforms. That's at Inside Edge Net across Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, X, and IG. And don't forget to download our new app over on Roku. And as always, thank you for supporting your favorite shows on the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health. Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans, dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including the NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to InsideEdgeNetwork.com under our Partners section to find our link to check out all of what Fanatics has to offer. Fanatics, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Clean energy, bold flavors, no jitters. See why people won't shut up about Dubby. Whether you're starting your workday or getting ready to exercise, Dubby Energy helps you lock in and focus. Over 15 different flavors to choose from. Order Dubby Energy right now and find out more information by checking out our partners page on InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Also, use that promo code InsideEdge10 to receive 10% off your order. Dubby Energy, your energy-focused sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted candles made with clean, minimal ingredients. Every product thoughtfully created in small batches free from harmful toxins for mindful everyday indulgence. Imported coconut soy wax with natural wood wicks to offer long-lasting burn and rich fragrance. Find out more about Alley Rose Fragrances by checking out their link on our partners page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. And if you're a first-time customer, use the promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
What do you think, of the national perception of the Cavaliers, a team that was in the Eastern Conference Finals? I know they got swept, but a team that has essentially retained their starting unit and added a little bit of replacements with the depth. What are your thoughts on the Cavaliers going into this season? I know you said regular season, you're not too worried. Can they make another deep playoff run, and potentially can we celebrate June playoff basketball here in Cleveland again?
So I think that now that they made that Peyton Watson move, I think until a couple weeks ago or last week, whenever the deal was made, then yeah, you had reservations. You were like, okay, everyone else around you getting better, and you've stood pat, and you've also lost one of your most important players in Dean Wade. Like that would have hurt. That'd have been tough to replace. But now, again, you have wings. You have Peyton Watson. You have Jalen Tyson, who we haven't spoke on, that they're extremely excited about his future. Broke out last year, shot dang near 45% from deep. Really showed an attitude out there that was actually kind of too much attitude in the postseason. Ended up getting him out of the rotation because of how he reacted in Detroit in second round or third round. But his growth is also going to be a part of this, and him developing and continuing to develop that relationship with James Harden, capitalizing on what he already built with Donovan Mitchell. Jalen Tyson's going to be a big part of this.
A lot of good stuff there. Of course, Eli did a great job with that interview. Spencer Davies, he works everywhere. You got Run the Show, Hoops Industry, Close Up 360, Clutch Points. That's just half or a quarter of the resume with Spencer Davies. Great dude. Check out the full interview. Go back to Inside Edge Primetime. Also, we aired it earlier tonight as a standalone. You can find that on YouTube. Earlier today at 6:30. A lot of great insight. And I wanted to bring that clip up in particular because ESPN had they did a summer forecast. And Eli, if you have an opportunity, we have photos of some of the results in the photo gallery. You can just pick one; it doesn't matter. But yes, let's start here with the Eastern Conference. This was from ESPN. Who will win the Eastern Conference? I can understand New York being at the top. They're defending champs. Philadelphia has LeBron. Then Boston. Then Detroit, tied at third. Then Indiana. And then the Cleveland Cavaliers. So I do agree with Spencer Davies. Like, before the Peyton Watson deal happened, if this was just the same old running back, call it a day, forget about it. Yeah, this would have been it here. This would have been it. But you got to imagine and you hope, okay, what can you do? Oh, I just saw lightning outside. We might have a lightning delay here on Midnight Run. 30 minutes. Remember, I just saw a lightning strike. 30 minutes. We actually, I wonder if we need to come up with like rain delay programming for like in studio stuff. But no, I mean, before the Peyton Watson, yes, back at 12:30, absolutely. No, but before Peyton Watson, running it back with the core four, it doesn't excite people. It doesn't. Spencer Davies also mentioned, emphasized in the interview that James Harden had a A+ offseason. And I agree with that, right? He assisted the Cavaliers. He stayed out. He helped recruit Peyton Watson. He actively helped the Cavaliers in the offseason financially. And a little nugget, the deal technically is not official until it's signed. There's some other things that has to happen, which Spencer gets into a little bit more. But I can understand the national media. I get it. There are other exciting looking teams in the Eastern Conference. I would say there are new toys in the Eastern Conference. Obviously, LeBron James in Philadelphia and Jaylen Brown. I got to remember to say that along with Maxey and others in Philadelphia. Of course, Tyrese Halliburton returning. And then, of course, you got to respect Boston. And then Detroit Sports Talk Radio, I'm sure they're discussing, can the Pistons make that leap? Now, you have a right as a Cavs fan to say, wait a minute, we beat the Pistons. Why are people looking at the Pistons more highly than us? And I understand that conversation. I'm very much willing to entertain that conversation. But, yeah, the way that things ended made things extremely tough for people to have confidence in the Cavaliers. And I hate to say this, but it's true. In the last 4 years, the Cavaliers have had ugly exits from the playoffs each of the last 4 years. That's just true. And we're not talking about the progress. Did they make progress? Another lightning strike, by the way. Did they make progress? Yes. But blowing a fourth quarter 22-point lead in game one of the Eastern Conference Finals and then getting swept, not looking competitive the rest of the series, that's embarrassing. And then the previous years getting bounced in ugly fashion. So that does not give teams or national media confidence. Now, what I am encouraged by, we're going to play this cut from Spencer Davies. I'm encouraged in terms of what Peyton Watson can bring to the team, not just himself. And we've been talking about the offense, but also what can he bring defensively, working alongside Evan Mobley and Jared Allen.
Defensively, putting him next to Evan Mobley and Jared Allen is going to look awesome because not only is he good in help, but he's good defensively in one-on-one, and he's able to kind of be in the right place at the right time. He doesn't create too many turnovers, but he's really good at knowing where the guys are going and knowing that he can help and play rim protector in some instances. And by the numbers, the Cavs, when Jared Allen and Evan Mobley have had a guy 6'7" or above next to him, they've been very good and fruitful numbers. Yeah. So I think that's the first thing I think about with Peyton Watson coming to this team. Oh, yeah, and the transition game too. Peyton Watson in the open floor, look the heck out because he can jump out of the building. he's also very ferocious in his attack mode. So very similar in terms of the role that they're probably going to ask that Dean Wade played. But in terms of makeup and maybe just aggressiveness, Peyton Watson definitely a leg above.
And that's obviously very encouraging to hear. Now, Eli, I'm going to need you to come on the screen like right now. This is live television here.
Yeah.
I'm going to need you to start talking. React to what you heard from there, but I'm going to step away from the screen because I have to shut my windows because lightning is coming. I'll be right back. You go ahead, Eli.
I don't know if you hear that. My goodness, the entire house is shaking over here, AA. Live programming, folks. Goodness. Northeast Ohio weather. But yeah, no, getting into what Spencer had to discuss about Peyton Watson, I thought it was very interesting, folks, because this is the guy, you see AA right across, but this is a guy, Peyton Watson, that, again, Spencer mentioned in the interview that, he stepped up when Nikola Jokic went down for that extended period of time for Denver, had a few 20-point games, actually averaged over 20 points per game in that absence for Nikola Jokic, or with Nikola Jokic for Denver, and kept them afloat in that playoff hunt, and kept their seed similar to where they were when Jokic went out, AA. So a guy that can get out in transition, can go out and really make an impact. We talk all the time about the Cavaliers and can they push the tempo? Can they push past half-court offense? Peyton Watson creates that. You heard Spencer talk about the youthfulness. Not only do you bring Peyton Watson in here, but you add him to a youth movement with also involving Jalen Tyson, Evan Mobley, and Malik Thomas, the 19-year-old the Cavs drafted this past June, or this past summer. So, just very exciting stuff for the Cavaliers, and exciting for Watson. Obviously, the Cavaliers, Peyton Watson, that is. The Cavaliers are excited about a 4-year, $88 million extension. That's how excited they are. They said, let's ink him, let's get him here long-term. And I think he's going to inject a lot of great, again, youthfulness, speed, tempo on the offensive side of the floor. He can definitely get a bucket and create his own shot, but also defensively. We talk all the time, and Spencer had a really interesting nugget. We talked about Max Strus, and it wasn't necessarily in that clip, but he mentioned the loss of Max Strus over to Los Angeles. And Strus, we appreciate him. Again, a guy that just went out and busted his behind every single time he was on the court. He also mentioned that Strus was really like an undersized wing when you really kind of look at it. For playing the 3 position,
yeah, I thought that was interesting. Absolutely.
Yeah, he mentioned how it makes it tougher on the front court. Jared Allen, Evan Mobley, and the back court. James Harden, Donovan Mitchell. They're going to have to kind of overcompensate, right? For Strus, and it's no fault of his own that he's not a taller guy, but he really should have been playing the wing position. And the Cavaliers, let's keep in mind, when they first brought him in, Strus that is, he was at the 2 spot. He was playing a lot more shooting guard. So, yes, you're sad to see Max Strus leave, but you're also excited to see Sam Merrill, who's going to, I hope, and it sounds like Spencer's leaning towards, another elevation year for Sam Merrill, who he mentioned does similar things to Max Strus. They're not the same player, but they are similar in the traits they have on the court. So you look at all that, and then you add Peyton Watson now here, and you have a guy that not only I mentioned the offensive game, but defensively, a guy that is a true wing, has the size, and can stick with some of these younger guys in the league. Let's be honest. I know the Sixers, you mentioned them, of course, LeBron, and you have some of these guys that are veterans, Kawhi Leonard in Toronto. You have these guys. I get it. Youth in the NBA is a dangerous thing, when you have the right pieces.
Absolutely.
And for so often, I'll hand it back to you, but for so long, the Cavaliers haven't had that youth movement. They've been trying to put it together with some of the bench guys and find a scrappy guy. They started it with Jalen Tyson. You say Evan Mobley, sure, but that was one of, and then there wasn't really any additions after that. But they started it again with Jalen Tyson. They brought in Malik Thomas in the draft, and now they have Peyton Watson. I'm really, I don't know if it's because basketball is right around the corner and the Browns have made me frustrated at the same point in time. I'm excited to see what this Cavs team looks like, AA, because they're not going to be half-court offense anymore. They're going to get the ball, and they're going to move.
And I thought that was lacking with this team beforehand, just because you had older legs.
Right.
And, you got to a point in the playoffs, and I get it, and we talked about it on this show, the NBA cares about player safety except when you're playing every other night in the postseason for an entire month. Okay,
right.
Fair enough. Yeah. But there is such a thing as, James Harden was getting more playoff minutes than Donovan Mitchell. And James Harden looked faster, even though he didn't look fast at all. And like you have slower legs and stuff. So Peyton Watson is going to speed things up. I like the fact that he's able to create shots. And hopefully that'll be the case here in Cleveland. Hopefully he'll have the opportunity to feed the ball. And I like, too, that Spencer Davies had mentioned. I think we're both in agreement with this. The offense needs to be ran through. The front court needs to be the nucleus of the offense.
Yes.
It has to be.
Yeah.
It has to. We have the distinct advantage of matchups if you're running it through the front court. When James Harden, we talked about this on the phone. James Harden was at his best when he was feeding the ball down low to Jared Allen. Jared Allen had his best games when James Harden first got here because he was feeding the ball to Jared Allen within the first 7 to 8 seconds of the shot clock.
Yeah. And another interesting thing on the Harden point, because we talked about Harden as well. James Harden, I know a lot of fans aren't going to give him the slack, but he did have a broken thumb just within his first, 8 to 10 games with the Cavaliers.
Yeah, very early on.
And we mentioned it, AA, on Main Event and across the network when that happened. And, okay, maybe it's a little bit of a big deal, but it should be cool by May, June, hopefully, some June basketball, at least April, right? We should be good. And Spencer did mention that doesn't excuse the shot selection. That doesn't excuse, the defense from James Harden. But you do wonder, for a guy that let's put ourselves in the mindset we were back 3-4 months ago. We said the best way James Harden can be effective on this Cavaliers team is by utilizing the pick and roll, by getting the ball to the front court. Now, when you have a broken thumb, it's going to be a little harder to be able to execute the passing expertise that James Harden has had throughout most of his career. So I do think, to Spencer's point, that did play a little bit into that. You wonder how much it really did impact and how healed it was by the time they got into the playoffs. But he didn't really miss any time. That's the other thing. He didn't really give himself time to at least heal with that. And I think that's an interesting note when it comes to James Harden. Again, I mentioned, with Spencer, I said, there is a love-hate relationship with James Harden because we know 1 through 82, he's phenomenal. But then you get to the postseason, you start getting a little weary of things. And Spencer, to his credit, mentioned the depth of this team. I think we were a little concerned about the depth. I think we have to get in the mindset. I actually know we need to get in the mindset that we need to embrace the youth movement. We still have the veterans here, Donovan Mitchell, who, at this point, commend him. I commend him because he's chose Cleveland twice. So,
right.
Going here, having the veteran in Donovan, having the veteran in James Harden and Jared Allen. But truly, folks, this is a youth movement. Evan Mobley, Peyton Watson, 23 years old. You have Malik Thomas, 19 years old. Jalen Tyson in his early 20s. You have guys that are really going to bring in the next era of Cleveland basketball. Now, if that means a championship with Donovan and James, that'd be incredible. But I am a lot more happy with how this Cavaliers' future looks like than I was even 3-4 weeks ago, AA. So very excited about Peyton Watson. Very excited about what this Cavaliers team could look like this season. One thing's for certain. We talk about all the time, how are they going to keep up with these teams? How are they going to keep up with the Wings in New York? How are they going to keep up with the ball movement? How are they going to keep up with Detroit, who's a young team? Well, the Cavaliers just got younger. And you may not like it, some of you, because it's not LeBron James, it's not Jaylen Brown. But sometimes we get, and I'm not saying they're not good players, but sometimes we get sucked into the name value. And I think fans need to really research Peyton Watson's game and look into that. And I'm going to trust the guy when it comes to Malik Thomas. I'm going to trust Spencer Davies, who was in Vegas watching Summer League. And I think he can make a big jump too. Point guard depth was something I was concerned about. After talking with Spencer, you have Proctor, you have Porter Jr., that is Craig Porter Jr., and then you have Thomas. I feel good, AA. I'm not going to lie. I feel a lot better than I did 3 weeks ago.
I feel good. What's going to be interesting, believe it or not, even with the NBA Cup and you're going to have a loaded schedule, this Cavs team is actually going to fly under the radar because all the attention is going to be with New York and definitely Philadelphia. They're on national TV every other night. Philadelphia, I think they have games on MeTV. They're all over the place. We might pick up a game for the Sixers here on the InsideEdge Network.
Yes.
Which, if that ever happened, we have 7 hours of pregame coverage ready to go for you.
Yeah, I mean, for real.
We have that covered. But the thing is, Cavaliers are going to fly under the radar.
Mm-hmm.
And here's the deal, because the schedule is tough early on. It's very tough early on.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to face the Knicks 3 times before Thanksgiving. You're going to face OKC twice at the beginning of November. You're going to face Philadelphia, I believe, 2 times within the first 3 weeks of the season.
Right.
So there's a chance things could be ugly initially because the chemistry is not going to be there early on. It's just not.
Right.
When you ideally, you kind of want, if you were to pick out a schedule and how you want a schedule to play out, you want to face, you want to have an easier schedule to come out. But hey, I'll take it. I mean, I will take this because now, I mean, hey, training camp, you got to pay close attention. You got to be locked in, ready to go. When you see that schedule, you got to be ready to play. And Donovan Mitchell, I don't want to take a shot at Donovan Mitchell. Again, nice guy. I'm glad he did everything. I'm happy. I'm very happy. Donovan Mitchell better learn, and his team better learn the art of competition and pressure very quickly, because you're going to get pressure. You're going to see it. All eyes will be. I know you're going to fly under the radar compared to some of the other teams, but when LeBron's in town, there is going to be that spotlight. There is going to be, oh, why did LeBron pick Philly and not you? When New York comes to town, oh, was that 22-point comeback? Was that just a fluke, or was that legit? Like, are you going to show out finally against the Knicks? Same. How can you hold up against OKC? And to your point, Eli, about the young legs, OKC, I remember a Sunday afternoon where they ran laps around the slower Cavalier moving team. So you got to prove that you have the legs to keep up with the OKC Thunder. And you got to prove that how you can contend with these younger teams, or not younger teams, but what the media thinks they're better teams. You got to handle business. And I was very encouraged, Eli. I thought you did a great job with that interview.
Thank you.
And let me ask you this.
Yeah.
I was just thinking about this. So should we lay off on that front office, Kobe Altman? Should we lay off? And I mean, my answer is no, because you always have to. The NBA is an arms race.
Yeah.
You gotta still do more to contend. But fine. I mean, it seems to me the way the offseason could have went compared to the other side of it, which is where we're at right now, a lot better. Like, I actually feel a lot better about the LeBron situation now knowing that they had a meeting. The belief is that we were the only ones, according to all reports, that we were the only ones that had the meeting. Mm-hmm. And it seemed to me that once that meeting was completed, everyone moved forward with their plans. Like the Cavaliers, to their credit, because they landed Peyton Watson. They was in the market for Jonathan Kuminga. He is now with the Timberwolves. He signed with the T-Wolves, or it was announced that he's going to sign with the T-Wolves earlier today. But Cavaliers move forward. Hey, let's re-sign, extend Donovan Mitchell, new contract, and then they move forward with their plans. At least we could admit now, Eli, that they weren't stuck in the mud, and they at least had a plan, and now we got to see that plan play out.
Yeah, and again, Double A, my final point, because I know we're up against it, but my final point on this is maybe we, as media, as fans, we're hoping for the big splash, and the Cavs' plan is to double down on the talent they have in that roster. And I'm not necessarily saying, we've hammered home the Donovan Mitchell stuff, the Evan Mobley, Jared Allen. I'm saying some of the young guys I've already mentioned, in the Peyton Watson addition, but looking at another leap for Jalen Tyson, who shot the lights out from 3 last year. So seeing him improve. What does Malik Thomas look like? A 19-year-old that really, the Cavaliers, there's footage I was watching at you earlier today, don't have it for the show, but, talking about maybe, if they stayed at 29, they would have took Malik Thomas. That's why some people even shocked that they moved back. They got him at 34, and then he was still there. So they got, they were give Kobe Altman credit there in the front office. They got additional picks and still got their guy, it appears. So I'm excited, and it seems like the Cavs are excited about their youth movement here, and maybe that'll inject some life in terms of the veterans that at the end of the season, when we're talking February, March into April, those legs get a little tired, man. And I wonder how much they can lean on these young guys getting into the playoffs, and then in the playoff rotation, how much, how many of these young guys are going to be in rotation. We know Peyton Watson. We'd imagine Jalen Tyson. But how is Malik Thomas going to make it in there? What's Craig Porter Jr. going to look like? Tyrese Proctor, another name Spencer mentioned, a guy that played with the national team, the Australian national team, and it wasn't with the Cavs in Summer League. What is he going to look like? I'm curious, but also intrigued at the same time.
Cavaliers to defending NBA analytical champions. Okay, sorry. I know that was completely unnecessary. My bad.
Yeah, you know what? For that, I'll see you later.
That was completely unnecessary. Before we go to break, courtesy of weather.com, we see some colors on that radar. Man, there's some lightning right there. Just past Avon Lake, looks like Lakewood. You notice, by the way, this little the where the storms are, looks like a horse or some kind of animal there. I don't know. Boy, do I need some sleep. But man, that's moving along. I saw some lightning outside my home office studio here. Let's see how this plans are moving. All right. Well, stay away from Interstate 90. Willoughby, that's coming to you. Oh, a little yellow right over downtown Cleveland. Coming in from the west side. All right, folks, if you're in Menor, Willoughby, go to your safe space. I've always wanted to say that. Go to your safe space right now. You got storms coming the next hour. Menor, Willoughby Hills. Make sure you're driving the speed limit or you'll get a ticket out there. Let's see. Oh, yeah, right along Route 2, Interstate 90, Painesville. Look at that. Courtesy of weather.com. And it's moving out to Buffalo. So, again, be careful. Be safe. Be safe. Chief Meteorologist AA Anthony Alfred here on the Inside Edge Network. Again, go to your safe space. Be careful. I have a window right next to the studio, so if anything ever actually happened, I'm screwed. I'm screwed or the computer's screwed. I don't know. Speaking of Menor, it's actually pretty cool with the radar. I mean, the stuff's happening. It's not cool, but did I tell you guys real quick? I'm working out at Planet Fitness. They had it out with the 1 hour delay, so I'm like, okay, let me finish up my run and stuff. And then like, okay, I got a little bit of time. I went in and showered. I came back. I almost missed the whole first quarter. I'm like, what? How did the game move so fast? Speaking of Menor, when we come back from break, I do want to spend a few minutes talking about Luke Floria. I am so excited to talk about this kid. He has an opportunity to make the team, and tomorrow night or Thursday night is going to be a big night for Luke Floria to see what can he do. Can he crack the 53-man roster? We'll talk about his journey from Menor to Kent State to the Cleveland Browns. We'll get into all that coming up after the break, plus around the dial, latest updates from various training camps across the National Football League. And don't go anywhere as well, our newest installment of Smash or Pass. My name's AA Anthony Alfred. Glad to have you with us. I hope I could open my windows during the break because I am melting here in our studios. We'll take a break, come back. More Midnight Run after this.
Dine, drink, and dance at the premier spot in town. It's time to check out all of what our friends over at the Brothers Lounge have to offer. Everything from weekly live entertainment, a wide variety of different beers, wines, and spirits, and an expertly crafted American fare menu with a twist courtesy of Chef Wynn that'll make your mouth water. So, what are you waiting for? Head over to the Brothers Lounge at 11609 Detroit Road or check out their website, brotherslounge.com, to learn more about what you've been missing out on. Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Whether searching for a baseball autograph by your favorite World Series slugger, a signed football by an iconic Hall of Famer, or the jersey of a world-famous soccer star, you've come to the right place. Here at sportsmemorabilia.com, the web's leading source for authentic sports memorabilia, you'll find more than 500,000 authentic products from nearly every professional sports league, team, and players. Not only will you find your next prized sports possession with ease, thanks to superb customer service and tremendous site experience, you'll have satisfaction and peace of mind that every product listed comes complete with a certificate of authenticity and is fully backed by the sportsmemorabilia.com lifetime authenticity guarantee. Check out sportsmemorabilia.com by heading over to the partners page on our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. SportsMemorabilia.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted body mists made with clean, minimal ingredients. They offer a natural alternative to synthetic fragrances, perfect for sensitive skin and those seeking clean, mindful self-care, and the perfect gift for you and your special someone. Learn more about all Ellie Rose Fragrances has to offer right now by clicking the link on our partner page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. First-time customers use that promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. EllieRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Monster Moments Photography is a husband and wife wedding photography team based in Cleveland, owned and operated by Inside Edge Network's very own Ryan Mosser and his wife Hallie. For the past 10 years, they've captured more than 100 weddings across Northeast Ohio and beyond, always working together as a true two-person team. Their style centers on authentic, emotional storytelling, documenting the real moments between two people in love and creating images that feel natural, comfortable, and true to the couple. Rooted in Northeast Ohio, but inspired by their travels, Ryan and Hallie bring a warm, personal approach to every wedding day. Their work blends experience, consistency, and a genuine passion for helping couples relive their best day through timeless photography. Learn more by checking out Monster Moments Photography's link on our partners page at the InsideEdgeNetwork.com website. Monster Moments Photography, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Find us on InsideEdgeNetwork.com for the latest information on your favorite shows, personalities, and network partners. Plus, we have a merch shop. That's right, we have network polos, t-shirts, champion jackets, hats, and bottles. Rep the network. Every purchase supports independent sports and entertainment media. Thank you for your support from all of us here at the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health. Hey guys, Awesome Unfiltered today got into a bunch of different things. We honored Tim Curry. We also talked about attendance laws, a lot of school-related topics, honestly, too, including Meta, that giant $17.1 billion settlement for social media being addictive. Like, we needed them to fucking tell us that. Obviously it is. But nevertheless, got into a bunch more, included all that good stuff. Hey, tomorrow we have even more to dive into. More details about the NFL owner, Jed York, that was arrested in the Youngstown area for alleged prostitution. Being a part of that, we have more details, and it's something else. That, plus the Cleveland Public Library ratifying their new contract. Any update on Fairview Schools? Remember, the teachers have been working without a contract since June 30th. I mean, we'll see if we have any updates on that. And all the latest news, talk, sports, and everything in between right here, unfiltered, 9 p.m. tomorrow, your Thursday, and the one and only Jake Underwood. He'll join the program as well after 9:30. Talk about just whatever is on the docket that day for him, for us, for you, for me, for everybody. It's a special conversation. So we'll have all that for you guys tomorrow again, 9 p.m. right here, unfiltered, all along the Inside Edge Network. I will see you Thursday night.
This is Midnight Run on the Inside Edge Network. Here's your host, Anthony Alford.
All right, folks, welcome back to the show. Midnight Run here on the Inside Edge Network. Again, remember, like and subscribe at Inside Edge Net across our social media platforms. And we got our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com, and the Roku app. Just search Inside Edge Network. Also, a reminder, got to head over to Brothers Lounge. Brothers Lounge is fantastic. Fantastic. One of the reasons why I like Brothers Lounge is I love Brothers Lounge for years. They've taken care of my boy Eli. They've really taken care of Eli. And it's been a phenomenal partnership. Of course, everything that they've been doing over there, they've been great. And so that's part of it. So selfishly, I love Brothers Lounge anyway, because of what they have done with Eli. But the other reason why I love Brothers Lounge, the staff there is fantastic. All the shows, all the music, and it's different genres of music too. It's not just one genre, anything like that. You know, you have R&B and hip hop, you have jazz, you have country, and piano set. There's so many things they got going on there. Rock, all that stuff. Open mic night, they have it for you. Comedy, they have that for you too. Line dancing, a ton of other things. Of course, drink menu's fantastic. Chef Wynn, shout out to him. And all the food. Every food item on that menu is a smash. Every food item on that menu is a smash. For Brothers Lounge, there you see the address. 11609 Detroit Avenue in Cleveland, Ohio. Easiest way to get there, take Interstate 90, take the West 117th exit, head up north, and you'll see Detroit Avenue. And when you make a right, you see that marquee, Brothers Lounge. Is right there. Yeah, I agree. We're gonna. Oh man, this place I'd be dripping in sweat, man. Be dripping. We're gonna talk Luke Floria in 30 seconds. There is a disturbing trend that I've seen on social media that we may have to hit on either tomorrow or Friday. The social media trend that I've seen in the streets is this following question. Why am I single? Have you seen that? I mean, there's video out here. Like the video is, why am I single? And I got clips and stuff like, why is this happening? Why is that happening? So yeah, that might be a topic on this show. I need to mentally prepare myself for that particular topic. Why am I single? Probably one of the reasons why I'm single is because I sweat easily during a midnight talk show. That's probably why I'm single, right then and there. I am dripping sweat. Like, I showered like 4 hours ago after my workout. I showered. And here I am, drenched. I got Tim Alcorn like, man, we're going to get you a towel. Like, man, you right. First interview we did with Tim Alcorn. First one, it was going into the playoffs. Was our Cavs playoff preview show. And you would have thought that I came out of a swimming pool after that interview. Correction, not after the interview, after like the second question. I'm just, you thought Mark Henry was sexual chocolate. My goodness, they ain't got nothing. You ever melted brownies and stuff and everything? Luke Floria. He doesn't sweat. Boy, that was such a definitive statement. maybe he does sweat. I don't know. What a dream for Luke Floria. I remember having the opportunity to cover Luke Floria, even going back to our, if you remember the All Sports Cleveland days from OMS, and we're gonna try to get Steve Trevisano. He was formerly the head coach over at Minner. We'll call him Coach Triv. That's what everyone called him. We're going to try to see if we can get Coach Triv on Midnight Run, hopefully this week or sometime next week. Also, the former play-by-play announcer for the Minner High School games back when Luke Floria competed, Jared Andrews. We'll see if he can come on the show as well. But it's surreal when you get an opportunity. I haven't done this in a while, but when you get an opportunity to cover, well, I mean, I cover high school sports now, CVC, of course. Check that out coming up on Friday, Chagrin Valley Conference. But when you get an opportunity to cover high school athletics and minor league, things of that nature, sometimes special players come along, and Luke Florio was one of those special players who made impact plays, did all the things he needed to do, and was clearly a stud, right? Humbled and sorts things of that nature. Gets over to Kent State, handles business there, and now he has an opportunity to make the 53-man roster for the Cleveland Browns. Should have made it last year. He had an injury during the preseason last year. But this year, caught a touchdown pass from Shedeur Sanders. And he looked good. I mean, ran his route, did what things he needed to do, was all alone in the back of the end zone, scored that touchdown. And in a wide receiver room for the Browns, I know all the attention is with the stupid quarterback situation, but the wide receiver room suddenly looks completely deep. Suddenly, obviously it's top heavy. We know the names: Casey Concepcion, Denzel Boston, among others, right? Jerry Jeudy's in the mix too. I'm just throwing it out there. But then who's that second wave that could make the team? Who's that second wave that could fill that 5th or 6th wide receiver spot for the Cleveland Browns? Luke Florio has an opportunity on Thursday night. This is his night against the New England Patriots. He has an opportunity to make a statement. And how cool will it be, right? Denzel Ward, the only other hometown guy who is now with the Cleveland Browns. But Luke Florio, to watch his progress, to watch him go from that young wide receiver over a minute, but still making big plays, to track his college career, and now watch him make impact plays in practice and impact plays in preseason games. It's really special. And I hope tomorrow, I'm not sure what's going to happen, but I hope tomorrow or, Thursday night, Luke Florio gets an opportunity to really, really shine for the Cleveland Browns. And it'll be really special if he does. So cannot wait to watch him perform. Tomorrow's preseason game in particular is going to be very interesting because the big storyline is the quarterback situation. I do not imagine, now that we know what's happening with QB1, I don't imagine a world where the Browns keep 4 quarterbacks going into the regular season. So obviously between Green and Gabriel, we're going to find out who's able to move the ball down the field, who can run the operation of the offense, and go from there. I did point out yesterday, and I hope it's not true, but I did point out yesterday, and Jason Lloyd of The Athletic had an article this morning about what is the future of Shedeur Sanders, kind of following up on the conversation we had last night. I think depending on how tomorrow looks between the 2 quarterbacks that's out there, depending on how tomorrow looks, because Shedeur Sanders is not playing, I find Shedeur Sanders not playing to be very interesting. When Jason Lloyd pointed out that he does not believe that Shedeur Sanders will be on a Cleveland Browns roster in 2027. And I think the way that things are playing out right now, I kind of believe that. It's not, I'll put it to you this way. It's not a slam the door shut, stick a fork in it. It's not that. Because last time you stick a fork in, the team I criticized won 7 straight. No, boy, that would be something. But I'm very curious to see how things play out with Shedeur Sanders. My personal opinion of Shedeur, to be blunt, if we had a veteran quarterback here that you could trust, that's playable, I do think it would be beneficial for Shedeur to sit behind that type of a veteran quarterback and get after it. But, Deshaun, that's just a whole nother case with Deshaun. So with Shedeur not playing tomorrow, I'm very curious to see what the Browns decide to do. Is that trade bait? what are they looking for? Because in terms of value, technically, if you flip Shedeur Sanders into a 4th round or a 3rd round pick, technically that's a win. But this whole thing with Shedeur too, in terms of, oh, he's a 5th round guy, we shouldn't expect. Let's not kid ourselves. Shedeur Sanders was a 1st to 2nd round talent. Okay. He was that. So you do have that coming up with that. But meanwhile, coming up in just a little bit, we go around the dial. We haven't done this in about 2 weeks. I'm glad to bring this back. San Francisco, they have an owner who wanted to visit East Palestine, to talk about, the latest happenings down in that community. So we'll let you know, at York, how things went down. And, I'm one thing I am happy about as we go to break. I'm very happy that our NFL owners care deeply about local community issues. Even if it's halfway across the country. Hey, it's okay. I'm not even upset in that area. When you got police officers looking at you and saying, bruh, there ain't nothing here. Why are you here? what are we doing? But we'll get local radio's reaction. But they're thinking we'll talk a little bit about it too. And then also Atlanta, Kevin Stefanski, that QB battle. Michael Penix, it's his job, right? Tua's just blow it. We'll talk about that coming up after the break, plus Smash or Pass. More Midnight Run coming up right after this.
Looking for an iconic Cleveland music venue that features premier entertainment, spirits, and food? Well, look no further than the Brothers Lounge. They offer a variety of live entertainment acts weekly, along with a diverse selection of beer, wine, and fine spirits, not to mention Chef Wynn's food menu, which has been crafted with traditional American fare with a modern twist. So come on out and enjoy the warm hospitality and make some new friends right here in your backyard. For more information, head over to brotherslounge.com and check them out for yourself at 11609 Detroit Road. That's right near the border of Cleveland and Lakewood. The Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Key On Sports is the leader in Ohio high school athletic coverage in written, print, and video streaming. From the latest news and results and written content to the high school football game of the week every Friday, Key On Sports has you covered. The vision of 15-time published author Vince McKee has become the most trusted site in Ohio high school athletic news. From podcasts to player profiles, Key On Sports is your one-stop for all of it. Visit them today at keyonsports.com or on YouTube at Key On Sports. Check out their socials on Twitter and Facebook as well.
Please support the new Inside Edge Network by liking, subscribing, and following us on your favorite social media platforms. That's at Inside Edge Net across Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, X, and IG. And don't forget to download our new app over on Roku. And as always, thank you for supporting your favorite shows on the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health. Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans, dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including the NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to InsideEdgeNetwork.com under our Partners section to find our link to check out all of what Fanatics has to offer. Fanatics, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Clean energy, bold flavors, no jitters. See why people won't shut up about Dubby. Whether you're starting your workday or getting ready to exercise, Dubby Energy helps you lock in and focus. Over 15 different flavors to choose from. Order W Energy right now and find out more information by checking out our partners page on InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Also, use that promo code InsideEdge10 to receive 10% off your order. W Energy, your energy-focused sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted candles made with clean, minimal ingredients. Every product thoughtfully created in small batches free from harmful toxins for mindful everyday indulgence. Hand-poured in coconut soy wax with natural wood wicks to offer long-lasting burn and rich fragrance. Find out more about Alley Rose Fragrances by checking out their link on our partners page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. And if you're a first-time customer, use the promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
This is Midnight Run on the Inside Edge Network. Here's your host, Anthony Alford.
All right, before we get to Around the Dial, I usually don't go heavy on this show, and this is not the time slot typically to go crazy heavy. But I do want to say I'm going to be rooting for Jadarius Smith. If you have not heard the news, it was tweeted earlier today, and he did a press conference that you could check out on social media. It was tweeted out earlier today that he wasn't supposed to retire last season, right? He received a call from his mom's doctor saying his mom didn't have much time left to live. His mother passed away. Then shortly after, his grandmother passed away. And then shortly after that, his dad passed away. That is, whoa. So definitely thinking about Jadarius Smith, his entire family. That's losing one of those central figures in your life is life-changing and crippling. To lose all three in that quick succession, man. So, if you believe in prayer, send a little prayer. I'm going to over to Jadarius and his family for that. I typically don't go heavy on this show, but yeah, it's pretty deep. And check out his press conference too when you have the opportunity when we wrap up the show here today. So he decided to come back to football, and now he is with the Atlanta Falcons. He was in the Cleveland Browns facility for a little bit of time. Kevin Stefanski called him over, and Matt Ryan. He is now signed with Atlanta. One of the key questions, too, with the Browns, what do you do defensively defensive end with the latest injuries and stuff? But outside of football, rooting for you, man. Absolutely rooting for you. All right, let's go around the dial here on Midnight Run. Haven't done this in a little while. We're going to get to Atlanta in just a little bit because they have a quarterback battle that seems to be over before it even started. So we'll get to that in just a moment. Meanwhile, in San Francisco, in the Bay Area, they got some things going on over there. And if you haven't heard, Deshaun Watson wasn't the only one that made news earlier this week. It was this particular owner, Jed York, chilling in the Youngstown area, looking for some things. And instead, he found a police officer in a prostitution sting. Now, what we have not covered yet, and we're Cleveland-based, the reason why I like doing Around the Dial, we look at things from a Cleveland lens and a national lens. But what's going on in their community? What is San Francisco talking about and how they're approaching this? So let's go to 95-7 the game, excuse me, in San Francisco. Oakland, how are they? what's next for Jet York, and how should he approach this situation moving forward?
And if it's out of character, then it's a pretty bad mistake, Raj, for him to get caught up in this. And I just wonder about next steps as far as not the ownership and him being, quote, forced to sell or step down, but how does he go ahead and make a comeback from this?
I think there's a couple ways he can look at it, and I know there's some crisis PR firms that have reached out to him already. I think one way he can play it, and we've seen other people do this, is just come out and have one news conference and say, hey, guys, I'm owning up to it. I've got some personal stuff to deal with in my life, and let's move on. And then it's up to the fans. Do you want to hold him accountable? Are you pissed off at the Niners because of the owner? It's up to the fans to do that. The other way is he can not talk and just say, I'm dealing with some personal things. I'm going to go to some sort of rehab for whatever, step away from the team for the several months, and Al Guido is going to be kind of the point man. So I think one of those two scenarios is viable.
Now, here's the other thing about the second option. I don't agree with the second option because at some point you're going to have to talk. And at some point you're going to have to address what happened. I think the first option is a little bit better. It's on tape. It's embarrassing. It happened. I made a mistake. And I'm going to do the things I need to do to get better. That's that. I'm not going to come on these airways and judge this man for what he did. Obviously it's not right, but it's for the world to see, right? TMZ had the arrest video. We're not going to show it to you here, but you can find it. It's there. It's not that exciting at all. But the officer at the end of that clip did make a note, and it's like, dude has all this money in his wallet, like more money than anybody. He could be anywhere. He could be doing anything, but he finds himself in this situation. And listen, folks, whether we're rich, poor, married, why am I single, single, or anything like that, we don't know what people are going through, morally, things like that. So, I'm not going to go on. I'm not going to come on the air and it's like, oh, how can you do this? How can you do this? This is one of those cases. Now you know you're wrong. It's on your resume. It's there. And now you got to deal with it. And I don't think, again, it's a situation. The worst thing he could do is to try to say nothing, because the media will bring it up. It's their job to bring it up. Even if you put in a recommendation to Niners, hey, don't bring this up, the media is going to bring this up. And real quick, speaking of the Niners, you want to talk about a team that's been dealing with off-the-field distractions by their leaders? Yeah, let's get into Kyle Shanahan getting into a car crash, and, the media kind of covering that up. But I'm sure if we're going to talk about responsibility, that ain't happening with the Niners. If the Cleveland Browns and the Atlanta Falcons didn't exist as franchises, more attention would be geared towards the Niners right now in terms of their off-the-field activity. One of the clips that we didn't pull it, but from the same station, 95.7 The Game, they brought up was about, no coaches like, when non-coaches, non-players provide distractions. Can't really say that. Kyle Shanahan himself, distraction. So nobody wants to say this. The Niners are not having a good camp. From a distraction standpoint, they're not having a good camp. A lot of outside stuff is going on. So, we'll see what's going on with the Niners. And again, they're in a tough division, of course. Seattle obviously leading the charge in that division. So, and of course the Rams. So we'll see what's going on with the Niners moving forward. Plus, we got to keep an eye on Christian McCaffrey. So we'll see about that. Okay, back to Atlanta. The Falcons, they had a quarterback battle, but this quarterback battle, it seems, courtesy of 92.9 The Game. In Atlanta, it seems like that quarterback battle, as long as QB1 doesn't get hurt on Friday night, this QB battle is all but toast.
Penix has the job. Competition over. Let's go. That's how I see it.
That was going to be my question to you.
Yeah.
Do you think it's more or less, was that always the plan that you're saying, or was it
I'm not sure.
Tua just not just
I think that's a really good question. I don't know if we'll ever really know the answer to that,
right.
to be totally honest. I don't know if we'll ever know the answer if they evaluated things in the spring and said, yeah, boy, we need to have a competition between Tua and Penix, and we want to give Tua an honest opportunity to win the starting quarterback job. I don't know if we're ever going to know officially if that was the plan or not. But I think things have evolved to the point where now it's pretty clear that it's going to be Penix.
Mm-hmm.
Whether or not that was the plan, and I'm not even sure it's relevant at this point. But again, I would be super careful in what they have him do Friday night. Super careful, because the still is wobbly. And, if someone steps on his foot, God forbid, if there's an aborted snap and, he reaches in to get the ball and someone hits him across the wrist, like a lot of different things can happen.
So, again, let's be clear. So, Tua's going to start on Friday. He's going to start. Michael Penix is not going to play against the Falcons. But by the way, Tua faces Miami on Friday. How about that? And then Cooper Rush, Jack Strand will also get reps as well, according to Kevin Stefanski. Penix returned to full practices earlier this week, back on Monday. Previously, he had not been cleared for 11-on-11 team periods after surgery to repair a torn ACL suffered last November. But it by all indications, you kind of heard it there, Tua doesn't have a shot. If it was Tua versus Ghost, the Ghost was starting week 1 for the Atlanta Falcons. Like, right now, and we got to think, too, from Kevin Stefanski's standpoint. I know we don't want to. It's Cleveland. We want to just move. We're talking around the dial here. From Kevin Stefanski's standpoint, who's getting a second opportunity as a head coach, do you really want your future to be dependent on Tua? Somebody who a paper cut could end his career? I mean, I don't think you want that. I know that's harsh, but yeah, it seems like to me, again, right now, no decision has been made on the week 1 starter, according to Kevin Stefanski. So I think it's pretty clear, unless I don't know what Tua will have to do to win this job, and I don't think the preseason game will do it. I mean, I'll say this. Let me bring in Eli, because we're going to get ready for Smash or Pass. It seems like to me, Eli, I'm not going to say that the Atlanta situation is similar to Cleveland from the standpoint of a performative quarterback competition, like I believe the competition is here in Cleveland.
Right.
But it didn't seem like to me Tua showed any lick of qualities to show that he deserved to be QB1, not just in Atlanta, but for any NFL franchise right now.
Yeah, exactly. Double A, it's a weird quarterback situation in Atlanta because, Tua injury prone, Michael Penix Jr. injury prone all the way back to Washington, his days as a Husky, and even before then, before he was a Husky. So this was kind of a weird spot for Atlanta to be in. I think Penix is the more talented player, if I'm being honest, when he's fully healthy. Now, that's just my opinion, and of course, others may disagree, and maybe if you're in the Atlanta area, you're like, no, it's Tua, but I just think Michael Penix is the best option. Here's the one thing I'll say on this. I know we got to pivot to Smash or Pass. The one thing I will say is I'm shocked Atlanta didn't look at Malik Willis more this offseason. He was a free agent.
I agree with that.
He was available. Miami obviously had the front-running opportunity because of having Jeff Hadley there, the new head coach, who was obviously in the Green Bay staff. He went over to Miami. Green Bay also in the front office Miami in the front office have old Green Bay guys there obviously now. So I understand they had the front running. They were the front runner to get Malik Willis, but you would have thought Atlanta would have been a little bit more tied to Malik Willis, somebody that, okay, we saw him in Tennessee. He wasn't really good. I get it. But a guy who, a second-round pick, had a ton of promise coming out of Liberty. Crazy to think. But a guy that, when he got the opportunity, when Jordan Love went down in Green Bay, kept the Packers afloat, kept them in the playoff discussion, got them into a discussion about postseason football. So I'm shocked Atlanta did not look at Malik Willis in this situation and at least pursue that a little bit more. And I'm actually shocked even more so that they didn't go quarterback. You mean to tell me Atlanta went quarterback with Desmond Ridder in the 3rd or 4th round? They went quarterback in the top 10 with Michael Penix Jr. after signing Kirk Cousins, doing a $180 million deal, I believe. That was the figure, $180 million deal. But this past draft, Atlanta didn't try to get aggressive and go out and get one of the guys, or they didn't look at Malik Willis. They kind of did this to themselves, and it kind of reminds me in a way, and it's weird because Stefanski's down in Atlanta, but it reminds me of what's going on in Cleveland right now. Or maybe Atlanta just doesn't believe either one of these guys are the future of the Atlanta Falcons, and they're going to be jockeying to try to get a top 10, top 5 pick and wind up with Moore or Manning or Carr or Sayin, one of those guys.
I have to imagine, too, that, Matt Ryan being there, I will give him the benefit of the doubt. Matt Ryan knows whether or not they have a quarterback or not.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah.
Like in the draft this year or, free agency, if he is looking at Atlanta's in an interesting spot because they are paying Tua. They're paying Tua $1.3 million. This costs nothing. If Tua doesn't work out, oh well, they'll toss him to the side, which they're going to do. They'll toss him to the side and call it a day. It's the Dolphins right now that's eating $99 million, $99.2 million to pay off Tua.
Right.
So it's Miami that's dealing with this right now.
Yeah.
But yeah, I have to imagine they're going to see a Penix if he can provide anything. And if the answer is no, if it doesn't happen, and I have to imagine too, because of that, maybe Kevin Stefanski, when he was brought in by Atlanta, he was ensured that 2027, hey, just do the respectful things, try out Penix, see how things look, and then in 2027, we can collaborate on the quarterback that you want.
Right, and we talk all the time about offensive weapons in Cleveland and the young talent they have here. Think about it in Atlanta, or here, obviously in Cleveland. Cleveland's digital leader. That's what we are. But you think about Atlanta, Bijan Robinson, Drake London, Kyle Pitts. I mean, they have a ton of talent there on the offensive side of the ball. They are literally a quarterback away.
Do you I hate to do this at 1 a.m. I hate to do this. Shedeur Sanders or Dylan Gabriel, you think they're a target in Atlanta? And because of the hit, we might pin that for tomorrow.
Yeah. I mean, tomorrow. Because
we'll pin it for tomorrow because that needs a little bit of time to cook.
Yeah, it does.
And again, I only say that because, again, how will Dylan Gabriel look tomorrow? By the way, we'll be on throughout the night tomorrow, but we'll have post-game coverage after Browns Patriots. I had to remember who was playing. Browns Patriots. We'll have post-game coverage. But yeah, keep it Atlanta right now. Cooper Rush is their backup. If Tua doesn't work out, and and then Michael Penix, man, that's tricky. That is tricky. Oh well, good luck Atlanta. And again, like we mentioned before, Jadarius Smith.
Yes.
Prayers to you and your family. That's an awful situation that he went through, and kudos to the media because they were aware of this, and sometimes certain things don't need to be released. They covered, and when he was ready to share that, that's when it was shared. So
absolutely. And hey, real quick, it's not to interrupt you, but you said good luck to Atlanta. Good luck to our guy Rico too, because Rico.
Yeah, he needs it.
Okay, yeah, that's it. So to give him a shout out, I know he's probably thrilled about this quarterback competition. So
yeah, he's a realist too in terms of what's going on with the Falcons. He's not going to be like, oh, every player that plays for my team is good, things like that. But he'll keep it a buck. We'll try to get Rico back on the show at some point.
Yes.
Okay, well, we'll make this quick because you know why. We'll make it quick. Smash or pass. Excuse me. This one is so good. I actually need this towel.
Yeah, that's right, buddy.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Now, it was supposed to be the smash or pass yesterday. We got sidetracked by the KFC Oreo chicken sandwich. There it is right there. Which I did further research into the mashed potatoes. It's straight up mashed potatoes with Oreo cookie chunks.
I mean, it's still a smash for me. Still a smash.
I think it's something worth trying. Okay, we'll give it a shot. Tonight, as we put a bow on, hey, use one of your words. Put a bow on this. Check this out for today's Smash or Pass.
Emotion. What are you doing? Oh, don't you know you'll be my ruin? You got me crying again. When will you let this heartache end? Emotion. You get me upset. Why make me remember what I wanna forget? I've been lonely.
Smash, 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 Hawk smash, smash.
You're not gonna like my answer. I'm gonna go half smash. Because I'm taking a quarter off for the peppers and a quarter off for the onions. Unless you group them together, then it's a 3/4 smash. But I guess we gotta leave that up to the judges.
Okay, I hear you. And normally I don't do the rules of this. You got to take it as is, right? If you don't take it, okay. If I just take off the onion.
Then I guess that's a 3/4 of a smash, and if you take the peppers as well, then I would be at a half smash.
Well, okay. Let me ask you this: do you normally consume food with raw onions?
No,
I do not. So I guess we could adjust this a little bit. I think if you normally don't eat something and it's included in the selection. The assumption is that it's for the masses, right? Okay. And if you normally take off onions on a typical sandwich, and you love the sandwich once you take off the onions, I think it's still very smashable.
Then we're on the same page then. I mean, if I could take off the onions, I probably could live with the peppers too. Every now and then I'll try a few peppers. So that would make it a full smash for me. That thing, I mean, look at the butter and the seasoning even on the oh my.
See, I'm weird with onions though because I don't mind if something is. I like the flavor of onions.
Okay.
So like, I don't mind if it's like cooked, like in the pan, it's cooked. Yeah. But I don't want to eat a raw onion.
No, but like for me, I guess like every now and then I can do onion rings. Every now and then, but they can't be a thick onion. It needs to be like more breading than onion. And then I can do French onion soup. I love French onion soup.
I can do that, but I just consume the soup. Like if there's like extra onions at the bottom, it can stay there.
Exactly. No, I'm right there with you. But I do agree. The flavor, like Papa Moon usually cooking it up in the house. So, he asked me, do you care if I use some flavoring for like the onions? I love the flavor. I'm right there with you. I do not want to eat the actual onion. I'm cool.
What makes the sandwich great on top of, the meat and the seasoning and stuff like that, anything with a toasted bun.
Yes.
Crispy toasted bun.
Come on.
Like that does it. Like it to me, because first off, it tastes good. We'll go surface level for 2 seconds. It tastes good. It tastes fantastic. Yes. But it absorbs the flavor. It's not soaking into the bread. It's not doing anything extra. You have that crunch. It's established. It's there. It adds to it.
Yeah. Yeah, like at burgers, like, my little brother was home. He's, in Columbus now, but when he would, grill for us, he would throw the buns for the burgers on the grill and let them get a little toasty there and you get a little crunch there. So, man, Double A, we do this every night, man. Now I'm going to have to go eat some more food. That's what happens. I got pumpkin spice rolls In the snack, yeah. They're like a little. I think they're a little Debbie or something. Papa Moon went a little shopping. We had tacos tonight, and he's like, "Guess what?" I pulled it out of the bag to help him put everything away. I go, "What are these?" He goes, "Surprise!" Oh, dude, we're in the.
Guess what I'm having tomorrow? Hold on.
What do you have?
Hold on.
Hold on,
folks. Here's what I'm having tomorrow.
Live programming, folks. Oh, okay.
See it there?
Some ground beef.
My menu is usually limited to the why am I single cheap options. So there's spaghetti with this coming up tomorrow. My game day meal.
That's right, baby. That's right, dude. Hey,
hold up. Did I buy spaghetti? Hold up. We might have a crisis. Hold on. Did I buy spaghetti? Please tell me I bought some spaghetti.
You guys are watching live.
Oh no! Hold on.
Oh no.
Oh, okay. It's in the top cabinet. Top cabinet. We're good.
False alarm, folks. False alarm.
False alarm. I made a mistake. I put the spaghetti in the top cabinet, the top shelf.
Yeah.
You know I can't see that.
That was a rookie move. Hey, I gotta be honest. That would have been the only person to forget something today. We had tacos tonight. Papa Moon gets home. We put all the spices down. He goes, "Oh my goodness!" And I was like, "What's wrong, dude?" Like I'm like worried. He goes, "I bought curry instead of cumin. I need a cumin for my tacos." I don't. So we had to drive back up to the store, go get the cumin. You know, he's like, "I'll give the curry to my sister, his daughter." He's like, "She'll make something good, and maybe she'll share the wealth." But I've never seen somebody so mad over the wrong spice. And I had to mess with him when I went back. I ran in and grabbed it. I go, "All right, I got the curry, just like you asked." He goes, No. I go, "Okay, I got the cumin. Don't worry."
Oh, man, all back. Tomorrow on Midnight Run, Eli and I have a major programming announcement.
Yes.
Ready to do it tomorrow? We're going to do it. Tomorrow. Yes. It's an exciting one. It's a very exciting programming announcement. Yep. We'll roll it out for you tomorrow. Here on Midnight Run, following InsideEdge Primetime, which follows InsideEdge Primetime every single night.
Yeah, it really has not changed in 8 months.
Dude, I told Eli before, like at some point during the show, we are not having a post-show meeting. Dude, these hours are. I appreciate it, though. I'm not complaining. I'm just saying. I have not slept really at all, and this is the first time. Like they might drug test me. I felt like I slurred half of the show.
Well, the good news is I think you know the program director, so I think you'll be in the clear.
Yeah. Well, thanks. I'll check myself in HR.
Yeah.
Because I thought for a second the potato that I was co-hosting with yesterday was real. Oh, and I can't find. I thought that we had to do 1 o'clock show.
You know what we had in our tacos? Potatoes.
Great job, you guys. 8 or 1 o'clock hosts. Great job. So we'll be looking again. Folks. That's gonna do it for the show. We keep on rambling. We ain't going nowhere but a dead end. Tune in tomorrow. We got stuff for. Actually, we are going to follow Patriots. But we'll be on all throughout the night. Patriots and Browns. Eli will be on with Autumn tomorrow. I thought Autumn had a great show talking about Marvel and some of the other things. Yeah. Oh, I'm sure she's ready.
Oh, no.
Jill Scott canceled her concert when Autumn and her mom was across state lines in Michigan.
Crazy double A.
She gonna be heated tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm just gonna let her do her thing.
She gonna be heated tomorrow, and she probably getting fired too. She gonna be.
Say goodnight.
Please don't fire her. She took the wrong day off. Don't do that.
Say goodnight.
Please don't do that. Actually, I know why I'm tired too. I'm 1 day away from my work vacation too. So.
Hey, it's almost Friday. Technically, it's Thursday, bro.
I know. It's almost there. Last story before I go.
Okay.
Last story. I have to pay down my credit cards, right?
Yes.
So I'm checking my statements just to see because I got to maneuver some things before payday. And I looked, I did a double take, and I'm like, there's extra money in here.
Oh, shoot.
Like, there's extra money in here.
Oh, shoot.
But then I'm like, oh, no, that's the devil talking, because if I spend that money, you're going to owe back. You're already down in the dumps anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, save
Don't
it.
do it.
Don't
do it.
Don't listen to Young Miami. Don't spend that. Save that.
Yeah, no. Don't spend that. Spin that. I'm gonna do like censored radio. Censor or spin that. Spin that. I can't look, man. How come? Okay, question for you. You in the music industry. Question for you.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, this now I'm geared towards you. You're the expert at this.
Yeah.
Is there a reason why artists today don't do a good job? Not in general. I'm talking about those you hear on like in heavy rotation on the radio.
Yeah.
They don't do a good job creating clean songs.
So to get into that very briefly here, because we can definitely dive into it, I can go down a rabbit hole. But basically,
this is not a 30-second answer. This is a whole segment.
Well, I say briefly. I'll just say basically a lot of times artists will send it in, and the program director for whatever station will say, "I'll do the clean version." And they're gonna put one together, but they also may have to do 15 other clean edits that same day. So the best advice I can give to any artist that's getting out there, and on the radio. Is get with your producer, whoever. Like if you have a producer who also is your engineer, that's obviously great because they record you and they also make the sound for you to put the song on. So the best thing you can do is when you create in the lab, when you're with your producer, your engineer, you go perfect. Song's done. Now we need to work on a clean edit together because the person that's working on producing the track is going to understand how to make it sound the best in terms of a clean version. Like I always go to my bro, again, my producer, he engineers all my music as well, a narrator. I mean, he's one-stop shop. He does everything, produces, engineers, and we get that together right then and there. You also want to get like 16 bits, like different things. You want to get like different things for them to use at the radio station. Like if they were going to intro coming back in, hey, you heard so-and-so here, you hear the beat going underneath. Just be a professional. Get a clean edit as soon as the song's done. If you believe the song's radio ready, then be radio ready before the radio starts calling.
Yeah, man, because thank you for the advice just across the board. Anybody who's listening, who's thinking about doing music, because I hear songs on the radio, the clean, and they're bleeping out like 20 straight seconds of the song.
Yeah. Well, that's
what are we doing?
And that's another thing, too. Don't get me wrong. I definitely swear in my music, but I think there's also, like, knowing when to. It's got to be impactful. I think nowadays, and this is just me talking, I think sometimes artists swear just to fill space. And it's kind of like we're in this battle right now. And all music, I love all music, all genres, and every spot or every sound has a great thing about them, but I'm a lyricist, man. I love lyricism, and that's where I think a lack of lyricism in certain cases comes into filling it with swearing. So I just think open up a dictionary, find some other things to say, and experiment with different vocabulary. That's what I got for you.
Or it could be two different songs, basically, right?
Correct.
You could have that too.
Yes.
What was the one we talked about? I think on the car ride a couple weeks ago.
Oh my goodness, I cannot.
Was it Young Gunner or was it?
Yeah, it was Gunna. It was Gunna. It was it was Gunna, and it was him talking about yeah, he was talking about
one song that you don't hear on the radio is they go bang tonight. I'll use radio. I'll use radio edit.
Also, don't ever sing that song while working out at the gym. If you know, you know. Good night, everybody.